Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku's future self lived within him? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Here is the man falling. It isn't a far fall. Merely the distance from his feet to the top of his head, knees crumpling and everything else collapsing down after them. He's fallen further before faster, too. Lightning dragged off the frayed fibers of his costume, trapped in gravity's immutable grasp as air pressure crushed his eardrums and eyes. The one thing he's never been able to do is fly, and he feels the cumbersome weight of his body so viscerally now, at this moment where there is nothing to stop him. Nothing that can save him. No way to staunch the bleeding, gushing hole in his chest. That feels important, somehow. Like it should register deeper than the surface-level recognition that his own body is failing him in every way possible. But there's only morbid curiosity. Perhaps a vague sense of amusement. Like mentor, like student, he should already be on the ground. Logic demands the impact. Yet eternity passes by in slow motion. The muddled mess of his mind squeezes every last drop of adrenaline forth, demands answers to how and where did this happen? The ground is a solid weight stretching out beneath him, undulating in multi-layered shades of red, gold, green, and brown. It spirals out, zooms back in, craters specking along the dirt, beams of light shooting upwards without a source to produce them. Frantic misinterpretations. Beautiful in a way. The most dangerous kinds of predators always are. Oh, he thinks distantly, answers waiting sluggishly under the thick tide of red. Blood vessels in the eyes are usually the first to go, aren't they? The yawning, gaping horror of what's happening barely touches him. Already he's drifted too far away, the screams around him unintelligible and unreachable, but maybe his name? Maybe the name he hasn't been called since, and the faces of those he swore to protect even more so. His quirk thuds through his veins, a maelstrom expelling violently in protest, the souls of his predecessors dissolving amidst a thunderstorm that's threatened to tear him apart for years, whipping away their whispers, their cries, their pleads, leaving only silence. Leaving him utterly alone. The man falls and lightning falls alongside, acid-bright fractal patterns discharging against anything that tries to come close. He should be scared of this. He knows, in an abstract way, that this thoughtless destruction is something only villains do and he's supposed to be a hero, but it doesn't matter. Because, dying. He is about to die. And he wishes he could scream, but he doesn't think he has lungs anymore. So his quirk screams for him. USCLESSWORCHLESSFAILURE. He expects the raw shock of the fall and then nothingness. He expects the lingering sensation of his heart beating its last and the twitches of neurons kept alive by the last vestiges of his quirk. He doesn't expect to be caught. The world. Wavering, bursting in and out of comprehension, he rolls his eye upwards. Sparking emerald meets dripping scarlet. Snowy strands of hair tickle his eyelashes. Thin arms, as scarred as the one he has left, tighten around his shoulders. The sky is still there too, somehow, the sun shining and framing her in a blinding golden glow, reflecting off the notched horn brimming with enough power to rival his own untamable tempest. His lips form soundlessly around her name as she whispers his. Questions and apologies and promises underlined by memories and a future disappearing into dust. He saved her and now she can save him. But all they need are their names, that single reminder of who they are and who they wish they could be, and the truth becomes undeniable. We've lost. I failed them. I failed everyone. I'm sorry. It has to be now, she whispers, and he doesn't know what she's talking about. Only mouths her name again. Her real name. The very first name he ever knew her by. Please, I won't do it if you don't want me to, but, she chokes, tears welling up in great globules that spill down her face, drip against his chest and cleave what remains of his heart in two. Lightning tears across her skin, rends it down to marrow that regrows an instant later. Slowly, his brow twists to a frown. This isn't right. He shouldn't be hurting her, even if there's no hope left, even if this is the end of everything, even if she can fix it. WECOLDFIX evilly. He wrenches, seizes in her hold as understanding explodes through his dying mind. The pieces are misshapen and confused, bare threads rubbed down to single strands but, it's this or nothing, she tells him. And he wonders if it really is her. Because she's starting to look like someone else. Her hair is shorter, longer, spiker, Kulia. It's blonde, black, red, white, blue, green, gray, and her eyes are flashing in time, a kaleidoscope of souls in all their supernova glory, and he's crying, isn't he? Can he? And they're saying his name is, and they're asking him to try. To use this final, insane chance that might not even work, that might not even matter, that might just kill him faster, and they're looking at him and he's looking back at them, and it's all of the people he loves and all of the people he failed, and I'm sorry. He's tired. He's been fighting for a very long time, so long he doesn't really remember how to do anything else. Even now, bleeding out in the arms of the only thing he has left, he's clawing back every last scrap of consciousness, looking straight into the void and telling it no, not yet, I'm not done yet, please. He's terrified, dying and shattering. He isn't calm or resolved or ready. He just chooses. Chooses that this is worth dying for. And maybe that sort of makes him a hero. Subconscious muscle memory. He can't move his arm, but he can use his quirk turn its surging fury through his muscles and bones and make them move. Reality bleeds, distorts, swims in its own chaotic way, condensing down to him and to her as their fingers make contact, and he squeezes her hand, meets her eyes, holds the gaze of everyone he's let watch die, sees them understand. In an instant the storm changes. Its flailing mass pulls taut. Charged particles clench together, spiral and ricochet and focus down to a singular point. Emerald sparks jump across the tiny space between their hands, flickering, racing eagerly upwards and transforming into something radiant. She bursts with all the force of a lightning bolt, a gasp falling from her lips as tendrils of energy caress her bone-white hair, splaying it out above her. Scarlet brightens to burnt orange, the encroaching inevitability of a sunset and all the possibilities the dark contains. She says his name again, choked and splintering. He's pouring everything he has left into her, and the action is like a physical rupture, reaching even deeper than the hole put through him. Ripping away something more important than blood. A rending through the soul he doesn't need anymore. If this works, he'll get it all back anyway. But he can't tell her that, can't reassure with a throat that hasn't breathed for minutes now, so he does the only thing he's ever known. He smiles. IWANTOBHROWO san SAV. Do you think you'll see me again? She asks, or he thinks she does. His hearing is getting hazy, glitching in and out, too loud and too quiet all at once. He makes a promise anyway, mouthed through chapped, baby blue lips. I know I will. Because this chance, it means he's going to have to save her again, doesn't it? The tiny little girl who forgot how to smile until she didn't, grown up to a woman who hasn't had a single reason to smile, but does it anyway so somebody else has a reason. Rewound and shoved down. Right back to the start where the monsters will be waiting to tear her apart all over again. Where they can break him again and again and again and again and again. He knows. He knows he can't do it again. Please. He can save everyone. But he can fail to. He can't. Please. He can't. He can save everyone, but if he calls for help there's nobody left but her. And she won't be there. Nobody to save him. Please no. He's dying. He's given everything, and isn't that enough? Izuku. Without warning, the surge ends. He's empty. Empty of everything and getting emptier still. But she blazes above him, cracks opening along her skin from all the power determined to spill free, her horn jutting across the sunlight like the heralding of a dragon. She's fierce and bright and beautiful, and as she looks down at him, as she gently strokes his cheek with fingers that tremble and send warmth sinking into what little he has left, she smiles back. He thinks hopes all the people he failed are smiling too. Colors are fading, draining to murky shades of black, white and gray, muting his exposure to the end of the world. He doesn't need to see it. It already ended a long time ago for him, and dying was never going to change that. He's been dead since the moment he made that first choice, all those years ago, whether he knew it or not. Now everyone will be dead if he doesn't win. Win one final time. And he finds the courage he needs to take the final step. Maybe that sort of makes him a hero too. He nods. Janice his chin down and chokes as throat muscles spasm and liquid spurts between his teeth and lips. Blood, saliva, sick who could say? Just another bodily fluid. He's been covered in more. In worse. He's always had worse. If that's the burden he has to bear so nobody else will, so be it. Lips brush against his forehead, reality detonates in tandem. There's no pain. Only the most tremendous fatigue, as if he dared to try and lift the sky and won. A rushing sensation, a fall, a fly. And his body explodes, his mind along with it. Consciousness ceases. Maybe a distant sensation of momentum. Maybe the universe stops before turning. But he doubts it. And he dies. Midoriya Izuku wakes up. He chokes, spasms, struggles to breathe through lungs that refuse to work, tears spilling down his cheeks just like Iris, and his room is dark, and his chest hurts, and there are monsters waiting with hands that break and destroy and disintegrate. They BROKKM and they don't stop, they won't stop, they didn't stop. And he has to stop them before they kill everyone he's ever loved. Wetness seeps through his shirt. Its presence is so startling that the overwhelming noise in his mind quiets. Base instinct sending his arms, to assess the feeling. Moonlight streams through his window, drifts across the sheets he kicked off the bed, the torn All Might posters on his walls, the discarded papers and clothes and toys sent scattering to the corners of his room. Izuku sniffs and squints at the mess, clumsily pawing at his shirt. A nightmare, a wretched, awful nightmare. He coughs, whines as pain lances through him back to front. Janice is head down and stares at both his hands. Black liquid slides between his fingers, sticky and shiny and smelling like his bike did when he accidentally left it out all rainy season. The hairs on the back of his neck rise. Something clicks into awareness. Something primitive. Something animal. Slowly, he tips his hands into the moonlight. Watches the black turn redredred. And out of the dark, right where the monsters come from, inside his own head, a voice says, "It wasn't a dream, Izuku." Izuku screams. There is something wrong with Midoriya Inko's son. The soft susurrus of shuffling cards echoes through the hospital waiting room, tile and plaster catching the sounds and throwing them back, overlapping as Izuku swiftly cuts and reorders the deck between his fingers. Intent. Repetitive. Obsessive. Inko has her arm around his trembling shoulders. Her fingers slide the soft fabric of his t-shirt in time to his shuffling as she tries not to think about the scar on his chest and back. The night he'd woken up screaming, his room ransacked and his body drenched in blood. Izuku's fingers stutter. A card slips free. Deftly, he catches it, places it on top and performs a riffle shuffle. Inko has no idea when he learned to do that. Ever since he was born, Izuku has been light and life and beauty. His smiles never dimming even as Katsuki's quirk came in and his didn't, even as the cruelty of children threatened to darken his view. Izuku kept his head up, eyes on the sky above as if his place was among the stars. Some days she was certain he'd never come back down. 3 weeks ago, everything changed. Izuku crashed and brought her whole world down with him, and nobody knows why. He spent his 6th birthday curled up listlessly on the couch, head in her lap, completely ignoring the limited edition All Might figure she bought for him. His expression had been strange when he first unwrapped it. Certainly not happy, not excited, not anything her son should have been. He'd simply placed the figure down, lifted his fingers as if it might burn him if he held too tight, and refused to move for the rest of the day. His nightmare that night had brought the neighbors to their door. "Midoriya Izuku to room 3, please." Inko turns her head into Izuku's hair, gently pressing her chin against his crown. He doesn't react to the announcement. Just keeps shuffling cards, top to bottom, front to back. Gaze fixed on something only he can see. "Izuku," she murmurs. His hands pause. "It's time to go, sweetheart." Her son draws in a shaky breath, lets it out, then his head jerks downwards. She carefully removes her arm from him and stands, waiting as he tucks his cards into his pocket. As soon as he's up, he's pressed into her side again, so close she has to constantly keep an eye on their feet to stop them overlapping. She refuses to let it bother her. Izuku has lost so much so quickly, but he's gained a newfound reliance on her, a desperate need for closeness that brings him to her bed every night. It doesn't stop the night terrors, but at least Izuku doesn't scream so much when his mother is the first thing he sees. They navigate down the hallway together. Artificial lights buzz above them, adding to that strange liminal quality all hospitals seem to hold. A distinct lack of personality, made for practicality over comfort. Out of time and out of space. This building where lives are brought into existence at the same moment lives are lost to eternity. Where her son's life nearly belonged to the latter. A villain attack. Or at least, that's the only explanation they have. When they'd arrived at the hospital, after the bleeding was stopped and Izuku's wails had been subdued to uneasy sleep, there had been questions, forms, interviews, investigations, their home upturned, their lives shattered, and her son utterly silent. Staring at her with that peculiar look in his eyes. As if he was seeing something that shouldn't exist. As if her very presence was a miracle and curse made real. More questions. No answers. Only Izuku's young face peering up at her, grasping her hand like she would disappear if he let go, and the terrible rending of his chest and back hidden under bandages. Her child had been permanently scarred and nobody understood how. If Izuku has any idea, he's given no sign. He never talks about his nightmares. He never says anything at all. Inko is beginning to forget what his voice sounds like when it isn't screaming. She shakes herself. Hardens her will. Tests had been done and today the results would be revealed. No matter the outcome, she must be there for her son. When they enter the office, Dr. Tsubasa is slumped in his chair, sipping from a coffee mug and typing something on his computer. A folder sits on his desk and Inko does her best not to stare at it. Wonders what the innocent, soft brown hue could possibly be hiding. Tsubasa-sensei, she greets politely as she steps into the room. Or tries to. At her side, Izuku has frozen. Her inertia pushes her forward slightly, her hand slipping from his shoulder, and she angles herself enough to see his face. His eyes are wide, pupils blown, the sliver of green around the edges glowing, and she can't help the gasp that escapes her as Izuku shows more awareness of himself and his surroundings than he has in weeks. Ah, Midoriya-sen, Tsubasa greets with a perfunctory smile. And Izuku-kun, of course. Izuku's expression twists. Delves through so many iterations Inko can't possibly understand what's going through his mind. She kneels down, hand outstretched. Izuku doesn't react. His chest is heaving. Eyes wild. Hands clenching and unclenching at his sides. The room feels unnaturally small, too enclosed for the emotion radiating from Izuku in waves. Something raw and desperate she can't think through the machinations of as a primal urge inside tells her to run. Izuku, she whispers. What seems to be the matter? Tsubasa asks. Izuku moves. Inko is too shocked to do anything as her son sprints across the room, vaguely noting that his movements are strange as he vaults across the desk and crashes into Tsubasa, sending them both tumbling to the floor. The doctor cries out in surprise, in anger, and Inko is rushing forward to stop this when Izuku lifts his hand where the coffee mug is clenched between his fingers and smashes it into Tsubasa's face. Tsubasa screeches. Inko screams. Izuku roars. His fists rain down on Tsubasa as the man flails and fails to remove Izuku from on top of him, and Izuku doesn't stop yelling. His fury leaks into the air around him, snarls coating his tongue as his teeth pierce his lips and his shoulders hunch and his blows drag and send blood spilling from where claws catch skin and tear. And Inko watches in slow motion as Izuku fits one hand on Tsubasa's neck and Tsubasa just barely catches Izuku's wrist, sends a bloody rake of gouges ripping across the underside of his jaw, and Inko realizes Izuku was aiming for his jugular. She dives, crashes into her son and holds on as he wrenches inside her grip, holds on as he kicks his leg out and catches her shin, holds on as his claws find her skin and fresh, hot pain explodes down her forearms. He twists, finds her face, mouth wide open and fangs bared, pupils turned to slits and all the ferocity of a wild animal sitting in the place of her son. It's a quick thought. One that doesn't even stick. But the truth is there, and for a moment Inko knows it. This is not my son. Their screams attract security. Including Inko, it takes 5 people to finally subdue Izuku. He screeches at all of them until the suppressants kick in, still reaching for Tsubasa. The doctor stares at Izuku in terror, blood spilling from his broken nose cheek mouth, and something else in his eyes. Something Inko doesn't have time to name as her son slumps and she finally notices the tears flooding his young face, mixing with the spatters of red. His fault, he needs to die and oh, I don't want this, I don't W&T, I'm sorry mom? Yarai? Falling no falling, oh blood vessels in the eyes W's me shudonanathim, fire mom? Will I have good dreams? Die needs to die, I died, I see and Hidu reaches again please help me and if Alan Kaken it's too late I tried I know I will, save we can save everyone give me one for all please, I'm sorry, please help me he can't I can't, and no matter what and falling, the raw shock of the fall be Ludi on H's hands I did this, I will again just watch me my fault useless worthless failure, I'll save them I will please, I don't want to die worthless W or flee SSW O article Izuku? 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 DKU? Sitting in that manila folder are a series of truths nobody understands. The wound on Izuku's back sits just below his right shoulder blade, its edges sneaking across his spine, its shape uneven but roughly circular. The wound on Izuku's chest explodes from his sternum in a starburst of raw skin, jagged and brutal, jutting outwards as if shoved out from the inside, spikes of raised tissue marring the majority of his torso. It is, the doctors say uncertainly, the kind of markings most commonly found in impalement injuries. Despite this, scans show there's no internal damage. Izuku's lungs and heart are working just fine. The bones on his ribcage are perfectly solid. Not a single vertebra is injured or out of place. Nerves all align, muscle fibers connect, tendons keep it taut and blood pumps freely. Were it not for the evidence sitting so obviously on the boy's skin, most would say there's no sign of injury at all. Oh, and since he nearly mutilated a man permanently with nothing but his fists and nails and a coffee mug, it seems he's activated his quirk. How fortunate. How absolutely effing wonderful that he isn't quirkless. Inko listens to them tell her this as she sits beside Izuku and gazes at his pale, shadowed face. Bites her cheek until it bleeds to stop herself screaming at the doctors. Tries to understand where the world went wrong and destroyed her son without anyone being able to do a thing about it. Her forearms throb with every heartbeat. They tell her she shouldn't feel guilty. That he'll get the best help possible. They tell her she can visit as often as she likes, but visiting times are short so be sure to get here on time. They tell her that he is not the first child to enter psychiatric care and he certainly won't be the last. They tell her it's time to say goodbye for now. They don't tell her they suspect her of child abuse, but Inko isn't stupid and she sees the way their eyes track her movements, searching her intentions as she pulls Izuku into a hug. He presses against her, trembling and tiny, hands curling into her shirt as if he could make her stay by hold alone. There's nothing of the manic fury that possessed him in Tsubasa's office. Only something desperate and broken begging for her to stay. I'll visit every day, she promises, wiping away tears from his cheeks as her own fall freely. Anything you want, you just let me know, okay? You tell me, Izuku, sweetheart. Anything at all. Izuku sniffs, peering out from behind his dark curls with shining eyes. Mouths, I'm sorry. I love you. Anything. She would do anything. Watch her. I love you too, she promises. I'm trying Ori help me I'm trying falling? Please I can't stop this isn't right this isn't. Right I'm scared I don't want to be this wasn't supposed to happen was it? I'm dead no where am I please I don't want to be scared the shock blood be Lu di Tenya? Achiko? My friends? Eri? No and don't think I sing he but I want to be a he you will be help me Tashinori please. Run you have to run they're coming the mo and thus please you'll be the greatest everyone falling I'll save you I promise. A villain attack? That's the working theory, the nurse says with a shrug, eyeing the boy hunched over the table through the viewing glass. As always, Izuku is drawing, a deck of cards sitting within reach as red spills across the paper, movements filled with a barely lucid intensity that never fails to unnerve the people around him. They never say so, of course, but in a children's psychiatric ward filled with empathy quirks, nobody's feelings stay secret for long. Police and social workers have investigated the situation and there's no evidence of abuse, but, we have to make sure. Of course, the officer replies. She heaves a deep, weary sigh, then straightens her shoulders and nods to the nurse. Well, we may as well get this over with. Izuku doesn't look up as they enter the room. The only sign he's noticed their presence at all is a slight flex in his fingers, and the pencil briefly spasms from the lines of viscera and bone outlined in meticulous detail. The nurse glances at the page, fighting back a swallow as he takes in the beaked creature ripping apart something only vaguely recognizable as a human being. It's a shame. Izuku is a phenomenal artist, adept at bringing his art to life with a talent some adults don't even possess. There's a future waiting for him for certain, if only he didn't paint a constant litany of gore and horror no 6-year-old should ever be capable of comprehending, let alone knowing. And there are times when the boy looks at the nurses or off into the distance or at nothing at all, and anyone who catches him knows, somehow, that it's not a child at all staring out of those haunted eyes. Except that's impossible, even in this world of miracles and superpowers, so while they look, they don't see and turn away with a shiver in their spine and acid in their throat, only aware something is wrong with no idea of how to fix it. The nurse clears his throat and focuses on Izuku's face as he crouches down to the boy's eye level, angling as such the drawing is hidden from his view. Hey, Midoriya-kun, he says softly, quirking his lips into a smile. This is Officer Nakamura. She's going to ask you some questions about your mom, okay? It's important that you answer honestly, but let me know if you're feeling uncomfortable. We'll stop immediately. Remember, you'll always be safe in here. The soft scratch of pencil ceases. Izuku gazes down at the monster he created, then turns the paper over, places it to the side, and picks up his cards instead. As he begins to shuffle, the nurse nods to the officer. In the month Izuku has been in the ward, he hasn't spoken a single word, nor interacted with anyone despite their many attempts. Every night he wakes up screaming, every day he sits blank-eyed and silent, only performing the basic necessities of what's expected of him. His drawings are the only hint to the constant nightmare collapsing through his mind. His cards are never out of his reach. He hasn't activated his quirk since the day he attacked Dr. Tsubasa. That changes very quickly when he's asked, in the gentlest terms possible, if his mother has ever hurt him. Suddenly, Izuku's gaze snaps upwards, eyes wide and utterly present. His lips move soundlessly, brow furrowing, disbelief scrunching his nose. The nurse forces himself to be steady and calm, even as confusion is replaced by something dark and furious, something that crystallizes viridian to emerald and slices pupils into slits. Claws slip against the edges of the cards, hands spasming, and all 52 flutter to the ground around them. In an instant, the boy is dangerous, and the nurse subtly slips his hand into his pocket where the quirk suppressants are. A growl, a sound a human throat shouldn't be able to make, spills from between Izuku's fangs, but the officer and the nurse have spent years seeing the worst of humanity and they don't panic. Not yet. Izuku reaches for his paper and pencil, twitching ferally, and the kanji he outlines in Ridridrid nearly rips through the flimsy material from the force with which it's engraved. Don't you dare blame Mom. Then who should we blame, Izuku? The officer asks softly, hands raised in placation. SBMson. Who hurt you? Izuku grits his teeth, ducks his head down so low his hair spills across his eyes. His knuckles are white where they rest on the table, a muscle pulsing in his jaw and a vein outlined against his neck. His answer, when he finally gives it, is hardly an answer at all. Doesn't matter. They're already gone. And he refuses to engage after that. Izuku is taken back to his room. The nurse hovers at the door as Izuku sits on his bed and drops his head into his hands. Digs his fingers into his scalp. Looks strangely older than all laws of biology would suggest. Izuku. The nurse hesitates, gauging Izuku's strained frame. Would you like to talk? One-on-one. Maybe they don't see, but they do care. If only in another time, another place, somebody had reached out to another boy and shown that they thought he was worth something, just by virtue of being himself. If only. After a moment, the boy shakes his head. The nurse tries not to be relieved. We can save everyone? Watch us, even all the people we haven't met yet? Even them. I don't want to see them die anymore. I didn't SK for THs. Neither did I. Bakugo Katsuki doesn't understand what's going on, and like most things, that makes him angry. It all started when those people came to his house and he was sent upstairs to his room. They asked Mom and Dad questions about Auntie Inko and Deku. He knows they did, because he didn't go to his room. He sat on the watching stair and got more and more annoyed as those weirdos asked if Mom or Dad had ever seen any strange bruises on Deku, or if Auntie Inko had ever treated Deku badly, or if she ever treated Katsuki badly. The whole thing was so dumb and strange. Katsuki's surprised it took his mom so long to kick those assholes out. He knows Deku is sick. His parents explained that much, but why would that be Auntie Inko's fault? She's way nicer than his mom. She lets them do cool things like bottle rockets, and she saves all of All Might's interviews, and she's got those wicked scars on her arms now. His mom snapped at him for saying that, but it's true. Maybe it was a really bad fight. She looks a lot more tired than usual whenever she comes over though. Katsuki knows parents are old, but some days, Auntie Inko looks ancient. Like a god fed up with humanity's bullshit. She looked that way the day she finally invited them to visit Deku. Katsuki's been waiting for this for weeks, because he just knows that if he reminds the nerd that they're going to be heroes, Deku will finally come home and Katsuki can stop staring at his empty desk like an itch that won't go away. Are we there yet? We'll get there when we get there, brat, Mom tells him from the front seat, eyes fixed on the road. Katsuki huffs and slumps as low as his seatbelt will allow. I'm bored. I want to see Deku already. It's been ages. I need to show him how good I've gotten with my quirk and he has to show me his. Dad twists round from the passenger seat, one eyebrow raised. Now, Katsuki. What did we promise? That if he doesn't want to show me his quirk I shouldn't make him, Katsuki grumbles back, launching himself upright and bouncing in place. But I don't get it. Why wouldn't he want to show me? Quirks can be private things, to some people. His dad pushes his glasses up his nose. Behind the glass, his eyes are soft. And Izuku has been through a lot lately. This is very important for him, so let him make the first move, okay? Katsuki rubs his fingers into his palms and scrunches up his nose. But his dad is endlessly patient in a way Katsuki and his mom just can't be, and eventually Katsuki wilts under his gaze and nods. I will, Dad. Pride fills his dad's smile. Katsuki preens. Don't get too full of yourself. Shut up, Mom. What did you just say to me? You heard me. His dad just sighs. The hospital is weird. It's filled with bright colors, and there's cork boards filled with craft projects and notices about upcoming events like movie nights, and schedules stapled everywhere in between. And it's heavy. A tension Katsuki's never felt before suffusing into his bones. It's not bad, just odd. Regulated in a way Katsuki doesn't know what to do with. He planned to announce his presence, barrel in and let everyone know they were standing in the presence of the future #1 hero, crash into wherever they'd hidden Deku away and yell I am here just like All Might would. And Deku would act all surprised and start flailing and pretending to be a villain caught in All Might's sights. And it would be okay that Deku wasn't very good at pretending to be a villain because they were going to be heroes, so it'd be weirder if he was good at acting like a villain. Deku's kind of useless at everything anyway, but it wouldn't matter because Deku would be there and Katsuki could tackle him and they'd pretend to fight like always. Except this time Deku would have a quirk and Katsuki can't wait to see what it can do. And maybe they could use their quirks together and get the hell out of this place and Deku would be home. Now he's here, and Katsuki doesn't want to do any of that. Almost unconsciously he reaches up to grasp his dad's hand as his mom speaks to one of the nurses behind a desk. His dad doesn't ask, simply squeezes and offers him another smile. It's okay to be nervous, Katsuki. Katsuki pouts and wriggles his arms free and folds his arms. He can't be scared of a stupid hospital ward. He's going to be the #1 hero. I'm not nervous. My mistake, Dad hums and Katsuki's eyes find their way to the floor. Thank you, the nurse is saying. She slides a clipboard away and takes the pen back from Mom. If you'll follow me, please. Midoriya-san is already here. They're in Izuku-kun's room. Katsuki frowns. That isn't right. Deku's room is at Auntie Inko's. What the hell are they trying to pull? The nurse smiles down at him, strangely distant and unassuming. Katsuki puffs out his chest and stares right back. Doesn't she know who he is? What's up with this place? Hello, young man. While you're here, I expect you to stay close to your parents, the nurse says, a hard edge underlying her tone the way Katsuki's teachers used to speak when he was going to do something bad. The way they sometimes spoke before his quirk came. I'm sure you're perfectly polite, but a lot of the kids in here are nervous meeting new people, and we don't want to upset anyone. Katsuki fidgets. His dad nudges him. Yes, ma'am, he agrees quietly. Thank you. They're led down the hallway together. Katsuki peeks out from where his parents walk on either side. A girl skips past them, humming merrily, covered in paint. A boy sits in one of the chairs, arms curled around a stuffed lion that's nearly as big as he is, fingers tangled in its mane. The hallway opens out briefly, one side leading off to another hallway, the other leading to a large room filled with squashy couches and blankets and even more stuffed animals. The TV is on, showing a cartoon boy and his dog fending off a screaming lemon. Katsuki lingers on the screen before his mom pulls him along. As he hurries to keep up, he catches sight of eyes watching him from a nearby door. It's only opened a crack, darkness thick around the edges, but Katsuki sees eyes as red as his own and a swathe of blonde hair 3 shades darker, edged in amber, scars sliced into cheeks like whiskers and something hateful. The door slams shut. His mom jumps. As subtly as he can, Katsuki presses into her side and refuses to meet her gaze when she touches her hand to his head. He doesn't understand. Why would Auntie Inko ever let Deku stay here? Especially when it makes her so sad. Here we are, the nurse says when they're nearly at the very end of the corridor. She knocks on a door that's exactly the same as all the other doors, except now Katsuki notices on the wall next to it is a little whiteboard where somebody has written Izuku. It isn't in Deku's handwriting. The nurse knocks on the door, giving them another smile as she opens it without waiting for an answer. You have more visitors, Izuku-kun. Katsuki strides into the room, not Deku's room, sliding out from under his mother's hand and jumping into the center. It's small, just big enough for a bed where Auntie Inko is sitting with a lump of blankets held beside her, a desk and a wardrobe, and there's a window with some weird mesh thing on the outside that makes the light come in all funny. Katsuki pauses, frowning, and looks around again. This is definitely not Deku's room. There isn't a single All Might thing anywhere. And it's all drab and boring, like someone with a life-stealing quirk wandered in and to see everything out. Katsuki almost turns to the nurse to demand answers, but Auntie Inko is sitting there, so maybe everyone got confused? Auntie? He asks hesitantly even as he glances back at his parents. Blinks when he sees the nurse hovering. Hello, Katsuki. Inko greets, voice very gentle, movements slow and deliberate as she readjusts her grip on the lump of blankets. It makes him think of the time Deku found a puppy under a car, one of its ears missing, and after they got their moms it took ages for the DMN thing to come out. But the whole time Auntie Inko and his mom spoke in those quiet tones until Deku and Katsuki did too. It's scared, one of them explained, and it might bite if we talk too loudly. Katsuki looks around again. There isn't a scared animal in here, is there? Is it some kind of test? Auntie Inko shifts, drawing Katsuki's attention back. She's bent over the blankets slightly, and Katsuki realizes they're trembling. Auntie Inko draws the corner of one down, revealing tufts of dark green and the edge of an ear. His eyes widen. Izuku, Auntie Inko murmurs. Would you like to come out or would you like to stay? The lump of blankets that is actually Deku unfurls a bit more, revealing his face, and Katsuki just stares and stares and stares. Deku, as Katsuki remembers him, has always been bright. Always smiling and sunny, voice cheerful, eyes fixed skyward like he was just as capable as Katsuki of taking on the world. This Deku is not that Deku. This Deku is pale, freckles dotting his face like tiny holes. He's even scrawnier than he used to be, too, hard angles carved from bone and pressed against his skin, hollowing out his cheeks and stretching his eyes unnaturally wide. And they're so dark, all bruised and swollen around the bottoms like somebody's been hitting him too hard all the time, the whites turned red like he hasn't stopped crying. He looks exhausted. He looks upset and scared and sick, which doesn't make sense because this is a hospital where people are made better and Katsuki doesn't understand. That's his friend. That's Deku, who is always there even when Katsuki doesn't want him to be, except he isn't. Instead he's here and… What did you do to him? Katsuki yells, rounding on the nurse who's pursing her lips. Katsuki! Mom snaps, and that makes Katsuki even angrier because they fight and they disagree, but that's his mom, that's Auntie Inko's best friend trying to tell him he's being bad like this is okay. Look at him, he snaps, waving a hand towards the trembling boy on the bed. He doesn't see the way Izuku flinches at the movement. Doesn't see the dread beginning to crawl up Izuku's throat and spill from his mouth in heaving, uneven gasps. Doesn't see Inko's expression turn from sympathy to vicious protectiveness. Katsuki tries to march up to the nurse, determined to make her understand, but his father is there, all blurry around the edges as he holds Katsuki's shoulders and keeps him steady. Katsuki, he says. Stop this right now. No. Katsuki tries to pull away. Fails. Violently twists back round to his friend. Deku, tell me what happened to you. And he stops. Because Katsuki is 6 and he's going to be the #1 hero, and he doesn't understand what's happening. Not really. But he knows fear when he sees it. And right now, Deku is staring back and he's terrified. Shaking so hard the bed is rattling. Auntie Inko holds him close and Deku begins to wheeze, slapping at his chest like something inside isn't working right, and he's staring at Katsuki with wet eyes, mouth falling open, and the nurse is telling them to leave, but Deku is reaching out to him and he's saying, hoarse and weak, but he's definitely saying, Katsuki. He's saying Katsuki. Deku hasn't ever called him Katsuki. But Deku isn't finished and he wrenches away from the nurse's reaching hands and dim it all, but Katsuki just stands there, like an idiot, mouth open and cheeks wet, watches as Deku twists and bucks, and he nearly looks away because he doesn't understand and he's scared. Run, Deku chokes as Katsuki is dragged out the room, as the nurse pins Deku down and Auntie Inko strokes his hair and lets them jab something into his arm, as drool drips from his mouth and he pleads for Katsuki to run. Katsuki doesn't understand. It isn't his fault. Nobody does. Not yet. Hurts it hurts please I'm sorry, isn't there anything I can do? Like your fault it isn't, is it, Kakin? It deserves to be scared like I was useless worthless failure and oh stop it op I'm sorry, I don't know, it hurts, do you want me to stay? Help me. I'm here, I'll always be here, you don't have I say always, you did, I do. I'll save you. I'll save you. I promise. Autumn breaks into winter and the world collapses into a brand new year. After Katsuki's disastrous visit, Izuku doesn't speak again for 6 months. At least, not with his mouth. Did you teach your son sign language? A doctor inquires after one visit. She frowns and shakes her head, glancing back through the locked door and wondering. She forces herself to proceed through her new normal. Between work, visiting Izuku every day and Mitsuki's near-manic attempts to spend time in her company, Inko ends up learning most of her sign language from Izuku himself. It helps, she thinks, to have something for him to focus on. A tangible goal to work towards. But when she asks where he learned it himself, he never says, nor does he answer when she asks why he's suddenly using his left hand instead of his right. Only stares at his right hand, carefully moving each part of the extremity from his fingers to his shoulder, lip trembling. She doesn't ask again. She should. She knows she should. That there are things that can be let go, but others that must be pushed. She knows why she was investigated for child abuse. She knows why her son was put into psychiatric care. She's a single mother working a full-time job and there's still no evidence of a villain attack. But what else is anybody supposed to think? What else could possibly have caused this? More and more, however, she's noticing it. When Inko rambles about her day, offhandedly mentions the latest hero news, when she lets him know how Katsuki's getting on, that feeling comes again. A creeping knowledge she does her best to ignore, does her absolute best to never think. Sometimes, just for a moment, out from glowing Viridian eyes, Inko is certain it isn't Izuku looking back at her. Life continues. Comes. Shudders into the neat slots of routine. A moment's respite for both of them. Then, suddenly and in a way nobody could have predicted, that changes. She finds him hiding amongst the flowers. The boy is crouched beside a wisteria bush, leaves tickling and mixing with his verdant hair, petals gently brushing against his shaking shoulders. His face is hidden in his knees. He's rocking back and forth, a minute motion that drew her attention in the first place, and she sees in one hand he holds a deck of cards with a white-knuckled grip while the other taps a rhythm against his leg. Uneven. Out of time. Fear dipped in rose pink and lavender purple. She isn't sure he's supposed to be out here. It's odd that they would put her in the path of a child so small, so young, maybe even the same age as Sho. Her sharp intake of breath draws the nurse's eye. Are you all right, Todoroki-san? Todoroki Rei doesn't know how to answer that question. She hasn't for a very long time. I think, she says slowly, forcibly calm, that somebody has snuck somewhere they aren't supposed to be. The nurse stares at her uncomprehendingly. Rei finds her feet moving, memories of another little boy and all the fear in the world condensed to a room that burned too hot, too bright, too much, making her hands shake and her chest tight, but she can't turn away from a scared child who needs help. Not when she's already abandoned. She freezes. The nurse moves past her. Hello there, the nurse greets awkwardly, shuffling from foot to foot over the boy. The boy doesn't react. Do you need help? His shivering gets worse. The hospital garden isn't a large area. A few squares of green and patches of soil that are labeled with long-term residents' names in some places, labeled with information in others. They're enclosed by the walls of the hospital, the sky hidden behind ash-gray clouds, the air humid and sticky. A few other patients are milling around, turning their heads in interest as they notice a deviation from the norm is occurring. None of them move closer. I'm sorry, but you'll need to tell me where you're supposed to be. I can't let you stay here. Do you like heroes? The words burst from between Rei's lips and the boy jolts his head up in surprise. Bright Viridian eyes meet hers, exhausted and haunted. Terrified. Staring back at Rei and slowly getting worse. The boy chokes, a desperate sound like air squeezed through a tube too tight, and Rei is kneeling before him in an instant. The nurse sputters an objection. Rei ignores them. You're wearing an All Might hoodie, she murmurs, eyeing the fabric drowning his young frame. It looks soft, new, but the edges of the sleeves are already frayed and there's a rip in one of the shoulders that's been delicately sewn shut. He's my son's favorite hero, too. The boy spasms. There's something in his eyes crystallizes, and as his breathing calms, he slowly reaches out a hand. Offering. Asking. Rei accepts it. His grip is warm, surprisingly so. Not heated the way fire quirks slip under the skin and immolate everything around them, just warm. My name is Todoroki Rei, she introduces. What's your name? The boy tries, and he's still shaking, jittering so badly his jaw clacks his teeth together. She rubs soothing circles into his palm and he breathes, in and out, eyes trained on her face. Taking in every detail like he can't quite believe she's real. Midoriya? Izuku. She nods, smiling. Do you know what this plant is, Midoriya-kun? Wisteria, he whispers. Do you know what it means? I'm not sure, he whispers. He blinks quickly. Takes another deliberate breath. Focuses in on her face with a kind of intensity that nearly makes Rei turn away. Do why you know? With her free hand, she reaches out and plucks one of the blooms. She spins it between her fingers, thinking. Honor and memory. Patience and longevity. Love. She tilts her gaze back up, another, lesser-known meaning catching a bit in her throat. Victory over hardship. She gently places the petal in his hand, folding his fingers across it. He stares at the motion, tears brimming in the edges of his eyes. Everything is going to be all right, Midoriya-kun, she tells him, because it's the one thing she was never told. Because it's the truth even if she forgot it, because she knows her husband and her son are still alive and that's what matters, even if she can't save them yet. Because this scared little boy deserves nothing of how the world has hurt him, and if she can help in any way, then she will. And maybe one day, if she tries very, very hard, she will be deserving of her family again. I'll save them. Ray recoils, startled by the sudden change. The intensity doesn't waver, the green of his eyes so bright it glows. He's still shivering just a little, but his jaw is set, his shoulders even, and when he speaks again it rings with all the faith and resolve of an emperor's declaration. I'll save them, Todoroki-san. I'll save all of them. I promise. I promise. He knows, she realizes. Which is impossible. It must be impossible. And yet, Midoriya unfurls himself, breathing those slow, deliberate breaths as he gets to his feet and tucks his cards in his pockets. Briefly, his fingers skim along the image of All Might. His face tightens in determination. In an instant, the terrified little boy is something else. Something Ray doesn't know how to name. I'm going to be a hero, Midoriya says. I will be a hero. He falters. The image shatters. Shyly, he peers out from under his hair at her. Sorry, I'm not right at the moment. My head's gone all funny. But we'll get better. As fast as I can, I'll work out how to fix it. And when I get out of here, I'll save them. I swear it on my life. Midoriya-kun, she says. She isn't asking anything. She's just saying his name. Midoriya nods, biting his lip and raising his head to the sky. Midoriya, I am Midoriya Izuku. And then he smiles. A blinding thing that shifts the earth and brightens the dreary courtyard into something radiant. And for a moment, Ray sees the shining presence of green and silver, a smile too wide for his mouth and a will too big for his body. She sees the man Midoriya Izuku is going to be. The mirror is cracked, the result of an experiment gone awry he's never had the chance to fix. Always so busy. So much to do when the greatest man alive is relying on you and your work. The mirror continues to function as it should, and he's never been one for preening anyway. Yet there's an odd anxiety that pervades him as he stares at his wonky reflection. At the stretches of gauze attached snugly to his skin, hiding the marks underneath. Expert precision flows along his fingers as he unwraps the dressings, letting the old bandages sit in the sink, the fresh ones placed carefully to the side. He undoes the one sliding under his chin and over the top of his head first, the one next to his eye after. Finally, the one scraping along his mouth. Stares at the scars, penny-sized and sharp, where shards of ceramic had just barely missed his eyeball and shattered his cheekbone. The three running across his mouth that deformed his nose and left him with a permanent gap in his mustache. The ones on the underside of his jaw, uniform in length, carving up from his neck to the tip of his chin. If he lifts his head up, he can see a faint fourth line where the weapon had made another mark. A fourth weapon. A fourth finger. The doctor stares at the permanent deformation with a distant air, unease trickling through his old bones. He applies the new dressings and leaves his meager excuse for a bathroom, the open space of his lab spreading out around him. Tubes line the walls, filled with his experiments, and the tiny pulls of pain do nothing to distract him. They cannot distract him. The wild eyes of the boy who did this to him unimportant. They have to be. He's scared of a 6-year-old boy. A spurt of dark liquid appears in midair in the middle of the room, and the doctor almost screams. He doesn't quite relax when he registers his Shurso's coming. The man steps through, exuding an aura of power that never fails to make the doctor's knees go weak. He bows, greeting his Shurso reverentially. Shurso. A pleasure to see you as always. Doctor, his Shurso replies, and there's an undercurrent of steel wire lacing through his words. What exactly happened to your face? The doctor shifts. Swallows. A patient of mine went mad and attacked me. A strange case, the work of a quirk, no doubt, but nobody can tell how or why. Least of all the boy. Boy. A 6-year-old, the doctor confirms awkwardly. One of your experiments? No. I actually believed him to be quirkless at first, but the boy seems to have developed an animal-based enhancement quirk. There are signs of mutations when he's emotionally stimulated, and as I understand it, he's been suffering from the effects of a villain attack. Volatile, but possibly useful. He pats his chin as the wounds begin to itch. He's currently in a children's psychiatric ward, however. His Shurso holds his gaze until the doctor has to look away, then moves around the room. White-haired and broad-shouldered, certain of his authority and unafraid of consequences. He leans in to get a closer look at one of the tubes, cataloging the readings beneath, expression thoughtful. Did he see you do something? He couldn't have, the doctor replies. The boy simply had a stress reaction. I wonder. You think a child has any knowledge or comprehension of my work? Of course not, old friend, his Shurso hums. But there are quirks out there capable of acquiring information even if the user cannot dissect the full ramifications. Quirks activated by stressors nobody can predict. We are nearing the most crucial years of my plan, and we cannot take risks. Time to move again? The doctor perks up. He was running out of interesting test subjects in this prefecture anyway. I believe that would be the wisest course of action. One thing I have learned in my life is that when something strange occurs, there is always a reason. We should never take any anomaly lightly. Understood. I'll be in my preparations. Before that, his Shurso rests a palm on the glass of the test tube. The creature within twitches. What is the boy's name? Midoriya Izuku. All for one smiles, pale eyes distant and amused. Well then, I look forward to meeting him one day. Garaki Kyudai smiles and wonders if Midoriya Izuku will live long enough to understand just what kind of an enemy he's made. Hello, Rei-san. Rei smiles and turns away from the soft soil around her gloved fingers to greet the boy bouncing up to her. Hello, Izuku-kun. Izuku beams, an expression that's becoming more and more common in the weeks since their first meeting. He has his All Might hoodie on again, a sketchpad tucked in the front pocket. There's a smudge of paint on his face and his hair is a mess, but his eyes are bright, his cards aren't fisted between his fingers, and his teeth aren't so sharp today. It must have been a good night. What are you doing today? Izuku asks, peering over her shoulder at the mess of pots and earth around her. She gestures to the tomato plants swelling beyond the size of the pots she'd initially planted them in. I'm replanting my tomatoes. Would you like to help me? Fascinated, Izuku nods. She shows him how to dig a new spot for the plants, how to make sure the roots are intact and that the soil isn't pressed around them so tight it'll smother them. Afterwards, she hands him a stake and demonstrates how they'll need to tie the stems to it so they won't fall over. He works with all the exaggerated care any 6-year-old shows, sleeves rolled up, gardening gloves on, and tongue sticking out as he gently lowers the first plant into the ground and scoops the soil in around it. You'll grow to be the biggest and strongest tomato plants ever, Izuku whispers, a note of certainty in his voice that would be comical were it not for the look in his eyes. Like he'd move the earth to make it true. Rei watches him a moment, wondering at the shift that comes and goes so suddenly. Her eyes drift to the 2 nurses on duty to watch over them, one from her ward, one from Izuku's, sitting on a bench off to the side and chatting over a cup of coffee. She's pretty sure half the reason these meetings keep happening is because those 2 are soft on each other. Not that she minds at all, but she does think they should pay more attention. Notice the way Izuku's dexterous movements are a level far beyond what they should be. That his speech occasionally dips into territory more reminiscent of an adult's vocabulary. It isn't obvious, but Rei has raised 4 children and she knows the way they should act. And there are times when Izuku looks at her and it doesn't feel like she's looking at a child at all. She supposes it helps, though she doesn't want to think too closely through the intricacies of why. Letting her interact with a child the same age as her son is a step forward her doctors were sure she'd be unable to make, but nobody could deny the change in Izuku. So they meet, monitored and regulated, and they pretend they aren't and try to make each other smile. Rei-san. She looks back to find Izuku holding one of the pots up, a faint crease between his eyebrows. What do we do with this one? He asks. She takes the pot from him, casting a quick look over the leaves. What do you mean? She asks. Well, it's sick. If we plant it, won't it hurt the others? Ray copies his frown and peers closer at the plant. There is a slight brown hue creeping through the stem, but nothing to worry about necessarily. Why do you think it's sick? Izuku tilts his head, a strangely animal movement. Because of the way it smells. Can't you smell it too? Ray shakes her head. I can't. I think it must be part of your quirk. She says the last part softly, aware that the boy's quirk is something of a complex topic. Carefully, she hands the plant pot back, watching as Izuku's eyes slide to the side, his ear twitching. Almost as if he's listening. He blinks back before Ray can get worried, another bright smile falling into its natural place. Oh, that makes sense. Sorry, Ray-san. I keep forgetting. Good thing I'm here to remind you, she says, gently poking his nose and smiling as he scrunches it in response. Why don't you keep that one? It might be sick, but if you're careful you'll be able to nurse it back to health. We can find a bigger pot, and when it's healthy we can replant it next to the others. I can help it? Izuku gasps, mouth open in wonder. If you would like. He nods frantically, holding the tomato plant protectively to his chest. They go to the nurses and let them know. Izuku's nurse smiles and promises he can keep it in his room. I'll remind you to look after it, and I'll let the other nurses know too. Thank you. Izuku chirps. I'll save it, just you watch. The nurse smiles and Izuku turns to Ray. Would you like to see my drawings again? I would like that very much, Ray replies, following as Izuku bounces off to claim another bench for them, unaware of the way his words are still bouncing around Ray's head. They haven't talked about what Izuku said to her that day about her reasons for being in this psychiatric ward. She knows, from overheard gossip, that Izuku was apparently attacked by a villain, resulting in a serious case of shock that manifested itself as nightmares and mutism. She can work out for herself that the increased sensitivity of Izuku's senses probably added to it, lending sensory overload to the mental trauma. There are whispers of an attack that ended in blood too. But she's never brought that up to Izuku, and he's never asked why she's in here either. Nor has he explained how he seems to already know. It's a certainty Ray doesn't know how to explain. She doesn't mention it to her doctors, because she's already in here for seeing things in places where she shouldn't, reality twisted by her worst nightmares into something more real than dreams could ever be. A mental break, they tell her, between side-eyed glances and suspicious frowns. It happens more often than you think, to the families of heroes. It's the truth, but she knows those other families have likely never experienced anything like hers. It makes it hard for her to talk to these people. They aren't her enemy, but it's difficult to believe they're on her side. If they even should be after what she did to. What have you got to show me today? She asks a little too loudly as she sits down next to him. He wrestles his sketchbook from his pocket, huffing as pens scatter out after it. Ray stifles a laugh. It's hard to imagine where he keeps all those. I'll get them, he says, quickly leaning down to nab them off the ground and tuck them back into his pocket before settling his sketchbook on his lap. He's careful when he opens it, and Ray is already politely looking away, running a critical eye over the other plants in the garden. The soft weight of nature hangs around them while Izuku shuffles through papers until he finally finds the one he needs. Here we go. Izuku holds it up for her to see, and Ray smiles for real. Izuku's art is a wonderful, maniacal thing, filled with meticulous detail and all manner of strange perspectives. Heroes are, more often than not, the central topic, but other things make it through. Today, it's an image of someone swimming, the water surface mirror-like, reflecting an ocean of stars where the figure's movements send ripples through the constellations. Resting on the person's back is a tiny black cat, its yellow eyes peering up at the observer, two tails caught in frozen motion at its side. A Nikomata, she murmurs, gently brushing her thumb over the delicate fan of whiskers outlined in careful penmanship. Izuku nods, hair bouncing in time. Yeah. One of the other boys in my ward told me about them. This one was lonely because it didn't like fire or walking like a human, so none of the other Nikomata played with it. He taps the figure in the water. So it stole a little boy to play with instead. They lived up in the mountain and hunted together and played hide and seek all day, But what the Nikomata didn't know was that the boy didn't have any family and nobody to miss him, so even though the Nikomata was trying to do a bad thing, it actually did something really good. Breathe, Izuku, Rei interrupts, amused when he takes a huge gulp of breath and just keeps on going. Right, so, one day, the little boy said that if the Nikomata let him swim in the lakes around the mountain, he would carry it, and never ever let it get wet. The little boy loved swimming, you see, and he wanted to share it with the Nikomata. But the Nikomata didn't believe him and it hated getting wet, so the boy made a deal. He said that when he could count all the stars in the sky, the Nikomata would have to let him swim. So every night the little boy would count the stars, but he'd always fall asleep before he finished. Then one night it started raining, and there were these huge clouds that covered everything from horizon to horizon. And the little boy brought the Nikomata to the mouth of the cave where he lived, pointed up and said, "I can tell you how many stars there are. There are none." The Nikomata got angry. It told him just because there were clouds, that didn't mean the stars were gone. But the little boy never made a deal to count all the stars in the universe, just all the stars in the sky, so he just had to wait for it to rain. He won the deal. And the Nikomata was bound to its word, but because the boy tricked him, the Nikomata decided to trick the boy, so he said he would go to the lake and let the boy swim, but really he was planning to kill him the moment the boy turned his back. Rei's eyebrows raise imperceptibly. Izuku doesn't notice. But the boy didn't turn around. He sat down and smiled and told the Nikomata, "Remember? I promised I would never ever let you get wet. So I can't swim until the rain goes away." The Nikomata was so surprised that it forgot to be angry. And the next night, the clouds went away, and the little boy let the Nikomata ride on his back, and the Nikomata didn't even get a drop of water on it. And it realized that the little boy maybe just wanted to make it happy, and that was okay, because they weren't happy by themselves, but they could be happy together now. Izuku is in a breath, bouncing in place as he waits for her judgment. Rei looks at the cat again, taking in its expression, the lax position of its body. Not uninterested, she realizes, but uncaring. At peace. Exactly where it's supposed to be. "I am sorry, Rei-san," Izuku whispers. "What for?" she asks, gaze fixed on the Nikomata. "For making you upset." Rei recoils and darts her attention to Izuku. The boy has shrunk back slightly, his fingers twisting between themselves. There are little bandages on his hands, she notices. Bright sticking plasters and medicinal gauze wrapped around his fingers and palms. Izuku notices her look and tucks them into his pocket, head downturned. "They're old," he mumbles. "What's underneath? I feel real today. I didn't do it today." "I believe you," she says softly, gently resting a hand on his shoulder and squeezing it. "And I'm not upset, Izuku-kun. I think it's a very beautiful drawing, and a very beautiful story too." Izuku eyes her, not entirely convinced, but nods anyway. Would you like to see some more?" "Yes, please." He shows her gang orca swimming with whales, and Edge shot helping Best Jeanist sew up one of his denim jackets. It shows her a group of cat-themed heroes painting the claws of a group of actual cats, and All Might hopping after a group of bunnies while his sidekick, Sir Night-Eye, watches from the background with a crow perched on his shoulder. He shows her his mother dressed as a samurai, and he shows her his friend, Kaken, the blonde sleeping on a cloud while on the ground his mother calls for him to return home for dinner. And then he turns a page too far and all Rei sees is red. Fresh streaks of it coating most of the page, dripping from the decapitated head of a gaunt man, a dead-eyed smile permanently etched into his face. Multitudes of hands hold up the head by ragged tufts of blonde hair, fingers overlapping one another, a pair of eyes staring out from the spaces in between and gnashing teeth splitting apart dried lips, and Izuku slams the sketchbook shut. "Ignore that," he says quietly. "Sorry. Ignore that. They said it's good to draw things. To get the nightmares out of my head. They said it's supposed to help. I'm sorry." Rei blinks. Says carefully, "Does it help?" Izuku swallows and casts a nervous glance towards the nurses, but they're far too engrossed in themselves to notice what's going on. "Sometimes, but, she prompts. Izuku bites his lip. It's hard to explain. He flicks his eyes up to meet hers, then looks back to the ground. And you'd think I'm crazy. Try me, she says, insistent and challenging all at once. Izuku's eyes slide to the side again, and he shudders once before answering. It's just that, sometimes it makes it worse. It makes it too real. And then I'm left staring at things I know are real but nobody else thinks they are. They think it's all in my head. And it is all in my head, really. None of it has happened. He cuts off, winces slightly and ducks his head lower. And none of has actually happened. But it feels real, and sometimes, the way they talk about it, it's like none of it should matter just because it's in my head. Ray mulls over those words, dissecting and reworking them, searching for the answer to a question she doesn't know how to ask. Sometimes, though, Izuku continues in a whisper. Ray unconsciously leans in closer. Sometimes I have to get it out. It gets all itchy under my skin and nothing feels right until it's there and real in front of me. Because that way it does mean something. Even if it doesn't mean the right thing. I think I understand, Ray murmurs. Izuku's gaze snaps to her, eyes wide and wet. Ice cracks between Ray's knuckles. When it feels like it doesn't matter how loud you scream, nobody is going to listen. Izuku sniffs and nods. It isn't their fault, he says quickly, voice tremulous. They just don't understand. There are many things Ray feels towards this place. None of them she voices. Have you explained that to them? I can't. The answer is so immediate, so resolute, Ray is a little skeptical of it. But then she leans down a little more and sees the expression on Izuku's face. The same one he wore when he looked her in the eyes and told he would save her family. She thinks it should frighten her, that kind of resolve. It doesn't. You don't have to worry about me, Ray-san, Izuku says softly, folding down the sleeve of his hoodie and wiping his face. When he clears the fabric away, his smile is back in place. There's too many things I need to do. He takes her hand, a soft, tentative touch that gives her time to pull away if she wants to. Instead, she lays her palm out, allowing Izuku to fit his fingers into the spaces in between her own. Against the chills of her quirk, Izuku's hand is so warm. I know, she says softly, wondering at this boy with monsters in his head and red staining his existence. Feels wonder rather than confusion, because she knows, without a doubt, Midoriya Izuku is going to change the world. For now, though, why don't you start with that tomato plant? Izuku giggles, sorrow evaporating alongside Ray's ice. Deal. I wish we could help her. We are helping her. It's the little things people need sometimes, more than someone trying to fix everything. The same way I'm helping you? Yeah. Exactly like that. You help me too, Deku and I. You know that, right? I'm serious. It's scary sometimes, a lot of the time, but it's okay. I'd rather see scary things and help you than leave you all alone. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad I'm here too, Izuku. Here are some truths about Todoroki Tuya's mother. She has hair as white as snow and she smells crisp and fresh, like the air in winter. Her skin is always cold. When she's angry, frost coats her eyelashes and the ends of her hair. She is thin, bony, and not very comfortable to lie against. When Shudo was born and brought home, she used to form snowflakes for him to play with. She is the kindest person in the world. And she is mad. But truth is a fluid thing. Like if your dad drives your mom so mad she throws boiling water over the face of your youngest brother, but your dad is also the number 2 hero, the truth is, nobody is going to believe that. Truth, more often than not, is what you want it to be. And nobody listens when it isn't. Tuya? He looks up from where he's been fiddling with the edge of the bed covers to find his family staring back. 3 pairs of gray eyes. Fuyumi's have a tinge of turquoise to them, but certainly nothing similar to their father's or his own. They hardly look like they belong to the same family sometimes. What is it? He asks, leaning back on his hands. I wasn't listening. Fuyumi scowls. Natsuo unsuccessfully hides a snort behind his hands. Tuya only has his eyes for his mom. She smiles gently, gesturing outside where the first hints of summer drift through the cracked window. I said I'd quite like to take a walk today. Oh. He chews on his lip. Are you allowed? I'm not in prison, Tuya, his mom replies gently. He swallows down his response to that and pushes himself upright, brushing imaginary dust from his jeans so he doesn't have to look at her face. Not a prison maybe, but that doesn't mean she isn't locked up. They have to inform a nurse of where they're going, have to wait for said nurse to then enter the code that opened the door to the ward, and, to top it all off, have to return within a strict 30-minute time limit. Natsuo swings off their mom's hand as they head out, but Fuyumi shares a look with Tuya in a rare moment of understanding between the two of them as they silently follow. Tuya clenches his fist inside of his pocket and tightens his jaw enough to hear it click. Not today, he whispers inwardly to the flames roiling beneath his skin. Never today. They head out into the sunshine, the air filled with Natsuo and Fuyumi's chatter as they explain their lives to the only parent who cares to listen. Tuya inputs where he can mostly about readjusting to home and reacquainting himself with how annoying younger siblings actually are in the grand scheme of things. How was I supposed to know it was your ice cream, Tuya and I? Natsuo demands. I don't know. The name written on the side might have clued you in if you slowed down enough to see it. You're assuming Natsuo can read, Fuyumi chirps, easily dodging Natsuo's offended swipe. In the ensuing squabble, their mom takes the opportunity to fall back in step with Tuya, linking her arm with his and tutaying softly. Aren't you hot under all that dark clothing? Not really, he answers with a shrug. Besides, I like the way it looks. Is that what all the kids are wearing these days? She asks, and he has to catch the twitch of her lips before he realizes it's a joke. His only response is a flat look. She laughs. At the sound of it, his shoulders relax, flames retreating as he finally registers the subtle tendrils of cold seeping through his hoodie sleeve. He doesn't say anything to that, either. Only holds on a little tighter. They round the hospital grounds, pretending, for some reason, that this is a normal family outing. The sky is rich in color, sun cheerfully shining down between brief respite of fluffy white clouds, a breeze swaying through the trees. There are a few patients milling around, but they pay the Todoroki family no mind, and Tuya doesn't bother paying attention to them either. Not until a prickling along the back of his neck informs him he's being watched. A little way away, beneath the shade of a beech tree, a mother and her son are perched amongst the roots. The mother is short and unassuming, green hair tied neatly back in a bun and clothing professional. But what really captures his attention is the boy. He's young enough to be Shudo's age, a tangle of wild decisions filling him out. His green hair curls out in every direction, his orange shirt paired with bright pink shorts, and mismatched socks stick out from his red shoes. Bruises mold around the bottom of his eyes and his face is pale the same way. Tuya's mother is. Eyes wide and terrified the same way Shudo's were when Tuya first came home. The boy doesn't look away as Tuya meets his gaze unflinchingly. Only stares harder, his pupils strange, though from this distance Tuya couldn't explain why. Just a sense of something even wilder than his fashion choices. Ah, that's Midoriya Izuku. Tuya jumps and looks round to see his mother eyeing the mother and child, smile saddening. He's in the children's ward, his mother explains quietly, offering a wave as she speaks. The boy's eyes flick to her, and he waves shyly back, a sharp-toothed grin straining the corners of his mouth. What's he in for? Natsuo asks, ever the idiot. Natsuo, Fuyumi hisses. That's none of our business. But why does he know Mom? It's a good question. One Tuya tunes into even as he finds his gaze drawn back to the boy who won't stop staring at him. The mother has pulled him into her arms by now, presumably asking what the F has captured his attention so thoroughly. He was hiding in the garden one time, their mom replies easily. He's a good boy. Which is a non-answer if Tuya's ever heard one. But before he can say anything about the boy being rapidly scooped up in his mother's arms and carried away, Fuyumi steps in. I think somebody has a crush, Fuyumi whispers, right next to his ear. Tuya jerks his head round. What? That kid can't keep his eyes off you, she explains, eyes sparkling with mischief. He isn't staring at me because of that. Ah, don't be embarrassed, Tuya. He just thinks you're pretty. Heat spreads up through Tuya's ears. I'm not pretty, he grumbles. Shut up, Fuyumi. Yeah, Fuyumi, gross, Natsuo adds, pulling a face. Shut up, Natsuo, Fuyumi replies sweetly. You're just jealous because you look like you ran into a tree. Multiple times. Both of you shut up, Tuya snaps, stalking back over to stand beside his mother, which turns out to be a mistake as she laughs and reaches out to tug on one of the white tufts nestled amongst his unruly red hair. I have to agree with your sister, I'm afraid, she tells him. But her smile is strange. Not bad, not like when Shudo would be stuck for hours in the training room and she would try to tell them it was all okay before marching in there and disappearing for hours too. Just strangely contemplative, her gaze drifting off to where the mother and son have disappeared into the building. Mom. Her eyes track back, looking at him with such open curiosity Tuya can't bring himself to accuse her of anything. Never mind, he mutters. It makes no sense why she would lie about something like that anyway. Tuya doesn't know what the truth is, but there's a little voice warning him at the back of his head telling him he's better off not knowing. He wonders if that's what other people hear when they look at Endeavor and see the way his family stands apart. Truth is fickle and secretive and always seems to end up with somebody. He doesn't know how anyone stays sane amongst it all. That night, Izuku wakes the entire ward with his screams. His mother is called in, escorted by an anxious nurse that doesn't question her bedraggled appearance after her 4 a.m. wake-up call, the corridor dim and ominously quiet. The only room with a light on is Izuku's, casting of light into the hallway. An illusion of safety. Opening the door shatters it. Izuku sits in the corner, the room a mess. His hands don't stop moving even as Inko cautiously steps over the threshold, taking in the sharp scent of paint and the sudden burst of colors covering Izuku's room. All of Inko's exhaustion disappears in an instant. I'm here, Izuku. He stutters to a stop, entire body pulled taut and trembling. She edges closer, tears swelling at the corners of her eyes. Everything's going to be okay now. Madness tints Izuku's laughter, saturating through the cerulean ink staining his hands and the smudge of red on his chin. Painted monsters stare out from the walls, fire and blood smothering the floor as Izuku paints, mindless, obsessive, scratching at plaster until the calluses between his fingers crack and bleed and nothing Inko does can stop his manic intention. Later, so much later dawn has captured the sky, Izuku staggers to a halt in front of Inko, grabbing onto her like she's the only precious thing left in the world. I can't get them out, he whispers, and there's a sob hidden between his breaths and an odd scent on his skin like the air amidst a storm. I don't want them. I don't want them. I'm sorry I'm trying, but they won't leave, Mom. They won't. I'm trying, but I don't know what to do. Inko folds her hands over his, watches the tears, shining like stars, trail from Izuku's eyes. Help me. And there's that thought again, dipping in every time but never allowed to stay. That sudden breach of understanding that never quite connects because there's no way for it to be real, yet exists nonetheless. Inko knows. Inko knows. This is not my son. Please, please, Mom. She doesn't look at the death and destruction brought to Technicolor life all around them. Only at the boy. Please. It's so very simple to tug, bringing him into her arms and holding him tight, his pleads cutting off in a startled gasp as he stares up at her with glowing viridian eyes. There's still red on his chin, on his fingers, and there's something aching and cloying and distant all at once in his expression. If Inko looks hard enough, ignores the sunburnt rays glinting along the ceiling and only focuses on the shadows creeping all around them, she thinks she can see the madness ripping him apart from the inside out as well. The next thought is much simpler. I have to help him. Please. She gently runs her fingers through his hair, coaxing the sweaty strands back from his forehead. His jaw quivers in response, a swallow bobbing his throat as he takes a small, soft breath and buries his face against her. I'm here, she promises. I'm here for you, whatever you need, for however long you need it. I won't leave you alone. The muffled edge of a sob breaks free. Inko holds him tighter, her own tears finally beginning to fall as she rocks him back and forth. It'll be okay. I'm sorry, he whimpers, fingers clenching and unclenching against her, like he can't decide whether to hold on or pull away. Mom, I'm sorry. It isn't your fault, she murmurs. He shakes his head desperately in denial and she tucks her face into his hair, hiding them both from the monsters surrounding them, wishing she could find the very real monster that did this to her son. I'm sorry. Please. It'll be okay. We won't let it happen, Deku and I. We can't. We'll save her and we'll save everyone. How? I'm sorry, Izuku. I don't know what to do. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't think I've ever really known. We'll be heroes. That isn't enough anymore. It was never enough. Then we'll be something more. It takes a long time, but it is okay, in the end, eventually. Or maybe that's the wrong way to say it. For Inko, it's always been okay. It's been difficult and stressful, terrifying, honestly. It's been unacceptable in a lot of ways, and it's been compromises and failed promises in others, but never once has she looked at her son and thought that she wasn't okay. Mad or quirkless, Izuku is her son. She isn't perfect. She lets too many things go and cries a little too much, and if she could go back in time and save her son from ever having to experience this, she would. In a heartbeat. But being okay doesn't mean being perfect. Sometimes, it just means being there to live through it. All the way to the end. There is, as she and Izuku discover, due process to being mad. As the months slip by and Izuku's medication decreases and he spends his nights sleeping instead of screaming, as he eats enough to put on all the weight he lost and stops painting horrors every second of the day, after he talks and cries and repeats until bereft of both words and tears, there comes the meetings. Endless amounts of them. Some of them involve Inko, some of them don't, but they're always about the same thing, and they're always about Izuku. How are you feeling today, Izuku-kun? The room is filled to the brim with people. More than Inko would ever have expected for a meeting like this. She feels overdressed in her work clothes, the sticky, humid heat of encroaching summer sticking tendrils of hair to her cheeks and forcing her to shift constantly to stay comfortable. It's odd because for once, Izuku is the one sitting still. His cards are on the table in their pack, and he's fidgeting a little with the sleeve of his edge-shot hoodie, but Inko knows it's only because there are so many people looking at him. Izuku has never done well with attention. She vividly remembers his first school play when, instead of speaking the only line he'd been given, he had frozen, stared at the crowd for a good 15 seconds, then burst into tears. For some reason, the memory makes her smile, and she reaches out to bury her hand into his curls. His hair's been cut for the occasion, but the moisture in the air sends it into its usual wild mess. Beneath her palm, she feels him relax infinitesimally. Everyone continues to look at him, waiting for him to speak. He looks tired. I want to go home. That's all. I'm very thankful for everything you've done for me, but... His breath hitches. He presses into Inko's touch. I'm ready to go home now. There are still doubts. Complications. Izuku refuses to give a reason for why he attacked Dr. Tsubasa other than vague mentions of the man's scent setting him off. Tangential to this is, of course, the need to do a quirk assessment and an official registry of it. Nobody knows why it manifested the way it did. No villain has appeared to answer for the scar on his chest and back. There isn't a neat label to sum up why Izuku dreams of blood and agony and death. 10 months is a very long time to send in psychiatric care, however, and there's really nothing more they can do for him. I just want to go home, Izuku repeats softly. Inko turns her gaze onto each and every person in the overcrowded room and doesn't move on until she's sure they understand just how far she would go to make that wish a reality. We'll come visit, Izuku assures, sitting on Rei's bed beside her, legs swinging. As much as we can. That's what this is really. It's why I'm allowed in here. They said you couldn't come see me off, so I asked if I could come see you again before I left tomorrow. It was very kind of you to think of me, Rei says. Izuku gives her a confused look. Of course I did. Why wouldn't I? Rei bites her tongue to keep from answering that question, wondering why she's even surprised anymore. Instead, she looks over to Inko, who is watching the two of them with a contented smile. It means a lot, she insists. It's a very small thing compared to what you've done for Izuku, Inko replies easily. The Midoriyas are like that. They have too much heart to ever keep it contained. Thank you for taking care of my son. Rei fiddles with her dressing gown. It's 3 in the afternoon, but she couldn't quite face getting dressed today. It happens. Even the smallest things can be a step too far sometimes. Izuku and Inko don't judge her for a second, though, nor did they question her decision to stay in her room rather than going out on a walk like they first suggested. They simply made sure she was comfortable with their presence and settled in. "Thank you for letting him take care of me too," she says, and Inko beams. In the back of her mind, Rei knows this should feel stranger than it does. She only met Izuku a few months ago, and it's only recently that Inko has been mixing visits with Izuku, coming to Rei's room for a friendly chat over tea about absolutely nothing at all. Rei isn't used to being treated like she's human, and the emotions it sends bubbling to the surface are foreign and baffling more often than not. She doesn't know what she's done to earn this easy acceptance, or how to keep doing it. Neither of them pries into her past or family. They actually make a concentrated effort to never be here when her children come to visit, and despite Izuku's strange, knowing gaze, he never asks about her husband. They are simply there when Rei needs them to be. Not because they have to. Simply because, for whatever reason, they want to. Which is why, in the brief silence that follows, Rei opens her mouth and says, "I have a son your age, Izuku." Izuku's legs pause mid-swing, his head tilting in curiosity. "You do." "His name is Shuto," Rei tells him. "I think you two could be very good friends." It's a challenge as much as it is an invitation. A reminder of their first meeting, when Rei looked into the eyes of a child and saw a hero staring back. Not once has Izuku betrayed that theory. It probably isn't healthy to keep entertaining the notion that a 6-year-old is capable of doing what nobody else has, but, well, they are mental ward patients. Besides, she isn't entirely convinced Izuku is 6 years old anymore. She isn't the first. She won't be the last. I'd like that. Izuku chirps, bouncing in place on the bed, smile stretched all the way to his ears. "Mom, can I?" "We'll arrange it somehow," Inko soothes, reaching over from her chair to ruffle Izuku's hair. When she looks over to Rei, her expression is thoughtful, her smile gentle. "Whatever we need to do, just let us know." Rei presses her hand to her mouth to keep it from trembling and nods. "I'll bring all my best drawings to show him," Izuku says seriously. "All your favorites, and I'll draw a bunch more to make him smile." "Good," she whispers. They say nothing about the tears silently dripping down her cheeks. Inko simply produces a tissue and Izuku presses a little bit closer. "We have to tell Mom." "About Shuto?" "Well, yeah. I think she already suspects something's going on anyway. But I meant about me." "That's not going to be a very good conversation, is it?" "Nope. But I'm not hiding this from her. Not this time." "Then we'll do it. Together." Izuku steps back into their home, eyes tracking around curiously as he takes in the space. He's practically vibrating at the seams, tears brimming in his eyes. He takes in a deep breath, his smile tremulous but brilliant. "It smells like you," he says, turning to look at Inko. "It smells like home." Inko's cheeks hurt from smiling. "I'll leave you to get settled in, okay? We still have to redecorate your room, but put your things wherever you like. Call me if you need anything." "I will." Izuku agrees, then dashes to his room, his bag bumping along behind him. It takes him a little while to settle in, going over every part of the apartment like he's fascinated to see it. She supposed it's the way his homesickness has manifested through his quirk. They'd talked about doing a proper quirk assessment, to which Izuku had agreed, but he'd wanted to come home first, and Inko had been too happy to deny him this one request. It's a welcome relief to have the skitter of feet accompanying her baking. He hums along to the music she's put on as he sets one of his All Might figures on a shelf next to the TV, eyeing it critically before nodding and scurrying off to spread the rest of his things around. He still hasn't explained why he's stuffed so much of his All Might stuff to the bottom of his wardrobe, but Inko doesn't have the heart to ask about that either. She helps him pin up the posters he wants and put on his brand new, green plaid bedsheets. They need to go clothes shopping, something Izuku eagerly agrees to, and for the most part he's a normal, 6-year-old boy. A little more reserved, maybe, but a far sight better than the dead-eyed zombie he's been for the last year. "Katsudan." He gasps, skidding across the floor on his socks. Inko has only just pulled out the ingredients. She'll need to get used to that nose of his. We have to celebrate, don't we? Inko insists. Izuku claps his hands in delight and soldiers forward, demanding to know how he can help. It's just like things used to be. Inko sits across from her son as he rambles about heroes, a newly graduated hero straight from University this time, and she listens to him speculate about their quirk and adds in her own suggestions, watching his eyebrows fly up and down in thought, mouth doing gymnastics in an effort to keep up with the word vomit. Invested. Normal. It feels as if the last year was nothing more than a bad dream. Which is, of course, when reality comes knocking on the door. Used to nothing but the gentle beat of music to keep her company, Inko doesn't notice Izuku's silence until it's gone on for well over 10 minutes. She turns around, hands coated in suds, to find him sitting at the kitchen table, staring at her nervously. Izuku. She probes gently. An ingrained habit by this point. Izuku fidgets a little, dips his hand into his pocket and brings out his cards. Inko's heart sinks. Can I talk to you? Izuku asks as he fiddles with the deck. The edges of the cards are worn and cracked. She'll need to buy him a new set soon. After you're done washing up. It's important. Inko considers him carefully. Of course, Izuku. She turns back to the sink, thoroughly rinsing out their chopsticks and laying them to the side. May I ask what it's about? The pause. I think it'd be better if you weren't distracted. Inko does her best to hide her shiver, wincing when drops of water splash over the countertop. She pulls them off the surface with a flick of her fingers and dumps them back into the sink. I'll be done in a minute. Her mind spins. Serious moments like this aren't rare for a child. It takes on a much different tone for a child in a psychiatric ward. She takes her time finishing the dishes, drying her hands thoroughly and straightening out the kitchen. She's stalling. It's ridiculous. It's happening anyway. But the moment comes, time marching on as inevitable as the tides, and moments later she's sat in front of her son, putting on a smile for his benefit. Izuku fidgets a little more before placing his cards on the table, frowning down at them. She waits patiently for him to start. He starts. Stops. Frowns harder and looks up at her. It's the moment their eyes meet. And the truth is almost more than she can bear because there it is again. That knowledge, that understanding, woven into her bones and blood, screaming at her that the boy sitting across from her right now isn't Izuku. It's the set of his shoulders, posture straight and tense. It's the placement of his hands, resting on either side of his cards, ready to grab the deck or anything else that comes his way. It's the way he's pushed his chair back from the table to give him mobility. It's the way he looks at her, with eyes too old and an expression too shuttered. It's a matter of motherhood. You aren't my son, she says, shifting reality into something new as the words are finally spoken aloud. A pocket of space where suddenly anything is possible. Izuku's face crumples. I am your son. I am, the boy whispers, desperate and pleading. I swear, Mom. Don't call me that, she snaps. The thing wearing her son's skin recoils. Stares open-mouthed, panting and shaking. Freezes for an instant, and something shifts, tilts or breaks or recedes. Izuku's eyes clear and the instinct fades, even as his pupils lengthen and teeth sharpen, a snarl rumbling in her son's throat. Don't talk to Deku like that. Words disappear from Inko's mind, replaced by a frozen sea of fear. She battles against the waves valiantly, breathing big, reminding herself that her son is sick, but that doesn't mean for a second she'll abandon him or hurt him, not ever. They might not have ever gotten a diagnosis beyond trauma, but the doctors warned about the possibility of split personality and, Mom, Izuku calls, sounding very far away. He's kneeling up on his chair now, the animal sharpness leaving his features as anger is replaced by intent. Not desperation or fear. Determination. Mom, listen. You have to listen. We're trying to tell you what happened to us. Imaginary water in her lungs, Inko chokes out, You remember? Izuku nods, hair bouncing around him. I always did. Right from the start, but it didn't make any sense and Deku was, He trails off, seeing her expression and faltering before pressing onwards. I know it's crazy and then we were in the psychiatric ward, and there was no way you'd believe us in there. You don't believe us now, but you have to." And to her horror, tears shine in her son's eyes. "I just want you to listen to us. We're trying to tell you what happened. Why can't you just listen?" Inko shakes her head back and forth, pressing her hand to her mouth as her own tears start to flow. This isn't how it was supposed to happen. There would be bumps and scrapes, but Izuku is home, and that means he should be better, means they'd struggle on through by themselves, and maybe the answers would never come, but at least they'd be together and happy. But this kind of madness. And then, Izuku says with his jaw set and eyes wide, "Dad was an alcoholic." The sea is blasted away to the corners of her mind, shock wiping her thoughts clean until there's absolutely nothing left at all. "How?" Her voice cracks. She clears it and leans forward, matching Izuku's pose. "How do you know that?" Izuku swallows, eyes darting around. "Dad, he isn't bad. He isn't a bad man. He just had a bad run of things. And it made him drink until he drank too much, and that made things even worse, but by then he couldn't stop. He jerks and waves his hands frantically. He never hurt you. Or me. Nothing like that. He really isn't bad, but his mind was. To himself. And there were some nights, there were a couple times he called you to say everything was too much and he wasn't coming back. Like really never coming back. And it wasn't he was trying to get sympathy or make you do anything, he just believed it was the only way to make things stop." Inko remembers those nights with blinding clarity. Hours spent pacing inside Izuku's nursery, her son in her arms and panic threatening her every moment. The clock ticked forward another second and Hayashi still hadn't come back. The awful, awful consideration that maybe this time, for real, he never would. But Izuku had been 2 years old when their lives reached breaking point, so how? He did come back though. He always did. He wasn't bad, isn't bad, Izuku corrects with a wince. He got help, eventually, but it was too late to fix everything that happened between you. His tears are falling in earnest now, but, despite that, there's a smile on his face. "It's okay. I get it. He never hit you or me, but some hurts go even deeper than that. You couldn't stay together and be happy, either of you. And Dad couldn't stay in Japan with all the memories, which is why he works abroad. Because he lives abroad. Because this time, he isn't coming back." It had taken months. If Mitsuki hadn't been at her side, babysitting Izuku when Hayashi couldn't leave bed but Inko needed to go to work, supporting her after those long, long nights, helping her sort through forms, determined every minute to make her smile again, Inko doesn't know how she could have still been standing after it all. She'd known she would have to tell him someday, but Inko never wanted her son to experience what that felt like. Not even secondhand. How do you know?" Inko repeats faintly, feeling like she's trying to mouth through soup. "Because you told me," Izuku replies hesitantly, wrapping his arms around himself. His eyes slide to the side, just for a moment, before flicking back to her face. "Well, you told Deku that Dad wouldn't be coming to visit about now, and then you told him why, about 9 years from now." What? "Deku he's in my head, you see," Izuku rushes on to explain. "He came back in time because he is this in a breath, expression dropping like a kiloton weight before forcibly hitching up again. Because bad things are going to happen. So many bad things, Mom, I don't know how to explain it all. That I can, but you, It clicks. Izuku. That Katsuki's nickname for her son based on misread kanji. The ramifications have her recoiling in her seat. Izuku eyes her sadly. He knows you can tell. Nobody else can, but you can tell when it's him, can't you? Inko opens and closes her mouth. She's shaking. The room is rattling a little. Izuku doesn't even turn his head to watch his mother's quirk as her control of it dwindles away. "We're separate now. I mean, we always were, but those first few months, it was really confusing. Deku didn't really know if Eri-chan's quirk would work, none of them did. But they didn't have any other choice," Izuku says, voice soft and controlled. Just like she talks to him when he's scared. Eri-chan, her quirk is to rewind things, or it will be. She, hasn't actually been born yet. But it only works on living things. So she can rewind somebody's body to before it's injured, but she couldn't rewind an inanin. Izuku's eyes slide to the side, mouth carefully shaping out the word. Inanimate object. She couldn't fix one of those. The thing is, souls are living things too. Or sea consciousness, or spirit, or whatever you want to call it. So when things were too broken to ever fix them, she rewound Dekunai's soul back into me. Time travel, Inko says. The words and their meaning do nothing to help define this situation. Izuku nods emphatically, heartened by her rapt attention. I know it sounds crazy, but he really is here. He's me and I'm him. It took us a while to work out where everything was supposed to go, and we kept taking control accidentally, and Dekunai has a lot of really bad memories. He frowns and sits back, crossing his legs underneath him. They're really scary, he admits quietly. For the first time since this conversation began, Inko looks at her son. Really looks. He's still a little pale, shadows under his eyes far too dark, but there's something about the way he moves and holds himself. An easy grace her son never had before. His hair is its usual untamable mess, freckles faint without time in the sun, but he no longer hunches in on himself. No longer looks out at the world like it. Holds wondrous secrets around every corner. He's different. He's changed in a way no mental illness could account for. And it is Izuku. Whatever he said so far, no matter how insane, he was right about that. She can always recognize her son staring back at her. What bad things? She asks, barely comprehending the fact she's actually considering this, but what else is she supposed to do? Either her son has a mental illness or he has the soul of his older self in his head. Either way, she needs to know what's going on inside his mind. What could possibly be so bad that this was the only option? Izuku looks back at her, chewing his lip, and his eyes flick to the side again. Like he's listening to something only he can hear. The change, when it comes this time, is no less jarring. It's her son sitting across from her, but it isn't. His gaze is too focused. His body language too ready for a fight. Older. Dangerous. The end of the world, her son's mouth says, flat and emotionless, and Inko's heart stops completely. That went about as well as we thought it would, Deku deadpants. Izuku tilts his head. She didn't scream, so it actually went better. Deku snorts and readjusts Izuku's position so the boy is resting his weight on the leg that hasn't gone numb. Deku has no idea why his limb has decided to do that when there's no tangible materiality to it outside of Izuku's head. Maybe the expectation of the sensation is enough. It's something he needs to examine now that he isn't focused on helping Izuku appear sane. I wouldn't call not making your mother scream the best indicator for success. Izuku sticks his tongue out. Deku tweaks his nose. I'm kidding. You're right. It actually did go pretty well considering. His younger self seems to accept this, rests back on his chest and hums contentedly. A soft vibration rumbles through his ribs, and a rush of warmth he recognizes as Izuku's happiness floats into the air. It's a drastic change and welcome relief from the rest of their surroundings. He draws a line through the thick sludge he's sitting in, watching it drip off his finger. It leaves a stain and a wet, murky feeling that sinks all the way to his nerves. He settles his hand on his thigh, well away from Izuku and the rest of the muck skiing through his ruined costume wherever it touches. The cavernous expanse is filled end to end with it. The space reaches up higher than Deku can see, and there's a light source coming from somewhere shimmering through soft rainbow hues, but he has no idea where from. And while he's sitting on the sludge, giving the illusion of solidity, Deku knows how deep down it really goes. He was drowning in it long enough. Some months into his impromptu arrival, though he can never pinpoint exactly when, he finally broke through the confused tide of memories mingling with Izuku's thoughts and surfaced here. You don't have to stay, you know, Deku murmurs and settles his chin atop Izuku's hair, a familiar gesture. Between the two of them nowadays. You don't have to be here for me to talk to you. There's absolutely no reason for Izuku to stay in the dismal excuse for Deku's consciousness when he has his cozy bed in his own room instead. No, but you like the company, Izuku replies simply. Deku says nothing. The gentle swell of warm air in the space around them speaks his answer well enough. After existing this way for so long, It's easy to separate their thoughts and emotions most of the time. They mingle and mix, layering across each other in their joy and anger and excitement and grief, but the origin can always be attributed with little confusion. And if they so wish, they can lock themselves off. It's probably the only reason Izuku is home at all. Deku's memories have made an art of relentless consumption, and his younger self hasn't ever been exempt from the horrors that plague him now that there's no life-threatening distractions. He wonders if Izuku can sense the bodies buried beneath the sludge. He hopes not. He's put a lot of effort into keeping them hidden. She will believe us, won't she? Izuku asks quietly, fingers twisting around a loose thread from Deku's frayed sleeve. She isn't going to send us back to the psychiatric ward? You should give Mom more credit. God knows that's one thing he needs to fix right off the bat. It's not believing us that's the issue. She can see the change for herself. It's accepting it. There's still a lot we need to explain, but she'll know sending us back to the hospital won't do any good. Not for something like this. She'd sent them off to bed early with a glazed look in her eyes, something Deku still feels guilty about. If he could have spared her the knowledge of the coming apocalypse, he would have, but for them to do what they need to, there's no way they can hide. And it was keeping things from her the first time around that ended with her burning to death in their apartment after saving his life. As if sensing the turn his thoughts have taken, Izuku sits up straighter, twisting his head round to look into Deku's face. The surplus of iron running through his younger self's eyes still startles him. It shouldn't, because Izuku is him, and it's a version of him that knows the cost of failure, knows what he can become if given a guiding hand to light his way. I'll save everyone, Deku and I, he states. A promise and a reminder. A crystallization of will Deku himself didn't reach for another decade, at least. I know, Otudo, he murmurs, steadying himself with a breath. And now that we're home, we can finally start training. The light in Izuku's eyes makes the whole place shine brighter. Makes the ghostly grip of those he failed that much lighter. I hope you're ready, because it's going to take years to master your quirks. Izuku's eyes widen to size of dinner plates. Wait, my quirks? As in plural? Deku winces at the volume of Izuku's voice, but when he meets the boy's rapturous gaze, his grin is the widest it's been in years. And if it's the first real one he's worn since coming back, well, nobody needs to know that but him. Oh, sorry. I thought you would have realized from all the time spent in my memories. Did I forget to mention? Izuku wakes in his own bed for the first time in so long it takes him a moment to remember where he is. He bolts upright the moment he does, lightning jackknifing through his blood. He sends an askance to the back of his head, wordless and tentative, but all he gets in response is a lazy sort of growl that usually means Deku isn't ready to wake up yet. Not even that can dampen his excitement. Because he's home. He's home and he's going to be a hero. He looks out the window towards the dawn, his all-might nightlight paling against the oncoming glow, and raises his hand to touch the raised tendrils of scar tissue covering his chest through his pajamas. It's still early, really early, but Izuku's used to running on meager hours of sleep, and he doesn't have a single moment to waste. His room and drawers are more barren than he remembers, but he finds a pair of shorts and a hoodie that fit comfortably. A deck of cards rests on his bedside table, and he slips them into his pocket before grabbing a pen and a blank notebook. At his desk, he titles the notebook Hero Analysis for the Future #1, then turns to the first page and writes Deku, one for all. The sun creeps further into his bedroom as he writes, warmth curling over his skin and banishing any dark thoughts that threaten to mar his carefully crafted notes. After an hour, he's filled up 4 pages, and is shading in his drawing when Deku finally nudges him. Silently asks for permission to see what Izuku is doing. Izuku accepts with little more than a passing thought. Wow. We work fast. Izuku bounces in his seat, legs swinging. I wanted to make sure I didn't forget anything. Clearly, Deku mutters dryly. He sounds that way a lot. Apparently Shudo and Hitoshi and Aizawa-sensei are entirely to blame, but Izuku thinks his brother just likes trying to make him smile. You better keep this notebook hidden, Aizu. I'm not exaggerating when I say Aizawa-sensei will absolutely find a way to come back and scold me if our secret got out because we were careless with this information. I know, Deku and Izuku replies patiently. I was gonna hide it in one of my All Might plushies. There's a hesitant pause. Better warn me before you do that. I might cry when you start pulling all the fluff out. I'll put it back in after. You've entirely missed the point, but I appreciate the effort. Izuku pouts. Immediately, he's treated to the strange sensation of Deku smiling softly. Sorry. It's a really good idea. Always best to keep something hidden in plain sight. Mollified, Izuku goes back to his drawing. I'm almost finished. Do you want to read over it when I'm done? You can make sure I haven't missed anything. Sounds good. It's a simple process, one they've perfected through countless hours of sharing information. As long as Izuku can experience it with his senses, Deku can too. It gets weird when Izuku's eating, because Deku can taste things too, and he always complains Izuku makes things too sweet. Izuku's pretty sure his brother just isn't used to eating normal food. He puts the finishing touches on his brother's face because detail is important, then flips back to the first page and lets Deku read. One for all. A stockpiling quirk passed down through the generations via DNA ingestion. Deku had to eat All Might's hair. It tasted like syrup. The only quirk that cannot be stolen by All for One. Originally belonged to All for One's brother but was entrusted to future generations to ensure All for One could be beaten someday. Deku is the 9th holder. Does that make me the 10th? Since I should get all the power Deku stockpiled too? Even if he's technically passing it on to himself. It stores raw power, allowing the user to enhance physical abilities, also seems to make the body more durable. It's possible to control the power output and focus the power into a single body part. If the body isn't strong enough to hold it though, it can cause a lot of damage. I'll need to get much stronger. I don't want my limbs to break off. Also, because the power of One for All has grown so much, all the quirks from the previous holders have melded to its core, meaning Deku could use them, and someday I'll be able to use them. I already have one and it's super cool. I'll put all the information down below. One for All also powered up the previous holders' quirks, so they're a lot stronger than they would have been otherwise. First, One for All, stockpiling power and the ability to transfer the quirk. 2. Supercharge, Deku could transfer energy to others, powering up their bodies and their quirks at a small cost to his own. He didn't permanently lose anything, it just took more time to get his stamina and energy back. Because of One for All, Deku could give people a watered-down version of One for All more accurately, whatever percentage he thought they were capable of using. Useful for de-escalation, offense, defense, rescue, and retreat, depending on who is given the power-up. 3. Fel. This is the one I have. It's the only passive quirk in One for All so far. It's an animal-based quirk, specifically predator-based. It enhances sight, hearing, smell, speed, and strength, and can't be turned off. Deku and me are vulnerable to overstimulation. It also makes our nails and teeth permanently sharper. When I get angry, they get really sharp, and apparently my eyes go all funny, but I've never seen it. Because of One for All, when we're emotional about something, we take on further animalistic qualities, like growling, clawing, and Deku could run on all fours. He didn't do it much though because it hurt his back and took up a lot more energy than normal running. Useful for movement, offense, and reconnaissance spying. 4. Conqueror's will allowed Deku to exert his will on others, intimidating them into surrender or even into unconsciousness. Could be used to subdue animals. With a lot of control, it can also be used positively to calm allies. Not force them to do anything, just let them know he was there. It always gave him a big feedback headache though. Because of One for All, its range was much farther and it was much more difficult to exempt comrades from the blast, emergency use or solo missions only. Useful for de-escalation, defense, offense, rescue, and retreat. 5. Black Whip makes Deku emit black tendrils from his hands. Emotion also affects this quirk, but this one gets a lot more difficult to control. The tendrils overwhelmed him if he was too stimulated, so he needed to be calm. Because of One for All, it powered up immensely, and he could only use it at a low percentage for short PRDS of time. Useful for capture, movement, rescue, and offense. 6. Quirkless. Like me and Deku in All Might. We wouldn't be as strong as we are without them. 7. Float. Deku could hover in midair if he controlled the output, but it's upward motion only. So if Deku was falling, he'd be able to stop the inertia and move upwards again. If he was sent flying upwards, he'd only be able to add to the inertia, so he'd have to use an air blast to slow his ascent. If he was hit sideways, he could only lift himself up to avoid hitting obstacles. Because of One for All, he could move much faster than Nana ever could. Useful for retreat, movement, rescue, and defense. Deku said to think of it like a bubble in your stomach. No matter what way you're facing, you'll always be lifted from that spot. 8. All Might. Deku's teacher. He wasn't a very good one, but he did his best, and once Deku had One for All, he always believed in him. 9. Deku. He called the full spread of One for All full cowling. His output of One for All makes green sparks appear. He could use 100% output by the time he was 21 and could use it consistently without injury by the time he was 22. When he used his legs to fight, he broke his arms a lot. I don't think I want to do that unless I have to. He called it shoot style. He was the greatest. And he was the first person to use all of these quirks together. I can't wait to be as good as him, but he said it'll take a long time. That's okay. It wouldn't be right if I didn't have to work hard like he did. Costume. Coloring, green with white and black trim. Equipment. Material, a special kind of steel latticed fabric. Most heroes have something of a similar make, though the density depends on the quirk. Since Deku relies on speed, agility, and flexibility, his was a slightly lighter grade so he had full mobility. Mouth guard, molded to his face. It also had air filters placed in to filter smoke and toxins. Arm bracers, to support his arms after breaking them so much. I'll probably get them too for protection. Air Force gloves, to let him aim his air pressure attacks. He kept them even after he got comfortable using the right percentage for air blasts, but they were eventually damaged and he never got the chance to replace them. Iron soles, to increase the power of his kicks. They attached to his shoes. He says they could absorb the impact and then redistribute the energy, which is how they increased the impact. Hood, to hide his face. The bunny ears are supposed to look like All Might's tufts of hair. I don't think I'll get them. They're really cool, but they're Deku's thing. I'll need to think of something else. Definitely a hood of some sort. Eye patch, to protect his eye socket after losing his right eye. Eye protection? Deku had trouble seeing through debris sometimes. Shoulder guard, he got this after losing his right arm. The stump needed to be protected because the skin was sensitive. There were cooling pads in the shoulder guard to help lessen the amount of sweat in that area, and he always wore a sock over it to stop irritation. The cooling pads is an interesting idea. It'd be a problem fighting in cold environments though. Utility belt, pouches to keep various tools and medical supplies in. Specially developed to not interfere with range of motion. Deku memorized what each pocket held to minimize the time he spent searching through them. The drawing of Deku is exactly as he appears in Izuku's mind, though without all the rips and tears in his costume. It's a good thing Deku stopped bleeding eventually too. The hole in his brother's chest has scarred over much the same way Izuku's has, but those first few months. Well, what matters is he's better now. Everything seems present and accounted for, Deku says. I like the ideas for your costume, but don't try and finalize anything now. You've got 11 years to plan your design. Izuku smooths his hand down the page, unsure of what to say. The drawing makes Deku feel happy and sad all at once. A swoop in Izuku's chest and a churn in his stomach. It smells like the ground after rain. I'm all right, Izu. It's just been a while since I saw myself, at all actually. Let's not talk about mirrors, Izuku thinks, repressing a shudder. How about we talk about breakfast instead? On cue, Izuku's stomach lets out a massive growl. He giggles and closes the notebook before placing it in his desk drawer. Hey, do you think you could help me make breakfast for Mom too? I haven't heard her get up yet. There's a swell of warmth as Izuku's mood improves again, and Izuku loves that. He loves knowing that Deku is happy because he is. Alright, but nothing that involves anything sharper than a butter knife. And no oven action either. Izuku pauses at his bedroom door, his movement unconsciously silent as he places his bare feet evenly across the carpet. So, toast or cereal? Or fruit? Fruit and yogurt would be good for Mom. Probably some coffee as well. Deku groans suddenly. But, God, I miss coffee so much. I could make coffee for us, Izuku reasons as he steps out into the hallway. Yeah, no, that's a terrible idea. But I need lots of energy for training and coffee gives you that. I'm not giving my 6-year-old self a caffeine addiction. And you wouldn't even be able to focus on training because you'd be too hopped up on caffeine to pay attention to anything. So, no coffee. Only suffering. Izuku stifles another laugh. He's so caught up in his own head that it isn't until he's nearly in the kitchen that he recognizes the proximity of another person and stops short. Mom is sitting at the table, staring into a mug as if the answers to the universe might be held within. Her hair hangs loose, drifting across her shoulders, and she's wearing the same clothes as last night. There are dark circles under her eyes and a redness to her sclera, her mouth bitten raw, knuckles white where they grip the ceramic. All the cheer disappears from Izuku instantly. Oh, he says hesitantly, winces when she jumps. I didn't realize you were up. I was going to make you breakfast. Mom smiles, a faint, tired thing. That's very sweet of you. Izuku's hand twitches to his pocket. He rubs his thumb over his cards and dallies in the doorway, uncertain if he's welcome or not. He knows no matter what his mom loves him, but he's still miffed about what she said to Deku last night, and in all the excitement over quirks and training, he completely forgot she still needs to accept what happened. There's so much they need to explain. Very little of it is happy, and he doesn't want to make his mom cry any more than she already has. But they have to tell her. The enormity of it all wells up like a tidal wave, devastating in its ferocity, threatening to wash Izuku all the way out to sea. Currents churn his thoughts into a useless mess, a maelstrom drenched in blood and a storm looming ever closer, blocking out the sky until only a single star remains. His brother. His older self who had to give up every little piece of himself just to find a world still worth saving. I'm here, Deku murmurs. Izuku forces a breath in through the crushing pressure and nods, just the barest amount. Mom homes in on the movement. She straightens and stands, cautiously approaches Izuku like she's afraid he might bolt otherwise. Izuku's tongue feels like it's been stapled to the roof of his mouth. Izuku, about what you said last night, she trails off. Licks her lips. Her fingers twitch at her sides. She's nervous too, Izuku realizes. Can Deku hear me? Deku's anxious fidgeting buzzes at the back of his mind. Izuku pauses, distracted by the ethereal sensation, before nodding. He can hear and see what I do unless he doesn't want to. Or unless I don't want him to. He's really respectful about giving me time to myself, so it's not like he's constantly there, but I can nudge him if he isn't paying attention and I want him to, and he swallows and rubs the back of his head, unsure what to make of his mom's expression or her scent. It's like metal. Like steel. Mom? Are you okay? Yes, she replies quickly. Too quickly. She shakes herself and kneels down so she's eye level with him, offering another smile. I will be, don't worry. I was just wondering if he could come out again. Oh, Izuku and Deku say in tandem. Are you okay with that? Yes? Yeah, that's good. I'll be fine. Probably. Izuku frowns but allows himself to sink back into his own head. It's different from when he goes to visit Deku. More like stepping back than diving down. Closer to the surface, but still separate and disconnected. It used to scare him. Made him feel like a stranger and prisoner in his own skin all at once, and he had to bite and slap and scratch his way back into reality. Now he's calm. If he chooses, he can turn away from the world, meld into the little space in his subconscious that belongs to him and him alone, and simply rest. It's filled with clear water, warm-toned lotuses drifting in the breeze, the sky open and clear if entirely imaginary, and there's a grassy hillock for him to perch on, decorated by wisteria bushes in honor of Todoroki Rei. He's getting the hang of changing the environment to suit his mood, but he's more interested in changing Deku's environment. It can't be good to sit in that sludge all the time. He keeps his attention outwards, however, feels the way Deku awkwardly flexes his limbs, his brother's gaze flicking everywhere but their mom's face. Hi, Deku mumbles. Mom is in a breath, fingers curling into the soft fabric of her cardigan. She's so young, skin free of worry and laughter lines alike, all of her plumpness lost to time. There was never anywhere Deku felt safer than in her soft, warm hold, the last of his innocence clinging to the belief that everything would be all right as long his mother was there. He can't look at her face. He can't. Not without hearing "this was not your fault." Not without seeing that last smile. Why did so many of his loved ones have to die smiling? He flinches when her hands rest on his shoulders. Viciously suppresses the instinctive urge to duck and dodge and fight. Mom says nothing. Her fingers are trembling. Deku doesn't dare look past his fringe to see her expression. Only holds his breath as he waits for her to yell, to scream, to demand how dare he? How dare he take her son from her? Because Deku knows what he's done is unforgivable, and no amount of explanation will ever make it better. It doesn't matter, he didn't mean it. So he braces himself for the venomous tone, the rage and grief he knows better than he knows his own happiness. He waits and waits and waits, and his mom gently pulls him into a hug. Deku's so surprised he forgets to be afraid. Hug her back, Dehonai. Deku says stupidly. Mom can reach so much of him like this, practically enfold him. Security and love fills his lungs as she strokes the baby hairs at the back of his neck, fits him wholly against her with practiced ease. It aches, but it's a good kind of ache, but it still hurts, but that's okay. I'm sorry, Mom whispers. Deku, if possible, gets even tenser. I'm so sorry I said those things to you last night. Deku swallows, hesitantly brings his hands up to grip at her cardigan. I get it. It's okay. No, it isn't. She presses her face into his hair and he can feel something damp against his scalp. Maybe you're older, maybe you've experienced things I could never imagine, but I know my son would never lie about something like this. Her grip tightens and there comes that scent again. That steel core of resolve. And you are my son. I should never have said otherwise. Tears prick at Deku's eyes. He clenches his teeth, smothering a sob behind cracking enamel. You believe us? I do, she says, a little hysterical laugh shaking across her voice. It's absolutely insane, but it explains everything. Your cards, your drawings, why you know sign language, why you were so attached to Todoroki-san. Even why you can write with your left hand as well as your right. You're different, and I don't think a villain would come up with something as crazy as this, no matter what kind of quirk they had. She pulls away, hands coming up to cup his cheeks. And I don't think you're crazy either. Deku breathes in sharply. Somewhere, somehow, he can feel his little brother offering his own faith and acceptance, utterly ecstatic towards this turn of events. I missed you, he admits, choked and forced out of him, a single tear slipping free. I missed you so much, Mom. It's so good to be able to say that. To have her hear it and understand. Mom wipes the tear away, her own falling in earnest. I'm here now. I'm not going anywhere. The pads of her fingers sink firmly into his skin, carving her next words into what remains of his bones. It doesn't matter what happened, and I don't care why you had to do this. I am proud of you. I'm so proud, and I love you both as much as I ever have. And it feels like home. It feels like everything's going to be all right. It feels like absolution. And Deku bursts into tears. Why, Deku? Mom asks after they've finally managed to eat breakfast through their rocky emotional footing. A lot of the atmosphere has cleared and Izuku is back in control, but he's sending a barrage of mental hugs to his brother while Deku comes to terms with Mom's words. Mom looks a lot better. Relaxed and more aware, like a heavy shroud has been pulled off her. Izuku's so happy he thinks he could share it with the world and still have some left over to spare. It was Dekuinai's hero name, Izuku explains. They're sat at the kitchen table again. Izuku's cards are set to the side, just in case. One of his friends pointed out it sounds like Dikairu, so he kept the nickname and became the You Can Do It hero. We needed a way to separate us, obviously, and nobody had really called Dekuinai Izuku ages, so it just made sense. Mom nods slowly. She has another mug of coffee in front of her and Izuku can feel Deku throwing it longing glances. And you think of each other as brothers? Yeah, because he's me, but he's also not me. He's much older. And smarter. And cooler. So I decided he could be my older brother. I suppose that makes sense, Mom muses. She takes a sip of coffee to collect her thoughts before she leans forward, curious and intent. Can you explain what it's like in your head? Not just what you can do, but what it feels like. Isn't it strange having two of you? Izuku tilts his head and taps his chin the way he's seen Deku do when he's thinking really hard. It was strange at first, but it's basically how I said it last night. There's me and there's him. We can talk to each other with our thoughts and we share emotions, but we can usually tell which one of us it's coming from. When he takes control, I can see what he's doing or I can go into my own head. Dekunai says it's my subconscious, and that it's because of him I can do that. He has his own space as well. Izuku wrinkles his nose. Mine is nice, and I can make it look how I want, but his is all dark and mushy all the time. Mom purses her lips. Deku says nothing. And the dreams? Your nightmares? They're Dekunai's memories. He doesn't mean to drag me into, honest, Izuku insists. When he first arrived he was just scared and confused. Neither of us knew what was happening, or even really where we were anymore. It was all mixed, like bad soup, and we couldn't hold it all in. Now we've got the soup in the right bowls, but it's still all mixed together, so I see things that Dekunai's seen instead of what's actually happening. Like when Katsuki came to visit? Izuku blanches, a flash of a blood-soaked smile dominating his mind before being whipped away with a subtle apology. Why yeah, sometimes, if Dekunai sees something that reminds him of bad things, it's like that's all he can think about. And there isn't enough space in his bowl to hold it all in, so it keeps spilling over to mine. Mom reaches over and squeezes his hand. Something bad happens to Katsuki? It happens to everyone. He peers at her through his fringe. It happens to you. Izuku doesn't offer any more information and Mom doesn't ask. She just goes pale. And what about your scar? How did your chest and back get hurt? His mind whites out. Deku quietly slips into control. I got that just before Eri sent me here, he says, utterly focused on the feeling of his mother's hand around his. Warm and real and alive. I must have brought it back with me. Like Izuku said, everything's melded together, and it seems to manifest physically as well as mentally. There's something in his mom's expression that tells Deku she knows exactly what kind of an injury it was. It wouldn't be hard. There isn't much about a hole in your chest that says anything except fatal. Deku tries not to think about it. Actually, that's what we wanted to talk to you about first, Deku admits and allows himself to be overtaken by Izuku's sharp shot of exhilaration. Dekunai gave me his quirk, too. I noticed. She pauses. Frowns. Wait, what do you mean gave you his quirk? And Izuku, without a shred of regret or hesitation, gives up one of Hero Society's biggest secrets. It's All Might's quirk. What? It's called One for All, Izuku announces proudly. Me and Dekunai are quirkless for real, but when Dekunai was 17 he helped save Kaken from a villain, and All Might was so impressed he passed on his quirk. He makes a face. He was kinda mean to Dekunai first though. Dekdok's. Mom's eyes flash like struck flint, her awestruck expression tightening to disapproval. How exactly was he mean to him, Izuku? Deku pushes for control. Izuku pushes him back. No, Dekunai, it wasn't fair what he said to you. All Might said it was impossible for Dekunai to be a hero without a quirk. Everyone told him that. Everyone said he couldn't be a hero, and then he became the best hero, and it doesn't matter if he used All Might's quirk to do it because Dekunai was the one who put in all the work to learn how to control it, and Dekunai was the one who was brave and smart and kind, and he always tried, even when he was hurt and sad and alone. Izuku folds his arms and glares at his older brother. Dekunai is the greatest, and he is with or without a quirk. Mom stares at him for a long moment, hand raised to her mouth, fresh tears brimming. Upset and proud and guilty? Izuku sniffs, blinking in confusion. The weight of it lingers in the air like vinegar and missed opportunities. Izuku, I'm so sorry. I never meant to make you think I'd given up on you. Mom, can I be a hero too? Izuku deflates and picks at his cards. He'd almost forgotten about that day. It seems so insignificant compared to everything that happened after. It's okay, he mutters and straightens, gives Mom his biggest smile. We're going to do things better this time. He's going to be the best. Maybe, if he tries really hard, he'll be as good as his brother was. There's one thing I don't understand still, Mom says after wiping her eyes. Half their trash must be tissues after all the crying they've done this morning. All Might's quirk doesn't have anything to do with animals, so why does yours? Oh, I have more than one. Mom blinks. I should probably explain this part, Izu. Deku and I's gonna come back out again, okay Mom? She nods slowly. Deku twists Izuku's smile into something more abashed. Have you heard of the quirk singularity theory, Mom? It doesn't sound familiar, but isn't a singularity a point where something is no longer sustainable? Basically, in this case, it's the theory that with every generation, quirks are getting stronger, and eventually they'll get so strong they'll become uncontainable. He tilts his head thoughtfully. But guess it's more fact than theory at this point, because that's what happened when One for All was passed on to me. It's a stockpiling quirk, and 8 people held it before I did, so it's been exponentially growing since its creation decades ago. When it passed to me, it reached its singularity point, and instead of only getting the power that had built up, I gained my predecessor's quirks too. So Izuku's quirk is one of your predecessor's quirks? Before All Might. It's called Feral, Deku confirms. I think the reason it manifested so readily is because it's the only passive quirk among them. Everything else has to be consciously activated. We were so stressed and scared at the beginning, we needed a way to feel safe. It must have reacted to that and pushed through. Mom shakes her head, as if she's trying to knock the world back into realignment. You have 8 quirks. 6, actually. Or 7 if you want to get technical. All Might and I were quirkless when we received One for All, and the 6th holder was 2. Deku begins ticking off his fingers. The original holder had the ability to pass down his quirk. That and stockpiling energy are One for All's main characteristics, so count them as 2. After that there's Supercharge, Feral, Conqueror's Will, Black Whip and Float. We can show you the notes on them later. At the moment, Izuku only has access to Feral and One for All. The more control he has over the latter, the more quirks will emerge. He taps his chin. I've been keeping an eye on All Might, but One for All doesn't seem to be draining from him. I have some ideas as to why, but I won't know for sure until I can examine my presence here in greater detail. Deku cuts off his explanation there because Mom's starting to look more than a little overwhelmed. He takes the opportunity to look around their little apartment, drinking in all the details he'd long since forgotten in his own time. The magnolia walls and kitchen cabinets that were remodeled the year before he started high school. The warped bathroom door, the old TV, the cabinet with the broken hinge, the couch he spent months studying and training on, the smudge on the balcony doors they could never quite wipe away. Itemized pieces of everything about him that was ordinary. There are other memories, of course, hidden in nooks and crannies, in wear and tear still waiting to happen, hovering above sun-bleached floors and fading through time-warped prisms of glass. If he dips too far, he can still smell smoke. He tries not to think about that either. You were All Might's successor, Mom murmurs, voice wound-tight, drawing his gaze back to her. You had all those quirks, and you still had to come back? More quirks doesn't make you a better hero. He sighs and rubs his hand through his hair, momentarily unbalanced by the feeling of 2 short fingers in 2 long curls. It's a very long story. And Izuku's seen it, Mom says. Only the highlights. Deku grimaces in response to her arched eyebrow. Sorry, I shouldn't be flippant. I'm slowly coming to terms with it all. I'm sorry Izuku had to be dragged into it with me. We didn't intend to send me back so far. How far did you intend to go back? Where? She grimaces and corrects herself. When, I suppose, did you come from? I was 27, he confesses quietly. A week away from my 28th birthday. Oh, Izuku. Deku hates the grief on her face. He hates a lot of things about this situation, but dwelling on it won't do anybody any good, so he takes the nasty, insidious emotion and shoves it down into the sludge where all his worst impulses are buried. Eri meant to send me back to a point before I started Yudare, but after I received one for all. That would have given me access to the right people, and just enough time to warn them, but that, well, obviously that didn't happen. We didn't exactly account for the mental backlash of it either. A combat response in a 6-year-old's mind. Inko shakes her head disbelievingly. It's a wonder neither of you reacted worse. She hesitates, suddenly unsure. Is that why you attacked Dr. Tsubasa? The table cracks beneath Deku's claws. No, he snarls, sees his mother's shocked face, and forces himself to calm. Farrell recedes reluctantly, the hunter wired into his DNA hungry for blood. No, he repeats when he's calm. What I did to Tsubasa was stupid and it was me. Izuku had nothing to do with it. But that man is a monster. He experiments on people, turns them into Numu, into those beaked creatures we kept drawing. And when I saw him in front of me, in front of you, he uncurls his fingers and glares down at them. How many people? How many friends did he lose to that BSDRD's Numu? To Shigaraki's bootleg all for one? How many people had to suffer for that man's insanity? I'm really sorry I hurt you, he says lowly, shame coating his throat. And I shouldn't have attacked him. I should have found a way to get in contact with someone. I might not have the credibility anymore, but someone would have been willing to do something. But because of what I did, he'll be gone. There's no way he'd take the risk of someone paying too much attention after what I did. Mom's silence confirms all he needs to know. A muscle in his jaw pulses. Everyone makes mistakes, Deku and Izuku says. The important thing is to do better next time. Deku smiles reflexively and tries his best to believe it. Thanks, Otudo. Do you still want to tell people? Mom asks, face contemplative. Something tells him she's looking for a more thought-out answer than yes, eventually, so he swallows it down and mulls it over. I do want to tell people, but I don't know what to tell them anymore, he admits. All of our plans were based on me having access to U.A and heroes I trust. I don't want people trying to take advantage of my future knowledge, or, more importantly, of Izuku. But I'm not more important. You will be until you're old enough to protect yourself, Deku says, giving Izuku the mental equivalent of a forehead flick. He notices Mom's expression and flushes. Sorry, Mom. Izuku was just saying I'm important too. Well, she says, rallying, I'm glad there's at least some sense still in there. Deku fingers at his cards, forehead scrunched. Izuku did mention, well, we're considering telling Katsuki. Are you sure that's a good idea? Mom asks surprised. He's just a child. So is Izuku, Deku mumbles. Mom's expression flattens so he hastily continues. He needs to have friends his own age, and Katsuki deserves to know why I reacted to him the way I did in the hospital. Not the specifics, but Katsuki's always been stubborn about keeping his word, so he wouldn't tell anyone if we made him promise. He picks his cards up, performs a spin cut with his left hand. It's a lot harder with small fingers. Forces him to concentrate on that instead of the shards of ice in his blood. I don't want Izuku to be alone. And I trust Katsuki more than anyone. I mean, apart from you, obviously. Belatedly, he remembers he has a right hand and attempts a fake Hindu shuffle. The transition isn't smooth by any means, but he's getting better at adapting. Mom watches for a moment. What about Mitsuki and Masaru? I'd rather not. Deku winces. I don't want to tell more people than necessary, and I don't know what they do with the information. Katsuki's just a kid. This way, Izuku won't have to constantly lie around him. They couldn't be friends like that, could they? Besides, I don't think Katsuki will really conceptualize the gravity of it. I'm not expecting his parents to run off to a news outlet or shout it from the rooftops, but it's a lot, Mom agrees with a little laugh. He doesn't mention the hysterical edge to it. She calms out of it quickly enough and nods. If you feel comfortable telling Katsuki, then I won't stop you. Just be careful. God knows the boy doesn't need any more incentive to be a hero. Deku snorts. I'm working on a list of people I'll need to contact, he says, hands stilling around his cards, but it'll be a while before I can get to anyone important. For now, I just want to focus on being home, adjusting to where I am. And we need to get started on Izuku's training, if that's all right with you. He trails up over his uncertainty at the end, incredibly aware that just because Mom believes them doesn't mean she'll agree to everything. Izuku barrels his way back to the front with no such qualms. Wait, why wouldn't it be okay? I want to train to be a hero. Deku rolls his eyes at him, which, rude. Mom rubs her forehead. This is going to take some getting used to, she mutters. What kind of training? Izuku hesitates, but Deku seems content to take the back seat, so he settles into control. Training my body, mainly. Deku says we're fast and agile and flexible. How cool is that? Oh, and we're wondering if it's okay if I join a gymnastics gym? And some self-defense class. Izuku asks hopefully. Deku can teach me stuff, but he says it'd be better to have a teacher on the outside so they can see my form. Oh, and I'll need to build muscle so I can use one for all. Apparently, all my limbs will pop off if I try to use it now. Their mother opens her mouth, closes it. Admirably soldiers past that particular piece of information. I think we can manage that. She drifts a finger around the lip of the mug, a small sigh escaping. I'm not happy about this. I won't stop you from trying to be a hero. Neither of you could ever be happy if I did that, not after. The coffee mug shudders. She covers it with a trembling palm. But I want both of you take it slow. No running off on your own trying to fight villains. If you need to tell someone something about the future, you come to me and we'll work it out from there. Izuku keeps his face carefully blank as he nods. Mom doesn't need to know Deku seriously considered breaking out of the hospital so he could preemptively kick all for one's butt. None of it. It didn't really all start until Deku was around 19, he offers. I mean, there was stuff a few years before that facilitated it, but the worst came after then, so... Mom's shoulders round out. Well, I'm glad we have the time to think this through. That's good. That's a relief. She definitely doesn't need to know the only reason Deku decided not to was purely because he didn't know how to find all for one. Would you like to sign up for classes before or after you go back to school? Asks. Izuku blinks. She raises an eyebrow. Did both of you forget about school? In my defense, Deku mumbles, I haven't been to school in 8 years. Izuku relays that information and Mom laughs. Okay, we're going to need to set some ground rules. I know you've already been through it all, Deku, but Izuku still needs to go to school and learn. She fixes him with a hard look. I also expect you to be mindful of his age when you're considering activities and using certain vocabulary. Yes, Mom. You mean like bad words? Izuku pipes up. Like F and sheet and stuff? Izuku. Deku plants himself face down in the sludge. Right? Okay, I'm never coming out again. I'm going to stay here forever and live vicariously through you. What's so bad about swearing? I've seen and heard way worse things. That's not a good thing. Also listen to Mom. Guiltily, Izuku tunes back in. That language from your mouth again, regardless of who's saying it, understand? We won't. Mom lets out a long sigh. I also think you should see a therapist. It was recommended by the hospital, and I wasn't sure before, but I am now. Even if you don't tell them the truth, it'll be good for you to talk through some of the things you've seen. If it's anything like your drawings. Izuku winces and twists his fingers together. What you think, Deku? Deku raises his head, muck dripping from his hair, and hums thoughtfully. I think she's right. We got used to the hospital, but the rest of the world's still waiting. Past experience shows we probably need a safety net like that, he muses. I've never been though. I don't know what it'll be like. We'll do it, Mom, Izuku says. Mom smiles, satisfied, then stands up and moves around the table. Once she's beside Izuku's chair, she pulls him into a hug. He accepts it gratefully, snuggling his face into her stomach. Mom gives the best hugs. Now then, I think that's enough for one morning, she says. She does a good job of not sounding as exhausted as she feels. I was planning to take you on a trip out today, but it's up to you. I don't want you to be uncomfortable. I'm ready. Izuku jerks up, bouncing on his chair, hands still gripping Mom's hips. Can we? Please? Her smile turns radiant at his enthusiasm. Go get dressed properly and put your shoes on. We'll leave soon. Deku casts a mournful look towards Mom's coffee mug and sighs. I'm going back to sleep. You're no fun, Deku and I. Despite his reprimand, Izuku understands why his older brother slips into the recesses of their mind to rest. The last time Deku saw Japan, it was a wasteland. Disintegrated buildings filled with bodies and villains, Numu prowling the cracked streets, cars upturned and windows smashed, and threat danger fear bled so deep into the earth that even the air was smothered by its scent. Deku wants Izuku to enjoy his time without the threat of nightmares made flesh, and it makes something warm and achy eat at Izuku's chest to know how much Deku cares. A day home turns to a week, which turns to 2, and Izuku takes every opportunity he can to go out. Everything seems both bigger and smaller than it did before, like a picture stretched to fit the inside of a snow globe. Ordinary houses, neighborhoods, kids wandering unarmed and unsupervised, adults hurrying to work or home instead of away from desolation, heroes proudly patrolling in full view, even stopping to chat without worry of a knife in their back. A tiny piece of the world that constitutes their entire childhood running through seamless routine. Predictable. Open. It makes Deku want to scream. On top of that, Izuku quickly finds he has to get used to scents and sounds he couldn't pick up before. The fact he can walk past someone and know what they had for lunch just from the smell of their breath, that he can hear police sirens 10 streets over and conversations from the apartment around theirs. It wasn't quiet in the hospital, but they were familiar with every sound. Even the antiseptics stopped giving them headaches eventually. Outside, everything is brighter, thrumming and thriving, colors dialed up to the extreme of the spectrum, lights bright and people loud, and sense a constant mingling mess. And sometimes, when the sun goes down and all of it ceases, when he lies in bed and it just goes away. Sometimes. Pain, that's pain. Isn't it? Isn't it? Struggling, lurching, stumbling, and it hurts. Panic, instinct, run, you need to run, from what? But pain is good, pain means what? Fall, stand, fall, pain, exhaustion, dark. It's dark and there's nothing and bright and sound and breath and heartbeats, and he's alive because he is. Izuku isn't sure what happens during those moments. All he knows is that he can't sleep without his nightlight anymore. It's slow. It's hard. There's a countdown in his head and the ticking sounds like a week before he turned 28. Clocks try to tell him differently, uniform and insistent, but what does a clock know about time? Izuku used to think turning 6 would be a big step. Now he's due to turn 7 next month, and it's hard to forgive the sand that trickles away between his uselessly grasping fingers. You've gained the time perceptions of an adult, Deku explains to him one day, vaguely apologetic. Birthdays aren't the milestones they once were when you're older. The more experiences you have, the quicker they seem to pass you by. Izuku accepts this with little disappointment. When he really thinks about it, he'd take his big brother over a slow life any day. During the time they spend at home, Deku introduces him to his training, which basically amounts to very little right now. Izuku's body is too young, supple and soft in all the wrong places. He can manage press-ups, sit-ups, mild calisthenics, anything designed to strengthen his body rather than build muscle mass, and he can work on his flexibility, but there's a fixed limit they have to abide by if they don't want to end up doing damage. Mostly, they focus on technique, building foundations they know won't crumble underfoot. It helps a lot. Makes Izuku feel like he's doing something, and even if it's a minuscule step forward, every day his body gets stronger. Gradually, unwaveringly, Mom adapts alongside him. She has to go back to work eventually, but with Deku there to keep an eye on Izuku, she comes to accept they'll be fine at home by themselves. She convinces the school to let Izuku be homeschooled until he's caught up with his peers, and while she asks for details of their warped future, she never pushes. Just holds him when the nights get too long and the monsters get too close. She's insistent about treating them as two different people as well, coaxing Deku into conversations Izuku can't always follow. Just because he sees Deku's memories doesn't mean they share their full sum of knowledge, after all, but Izuku doesn't mind. His brother lights up like the sun when he chats with Mom, especially when it's about boring, ordinary, everyday topics. He knows a lot about the law, for one thing, and Mom is pleasantly surprised to have someone to discuss her work with. It was a topic that came up at Yurere, Deku explains. The project was more to do with hero and quirk laws, but I went a little overboard. I think I spent the better part of a week interrogating you about the specifics. Mom gets a little misty-eyed. She usually does when Deku mentions U.A or All Might. Well, I have a 10-year deficit in experience, unfortunately. It should be me interrogating you. You're the best. If Izuku didn't have Feral or Deku, he'd never have guessed his mom is more worried than she shows. It clings to her skin like fog, like not reaching out far enough. Every time they manage to wipe that scent away is a victory. They also make sure to go back and visit Rei whenever Mom can take them. Rei doesn't bring up Shudo again, and despite Deku's nervous, overwrought energy at the prospect of seeing another dead but alive friend, Izuku doesn't press. He's still gearing himself up to face Katsuki. There's no chance of him meeting Dabi and coming away unscathed. He already didn't, and Dabi isn't even Dabi yet, he's Tuya, and that concept by itself is just another frayed knot of emotion in his chest that scrapes his thoughts raw whenever he tries to untangle the threads. He'll have to meet Tuya. He knows that because he made a promise and he keeps his promises, but he can't. Right now he just can't. Deku's still sorting everything out, trying to thread everything together in a way that makes sense. Stain's easy, first showing up when Deku was 16, his ideology gaining traction for 3 years until Deku, Tenya and Shudo stopped him. All they have to do is make sure he's caught before that. They have to save Ingenium. The Kamino Ward incident? Simple, don't let Katsuki get kidnapped. They have to save All Might. Overhaul's also an easy thing to slot into place. He stole Eri away around the same time Stain appeared. Trigger and his quirk-destroying drag were rampant problems by the time Deku started UA, and after Overhaul was defeated, Shigaraki came into possession of the quirk-destroying drag. So they have to stop that earlier too. They have to save Eri. The joining of the League of Villains and the Meta Liberation Army, all for one, Garaki Kyudai, Shigaraki, the Numu, the high-end Numu, the war. That's a hell of a lot more complicated. They have to save everyone. Maybe it wasn't when things started to go wrong, but it's the linchpin that sent everything crashing down in its wake. Deku didn't even finish his first year before UK was burned to the ground. Villains running amok, riots and protests in the streets, some just scared citizens, some members of the Paranormal Liberation Front, plants and spies, and never knowing who to trust, not even your friends because of people like Toga Himiko. The faith in heroes ground to dust and hope scattered to ashes, and a whole world determined to fall apart at the seams. How do you explain all that? How do you neatly sum up 8 years spent fighting a war that didn't ever stop? Izuku shoves it aside for later. Pretends the smell of brimstone doesn't keep him up at night and trusts that Deku will help him see it through, because even though Deku isn't always there, even though Deku is tired and heartbroken and afraid and angry, his brother always comes back, so Izuku resolves to do the same, and they make that be enough. It has to be. They don't have time for anything else. Deku is home. Katsuki knows this because Mom told him, and then Auntie Inko told him, but she told him by herself because Deku wasn't there when she came over to visit. Apparently he's doing better, but not well enough to come back to school just yet. Or to see Katsuki. Which is fine. Whatever. It's not like it matters. The problem is that Katsuki hasn't been able to stop thinking about it. Not the fact that something's wrong with Deku or the fact that he'd gone crazy, but the fact that something in him needs to know why. Deku's a useless idiot. He shouldn't so much as catch Katsuki's attention, let alone hold it in a vice the way he does without even being here. That day in the hospital is still burningly clear in his mind, searing in its intensity whenever he passes by Deku's empty desk. Flash fire pinpricks of all the things he didn't do but should have done. All Might would have lifted Deku straight out of that place. He'd have punched the villain who hurt Deku, and he'd probably already know what the hell Deku was talking about when he said run. But Katsuki froze and he can't ever do that again. Which is why, when Katsuki is walking home from school, passing the park, and he glances over to see who else but Deku perched on the swings, he doesn't hesitate. Kaken, you wanna play in the park? Katsuki ignores weird fingers and marches across the playground. Deku has his hood up despite the sunny day, and he's toeing at the ground, gently rocking back and forth, cards flicking between his hands. And when the hell did he learn to do that? Before Katsuki can yell though, Deku turns to him and offers a smile. Was he waiting for me? Hi, Kaken, he greets, shifting his weight. More than ever, that name sees him off. What the f happened to Katsuki? Deku winces, hands stuttering through a card cut, a faint crease dipping his eyebrows as he notes the boy standing behind Katsuki. There's something sharper about him too. Not thin. Deku doesn't look like he's about to keel over anymore, but he doesn't look right either. He still has those deep purple marks under his eyes, potent and arduous, and there's something in his eyes Katsuki doesn't know how to quantify. Like an instinct has been switched on that makes him more than the timid little boy who used to trail after Katsuki's every whim. He doesn't reply and Katsuki loses his patience. Sparks pop in his palms. The sting is familiar, the one in his chest even more so. What? Got nothing to say to me now? It's not you, Deku says slowly. I just have nothing to say to him. Weird Finger scoffs. Katsuki hadn't even realized he was following. But I don't want to talk to you anyway. Everyone knows. You're crazy, Tsubasa told everyone what you did to his grandpa. They had to move away 'cause they didn't want to be anywhere near a freak like you. Katsuki's heard the story. He's still deciding how much of it he believes. Deku twitches, curls inwards and breathes very slow, very even, still shuffling the med cards. I don't care what you think, he says eventually, voice strained, but not like he's lying. More like he's sorry. You wouldn't bother to try to understand. I only came here to see Kaken. There's something ferrous underneath his words, and with an uncomfortable jolt in his midsection, Katsuki finally understands the change. It's confidence. Surety. As if somewhere in all that madness Deku found something that proved his worth, too, and not a single person on Earth will be able to tell him otherwise. The idea sinks its claws in and Katsuki clenches his fists, lets sweat pool in the lines of his palms and breathes the sweet aroma of nitroglycerin. You're gonna tell me what happened to you? He demands. Deku nods. Does Auntie Inko know? Yeah, Deku says, a clear dir attached to his tone. Katsuki's fists twitch. That doesn't match up from what he's heard when Auntie Inko comes to visit. God damn it. Shove off, Katsuki tells Weird Fingers. But Kaken, I said go away. Weird Fingers stares at him, then stalks off all affronted, like Katsuki should care or something. He hops onto the swing beside Deku's and glares at the ground, waits as Deku tucks his cards into his pockets and folds his hands around the swing's chains instead. At this angle, Katsuki can't see Deku's face. It's easier. Deku pushes off, sways, taps his fingers against the chains like he doesn't remember how to sit still anymore. I'm sorry about what happened at the hospital, he says hesitantly. I got lost a lot in my nightmares back then. It's fine, Katsuki mutters. Just hurry up and tell me what the hell this is all about. Was it the villain? Did they do something to you? It wasn't a villain, it kind of was. But mostly it wasn't. I want to tell you, Deku says as his shoes scuff against the ground. He twists to catch Katsuki's gaze. You deserve to know, and you'd probably work it out someday anyway. But you have to promise that you'll keep it a secret from everyone. You have to swear it on. He cuts off, eyes flicking to the side before focusing back on Katsuki's face. You have to swear it on All Might. Sure, whatever. No, you have to promise. I mean it, you can't even tell your parents. Katsuki huffs and folds his arms. It's not exactly the overbearing request Deku's making it out to be. When I say I'm gonna do something, I do it, stupid Deku. I'll keep it a secret. You swear it on All Might? Deku's eyes are wide and imploring. Yeah, I swear it on All Might. Deku leans back into his hood, knuckles white around the chains. Katsuki's eyes widen. Are those claws? But before he has a chance to ask, Deku? Without looking at him and in too soft a voice, tells him the most unbelievable story he's ever heard. Katsuki is angry. If you didn't want to tell me, you should have just said that, Katsuki interrupts, leaping to his feet. What the hell kind of excuse is that? You really think I'd believe that crap? I am telling you. Katsuki's had enough. He lunges because he's furious, because something happened to Deku and he doesn't understand and he can't work it out, and now Deku's lying like the idiot has any right to treat him that way. But before he can get a hold of Deku's shirt, Deku grabs his wrist. Twists. Pushes. Katsuki trips, all his weight thrown in the wrong direction, and he hits the ground, quirk shocked out of activating. The whole thing is over so quick he's stuck blinking up at Deku, disarmed and disbelieving, and Deku stands with his fists raised, posture wound tight like a spring, his pupils narrowed and hard and wild. Then the tension breaks and everything softens. Deku's expression twists into dismay. He steps forward, reaching out a hand. Are you okay? I didn't mean that, I'm sorry. Katsuki smacks the hand away. Stay away from me, he snaps and scrabbles to his feet, determined to run home and never think about the stupid, lying Biggie ever again. Wait! All at once, Katsuki unleashes his explosions. Deku recoils, eyes and mouth wide open, tears swelling in his eyes. Katsuki ignores the lurch of guilt and stomps away. Ufanji heard me. Come back when you want to tell me the truth. But Deku keeps talking. A week from now, All Might will fight a villain in New York, he says quickly, unsteadily. Katsuki grits his teeth and walks faster. The villain tries to make him choose between saving people and catching the villain, but All Might does both. He saves and wins, and it's all anyone can talk about for months. I'm telling the truth, Kaken. I don't know how else to prove it. Kaken. Katsuki doesn't stop running until he's home. He doesn't breathe a word of what Deku said to him either. A week later, there's a ferocious banging on the door to the Midoriya household, punctuated by the alarming undertone of explosions. The TV is on, sound muted, images scrolling by of All Might's miraculous rescue in the streets of Manhattan hours earlier. Izuku answers the door before the neighbors can complain. What the actual Deku? Deku can't breathe. Ash is pasted to the inside of his throat, sweeping broad strokes down his lungs and filling his stomach every time he swallows. Debris skitters below his feet as he staggers forward, coughs and splutters painstakingly muffled behind his tongue, the length of corridor flickering snapshot flutters as his eye fights exhaustion and dust. Instinct drives him onwards, but there's little else, one for all beating uselessly against his blood like a moth inside a light bulb. The floor shakes. At his side, Katsuki stumbles. Deku can't support him. His right arm hurts too much. But he hasn't a right arm for a long time. They crumple and Deku doesn't have time to break Katsuki's fall, only his own. His hand slips off Katsuki's and he hits the ground with bone-rattling intensity, flashes of color spinning in the corners of his vision. Sorry, sorry, sorry. He chokes, echoes the words with his hand and shifts over to help Katsuki prop himself against the wall. Clicks his teeth to make sure they're all still there. Sheet, come on, Katsuki. We need to find Eri. She's your only chance, you've lost too much blood. The blonde's face is pale and drawn, eyes pinched. His shattered wrist is curled protectively into his chest, swollen purple punctured by burst capillaries, and if the blood dripping from the edge of his mouth is anything to go by, there's a lot more broken in his chest than just his ribs, and it doesn't help he's already lost one FANG lung. But the worst is his leg. Deku can't stare at it without retching. An entire chunk of his calf is missing. Viscera spills across the hastily improvised binding, spokes of bone peeking out amongst the carnage. If they don't get to Eri, he'll never use that leg again. If they don't get to Eri, he'll... Katsuki smacks his arm. Stupid Deku, he signs, fingers sluggishly transitioning between the delicate shapes. The wolf? Really? I was a bit distracted, Deku wheezes. I thought Froppy and Shudo had it handled. Did you see them? Did you see where they went? Katsuki's lips thin. Deku swears and glances down the corridor. The sounds of pursuit are too close. There's still a way to go before they can regroup on the surface, and the cracks along the roof represent a countdown lurching towards 0 at an alarming rate. Why did you do that? They were aiming for me. Why did you get in the way? Blood spurts between Katsuki's teeth as he laughs, the sound splashing against the walls. Don't know. My body just moved on its own. Deku swipes his eye, burning in all the wrong ways. Fine. Fine, just come on, we have to go. Before he can haul Katsuki to his feet, Katsuki grabs his wrist. It has to be you, he rasps. Too quiet and too loud. A voice unable to hear itself. You get that, don't you? You get why it has to be you. Deku wrenches his wrist free. That doesn't mean I'm just going to leave you here. You have to. Katsuki shudders and sighs, fingers slipping, strength leaving him all at once. Sluggishly, he continues signing, not gonna be useless dead weight. Save them. I'll take the villains down with me. It's the least I can do. Another quake. An explosion. Deku fights to keep his balance, to see through the tears, to keep his wrecked heart beating, because it feels like a conscious, physical effort, like he could shut his eye and try hard enough and put an end to the agony ripping it apart. He doesn't dare stop looking at Katsuki. Picks out every detail and tucks it somewhere safe, finds a place untouched by the gore and horror and hides it so nobody will ever be able to take it. This isn't the first time he's had to do this. It isn't the first time he's wished Katsuki never came back for him either. And like a shot of gasoline into his brain chemistry, here's the anger, ready to explode and gouge and ruin. He clenches his fist, blood trickling down his agonized fingers, holds it tight and lets it burn. His fury at Katsuki, every belittling comment, every unimpressed look, every time Katsuki pushed and made Deku believe things could somehow be okay again. Life has never been that fair. Not ever. It's pointless and stupid, and there's only suffering and people wanting to hurt you and hate you, and you can't love anything or anybody because it'll all be taken away or ruined and you'll be alone, constantly have to fight, constantly having to run just to stay alive. And damn this whole world and damn its villains for giving him this life, this suffering, this unchecked pitch-black anger when all he wants to do is just help people. Deku wants to scream. He wants to run towards the fight and destroy the villains anew. He wants to claw his way out of the earth and tear down the stars, set fire to the world just because he knows he could. Oh, he so very easily could. I hate you, Deku whispers. Katsuki's eyes are soft, even bloodshot and pale. Feelings mutual. SCK it up. I'm the one who's dying here. Deku's fist cracks against the ground. Lightning chars his spine. Black whip roils beneath his palm. Fangs dig into his cheek and spill blood. He loses himself for a moment, struggling to keep Conqueror's will contained. A tap on his knee brings his gaze to Katsuki's hand. Control still messed up? He grimaces. It feels like eating knives. Too many emotion-driven quirks for someone like me. Stop that. It's your power, isn't it? You tell it what to do. Katsuki wipes his mouth and grins. Furious. Unafraid. I'll hold off as long as I can. Believe me, you'll feel it when it hits. Make sure everyone's out of here by then. Shut up. I can still save you. We just have to run a little longer. Izuku, Katsuki says. Completely. Katsuki is still smiling. I'm going to win, he signs. Those BSRDS think they got me. I'll prove them wrong. There's so much blood on the floor. The Numu the villains, they're too close, and Katsuki's right. Deku doesn't have control anymore. He can't remember the last time it felt like he did. Save them. No choice. No chance. No time. I will, Deku whispers, and just that. He stands. The tension drains from Katsuki's frame. Listen, if it couldn't be me, he coughs, forcing swears under the percussive sound. The fit passes. Deku has already turned away. He doesn't trust himself not to rip the words apart from the tongue out. If it couldn't be me, I'm glad it'll be you. 5% the minimum he can risk ricochets through his remaining limbs, and he lets the wind drag away his sobs. Wonders, not for the first time, if there's something irreparably broken inside him. If everything that's been done to him has robbed him of something crucial, taken away all the precious human remains and filled the gaps with something twisted and rotten. Let him be wrong, Deku pleads. This isn't fair. This isn't right. There has to be a better way than this. But there isn't. And Deku was the first one to know it. How are you today, Izuku-kun? Izuku tips back and forth where he's perched on a low seat like a fidgety gargoyle, socks mismatched and a gang orca hoodie dwarfing his small figure. His shoes sit neatly on the floor, and he's angled the chair so both the door and windows are in his eye line at all times. There's a new bandage on his hand and he picks at it absently as he considers the question. He'd sliced the skin open with his claws in the aftermath of one of their nightmares. It itches. Tired, he admits finally. How are you, Nami-san? I'm doing well, she tells him. Thank you for asking. She looks comfortable on the large couch, her legs crossed and feet bare. Her nails are a delicate shade of pink, complementing her red cardigan, and she has a pair of leaf-shaped earrings shaded in autumn colors that glint when the sun hits them. Last week she was wearing earrings in the shape of bunnies. Izuku liked them better. Would you like to talk about why you're tired? She asks, unconcerned, as if it didn't matter one way or the other. She smells like the earth. I had a nightmare, he replies. Deku is listening, but he's more curious than actively taking part. They've made it a point to not switch control during these sessions, even if this is only their second. I usually have them. What was it about? My friend dying. Izuku curls his arms around his knees and props his chin on top, gazing around the room. She has a row of shelves stuffed full of books, but in front of them are figurines, all manner of mythical creatures and heroes. Jormungandr has an entire shelf dedicated to it, its body comprised of little arches, designed to look like it's dipping in and out of the wood. It wasn't as bad as some of the others. Why not? There's something comforting about the fact she keeps her eyes fixed on him. Her notebook sits closed on the coffee table. She probably writes a lot about him after he's gone, but it's nice she doesn't make him watch. I've had that one a lot, so I am used to it. And I know Kakin isn't dead 'cause I see him almost every day. Izuku squints and tips forward a little further, toes curled into the soft leather. That statue is new. It's a soldier clad in ancient armor that might be Greek or Roman. Waves rise around its feet and curl up its legs. They're painted a strange shade of baby blue. Izuku rubs at his eyes, discontented without quite knowing why. Odysseus, Deku murmurs just as Nami says it. He was a Greek soldier, sailor and king, she explains. He was incredibly clever. The infamous Trojan horse strategy is accredited to him, but he never wanted to go to war in the first place. The whole time he just wanted to go home. It took him a long time to return to his wife and son, years and years traveling across the ocean, but he never gave up, and eventually he found his way back to them. It's one of the few Greek myths with a happy ending. If you call slaughtering a room full of suitors who wanted his wife a happy ending, sure, Deku says, perturbed. Izuku repeats. If Nami is surprised by the knowledge, she doesn't show it. I didn't say he always did the right thing, only that he received a happy ending, she points out. Everyone makes bad decisions. If he was supposed to be so clever, why did he think the only answer was to murder a bunch of people? Izuku wonders. That seems kinda stupid. So he should have been punished for his actions? Well, yeah, obviously. Even if you're a king, you can't just go about murdering people you don't like. Nobody would trust you if you did that. So what do you think a king should be like then? She asks. Clever and not murderous, Izuku says with a small grin. He rests his cheek against his elbow, thinking. They should be kind. And strong. Strong enough to protect everyone. And they should be good at listening, too, even to the people who they don't like. Especially to the people who are bad. I don't think people are born bad, so if they become bad, something made them that way. If the king's responsible for their nation, then he should work on fixing things so nobody else will turn bad. The prickly scent of intrigue makes Izuku scrunch his nose. You think it isn't people's fault that they're bad? Not entirely, Izuku says slowly. A flash of movement outside the window lifts his head up. There's a pigeon on the windowsill. He wiggles his fingers at it. The pigeon ignores him. Kakin is bad sometimes, he mumbles. He's my friend, and he's really strong and cool, but I'm not sure I'm his friend. He calls me Deku, and he thinks he's better than me because everyone always tells him how great he is just because of his quirk. But it was him who realized the kanji in my name can be read as Deku, and it was his choice to call me that. Not anyone else's. Katsuki hasn't sunk into the worst of his inferiority complex spiral, but they'd forgotten just how much the blonde likes to make everything about him. He demands answers to questions Izuku doesn't know how to answer, about the future, about All Might, about Katsuki himself. There's no violence probably because Katsuki's aware that even if Izuku won't, Deku will fight back and the insults barely glance off them, but it hurts to dream about the Katsuki who told him I'm glad it'll be you, only to wake up and find why did you have to come back at all? Izuku refuses to tell him how he died. He isn't going to tell anyone how they died. Not unless there's a very real danger of it happening again. He's still just a kid, Aizu. He doesn't understand what he's doing. It feels like he thinks I'm not good enough, Izuku says to Deku as much as he does to Nami. Like it's my fault he hesitates. Tears his eyes away from the pigeon to focus back on Nami. For getting hurt. I don't think he thinks it's my fault it happened at all, just that I didn't do more to stop it? Does that make sense? Do you think that as well? Nami asks, ever patient and gentle. Izuku aims a glare inwards. Deku responds with a bland smile. No, Izuku says resolutely. None of what happened was my fault. I just won't let it happen again. Nami's mouth flattens. It isn't ever your fault when people hurt you, Izuku-kun. It is if I know they're going to do it and I don't stop them. Is that happening? Nami asks. She's asked it a few times. They're still trying to wrangle an answer out of him that will explain what happened the night Deku came back, but it doesn't bother Izuku too much. He trusts Deku will work out who needs to know and who doesn't. No, he replies honestly. The scar on his back and chest prickle. Not like they hurt. Just like his brain is reminding him they're there. I don't remember what happened that night, but nothing like it has happened since. Nami eyes him for a moment but seems to accept that as the truth. Izuku takes the time to examine the Jormungandr figurine again. All the scales have been carved with meticulous detail, and he's curious what kind of paint they use to make the colors undulate when he moves his head from side to side. He'd like to use that for his own art. Have you talked to Kaken about your feelings? You should call him Bakugu. He hates it when adults call him Kaken. Sorry, I should have told you that before. Apology accepted, she says pleasantly. I'll remember that. When she offers nothing more, Izuku huffs and answers, no. I haven't talked to him about it. I don't really know how to. I know he's just a kid we're both kids, so maybe he doesn't realize what he's doing. I don't know how to make him understand. You talked to him. Nami smiles at his doubtful look. Now why didn't we think of that? Deku asks sarcastically. It's not our fault he's so hard to talk to. Is Bakugu's quirk telepathy? No, Izuku shudders. A telepathy quirk sounds awful. His sweat is like nitroglycerin, and he can detonate it with his palms. It is a really cool quirk. It sounds like it, Nami replies. It's weird, because it's more like she's humoring him, but Izuku can't tell if that's the truth or not. Since he can't read your mind, how is he supposed to know that you feel this way? People don't ever know how you're feeling unless you tell them. I know, Izuku trails off again, unsure how to explain the complexity of their relationship without sounding like he has 27 years worth of memories of someone who's only just turned 7. When Deku and Katsuki were good together, they were brilliant. Katsuki wasn't the only one who could keep up with Deku, but he was the best at it, and they'd known each other so long it was easy to click and sync. But Katsuki was also the person who bullied and belittled Deku for years, who insisted more than anyone he'd never be a hero, who told him to go take a swan dive off a roof. Izuku-kun, breathe. Izuku does, gasps in too much and grips his head as the room spins. Deku swiftly transmits a wave of warmth, the sensation sinking into Izuku's bones like when mom gives them a hug. In his peripheries, he's aware of Nami rising to fetch a glass of water. He takes it gratefully, concentrating on the smooth, cool contrast to his brother's affection, tapping his nails against the glass in sets of 5. It isn't until his claws recede that he takes a small sip and draws his attention back to his therapist. She's back on the couch, which is good too, because it means she isn't too close. He has trouble with that still, particularly with strangers, and as much as he likes Nami, she's still a stranger. There are a lot of times when you're going to have to struggle to make yourself heard, Nami says. Those who are worth keeping around take the time to listen and change. And if they aren't willing to do that, it's them who lose out. Never you. Izuku digs his teeth into the soft ridge of his tongue. He understands what she means, but that isn't an option for him. He's bound to these people, to every fault and virtue, to all the ideals they would die for. Even if Deku hadn't come back, he always would have been. I can't tell if it's comforting or disappointing that I'm more worried about a 7-year-old Katsuki than I am everything else. It's confusing. I have too many different versions of him in my head. Deku grimaces. Yeah. I guess I was kind of expecting him to be more like how he was? Or will be. That's probably my fault. Sorry. Izuku shakes his head, stops when he realizes he has an audience. He doesn't regret telling Katsuki the truth. He just somehow forgot there was always a lot of bad mixed in with the good. Are you comfortable with considering that your homework for next week? Nami asks when he's drained half the glass. Izuku glances back to the window. The pigeon has been gone for a while. I'll try to talk to him. His hands tighten around the glass. What if he gets angry? Then that's his choice, Nami says gently. If he's your friend, if he's a good friend, then he'll listen. Nami's good like that. She takes the time to understand how he thinks, even if it means rambling about things that have nothing to do with him, and doesn't hesitate to push. And it's calming to speak to someone quirkless who's dedicated her life to trying to help people. Izuku closes his eyes and nods. He's watched Katsuki die for him. The least he can do is tell his friend he's kind of an a-hole. Katsuki's never cared much about the concept of time. He knows how to read the clock, was the first of all his friends to be able to thank you very much, and he knows, in an abstract way, how seconds add to minutes add to hours. How counting down always seems to take so much longer than counting up. Weekdays spent soaking sun in through the classroom windows, waiting for class to end, then the unexplainable transition from freedom to sunset that always seems to pass in the blink of an eye. Time is tricky and strange and makes his head hurt when he concentrates on it too long. Katsuki remembers turning 6 and nearly losing his friend a couple months later, and he remembers turning 7 and getting Deku back, but it doesn't feel like a year. It feels like more. It feels like nothing at all. He understands being 27 and being almost 7 even less. The whole stopping the end of the world thing? Yeah, whatever. He's wanted to be a hero his entire life, and that's what heroes do. They win. They destroy the villains so the villains don't even think about coming back for more. But Deku, that's abnormal. An hourglass broken into something barely recognizable and trying to categorize the shattered pieces is like trying to sort out a sandstorm, like trying to snatch every individual grain out of the air and layer it into a design that resembles sense. It's not just one thing, it's too many little things. Katsuki has talked with older Deku a little. It's obvious the idiot has no idea how to act around him. Okay, so he's kind of cool, and he was acknowledged by All Might, and he did become a hero in the end, but he has this way of looking at Katsuki like he's surprised the blonde is standing there. Sort of sad and happy all at once. Deku is sort of sad all the time, really, which Katsuki will grudgingly admit makes sense even if he has no idea how to deal with it. Those meetings are few and far between, however, and older Deku seems content to let his younger self take the reins most of the time. But even that's confusing, because Deku isn't anything like he used to be. The pieces are all there, his mumbling, his love of heroes, his occasional stuttering, the way he never stops thinking, all of it compounded by changes Katsuki can't quantify. There's the weird stuff, like the fact he clearly never gets enough sleep. The marks under his eyes don't fade, nor does his skin regain its healthiest shade, yet he somehow attacks everything with the same manic energy. And the scar, holy shit, the scar. It looks awesome. And all Deku said was it used to hurt and it doesn't anymore, and brushed the whole thing to the side. Worse than that, despite the fact he's so exhausted, he somehow managed to get better at doing everything. Not as good as Katsuki, obviously. It's just Katsuki's used to watching him try and flounder and fail. Over and over. Now he can draw the world in meticulous detail. He practices card tricks and shows them off with reckless pride. He runs faster, moves easier, and if he doesn't get something right first time, he shrugs, maybe laughs, and tries again without hesitation. There's no shame or embarrassment, only the steady confidence to improve. It's impressive, which is a word Katsuki never thought he'd associate with Deku. It sees him off because Katsuki, ever since his quirk came in, has defined himself by his goals. The idea that Deku doesn't, that he already reached them in another life and has no doubt he'll accomplish it again, that older Deku is there to guide him every step of the way, it makes him furious. Makes his palms throb and wrists ache, sand catching on his skin and burrowing its way into his veins. All these little niggling irritations insisting he's missing something. Something Deku already has. But if that's true, why did he have to come back at all? I thought you couldn't use one for all without breaking apart. Only if I use 100%, Deku informs him, far too cheery for someone talking about their quirk ripping off their limbs. Katsuki could barely work his hands the last time he overused explosion, and it is he. Deku says I should get used to channeling it, but that doesn't mean I have to use it. I won't know how to control the power output unless I try, right? Katsuki grunts something akin to agreement and glances over his shoulder to make sure Deku is keeping up. The other boy gives him a wide smile. He looks more at ease in the woods, away from the sights and sounds and smog of the city. The tide of nature falls over him like a mantle, soft and welcoming, as if it recognizes the animal part of him the same way smoke and sparks drift towards Katsuki, gravitating to their kin. Katsuki loosens his fists inside his pockets and treks onwards. They used to go beetle hunting in these woods. Deku was useless at it, because he always tripped or walked too loudly, and it would send all the beetles scurrying for safety. Katsuki can barely make out Deku's footsteps at all now. So, it's All Might's power, huh? Katsuki asks as he hops over a fallen log. I suppose. It seems to manifest differently depending on who uses it, though. Deku pauses to clamber over the same log, settles his backpack firmly against his shoulders and jogs to catch up. So it's my quirk. Deku and All Might just had it before me. Katsuki spins round and jabs a finger into his chest. Yeah? Well, forget older you as far as I'm concerned. You gotta earn that quirk. Deku rubs his chest ruefully and ducks his head. That's what I'm trying to do. You didn't have to come along today, you know. You think I'd miss this? Katsuki demands. Besides, if you mess up and get hurt, somebody's gotta be there to haul your butt to a hospital. Deku, I wouldn't let that happen. Why doesn't he just do it then? My body's too small. It feels weird to him when he takes control. Like trying to ride a bike that's too short. Deku's eyes light up. We're going to be so tall, Kaken. We could see over counters. Katsuki folds his arms and stomps forward again. Whatever. I'm definitely going to be taller. And don't you dare try to. Tell me otherwise. I wasn't going to. Deku's weird like that. He's always weird, but he's deliberately weird when it comes to talking about the future. Oh sure, he'll tell Katsuki all about Yuta, or about how older Katsuki was the first one to find out about One for All, and he insists that older Katsuki was acknowledged by All Might just the same as older Deku, but he refuses to delve any deeper into specifics. It's infuriating. How is Katsuki supposed to know who to aim for if the DMN nerd won't tell him anything? It's not like he wants to know how to win. He can work that out by himself. He doesn't need a FANG cheat sheet like Deku's got lined up in his own head. But he doesn't need protecting either. They reach a clearing. Deku sets his bag down and, after some rummaging, pulls a notebook out. Pens scatter after it. Katsuki rolls his eyes and leans over to get a look inside the bag, eyebrows raising in surprise. Other than a single water bottle, it's filled to the brim with paper, notebooks, sketchbooks, even what looks like a flattened cardboard cup. Those aren't all notes, are they? Katsuki asks. No. It's just drawings. Deku stuffs the wayward pens back inside and zips the bag closed. Me and Deku and I can lay stuff out clearer when it's down in front of us. It helps the nightmares, Deku says quietly. Katsuki looks away. Whatever. Let's just get going. I want to spar with you when you're done. Already? Deku squeaks. We've only been to one class, Kaken. The martial arts thing was a good idea. Katsuki's kind of annoyed he didn't think of it first. So? You obviously know more than you're letting on. Don't think I didn't even notice you holding back. He leans down into the idiot's face. I get you're trying to keep this sheet a secret, but pretending to be normal isn't gonna get you anywhere. Deku flinches. His eyes glaze and slip to the side. After a moment, his expression grows thoughtful and he focuses back on Katsuki's face. Oh, you're right, Kaken. Sorry, I was kinda nervous being around so many new people. Don't bother with that. Katsuki slumps to the ground, dangles his arms over his knees. At least the older Deku has some sense to bestow on the younger. Unless you think you're gonna have an attack or something, just focus on what you're doing. The attacks don't happen often, but Katsuki's even less sure what to do about them than he is Deku's nightmares. Deku just goes silent. Finds somewhere small to curl up and shakes with sharp eyes and sharper claws, terror spreading his features wide and every breath sounding like he's ran his entire life away. The first time it happened was on an inconspicuous FNG Sunday when they'd been wandering the streets and a billboard screen had shown off Endeavor or some sheet, and before Katsuki could blink, Deku had rabbit to the nearest alleyway and spent the next 10 minutes wheezing, hair stuck to his forehead from sweat, whole body hunched over. As if he was trying to be sick but nothing was coming out. Against all his instincts, Katsuki had nearly screamed for help because Deku couldn't say anything to let him know what was wrong, and even when he came out the other side he was shaking and crying too hard to make any real sense. Flashbacks, his mom had explained to him later. Just stay close and be there for him when he comes out the other side. Remind him where he is and what's really happening. Katsuki tries, but he doesn't know if it helps. Not really. Deku's always pale and quiet the rest of the day, and it seems like anything can set them off. It makes Katsuki's teeth itch. The aftermath of an explosion he overexerted that left his ears ringing and fingers numb. I'll try, Deku mumbles. He fidgets with his notebook for a moment then holds it out. Could you? Do it yourself, DMN nerd, Katsuki grunts. Deku's expression twists so fast Katsuki doesn't catch anything other than a flicker of slit pupils. He frowns and opens his mouth, but Deku's already set the notebook down and strode off to the middle of the clearing. Fine. Let me know if I miss anything. Katsuki blinks. That was strange. And considering the last few weeks, hell, the last year, that's saying something. He doesn't know what to do. Okay, Dehinai says it's like twisting on a tap. I've got to twist it open just the barest amount and let that spread throughout my whole body. Don't try to contain it, but don't try to let it free either. Just stand and let it flow up and down, Deku mutters as he turns to face Katsuki. He plants his feet, curls his hands into fists and takes a deep breath. Deku and Kaken are here. I'll be fine. I can do this. Katsuki keeps quiet, watches intently as the monologue trails off and Deku screws up his face in concentration. It seems, at first, as if nothing is happening. Deku just stands there, jaw clenched and eyes bulging, body trembling from the effort. He looks ridiculous. Even more so as a minute passes. 3. And then something changes. The air shudders, heavy and dripping with power, like the sky before a thunderstorm. Deku's clothes and hair flutter around him, twisted by some unseen force, and as Katsuki watches wide-eyed, red markings roll across his exposed skin, flickering along his hands and slicing across through the center of his face. Soft viridian shifts to glinting emerald, his irises undulating, sparking, pinched and trembling from the strain. Too much, Deku gasps, hunching over. Too much I can still. Katsuki leaps to his feet. Oi, I can do it, Deku snaps through gritted teeth. Don't be stupid. I'm not. We just need to dial it down. Ozone saturates the air. A flash of green, acid bright and densely charged, surrounds Deku as the red markings disappear from view. He's panting, flickers of electricity roiling around his tensed frame. One for all, full cowling. Deku yells it like a war cry and the energy responds eagerly, spinning in static fractal patterns to cloak him, tempered and honed like a blade. The potent pressure dissipates, but Katsuki can still feel it pressing on his lungs, all of it condensed into the shape of an almost 7-year-old boy with stars for eyes and a grin too wide and FNG lightning trailing off his skin. Holy shit, Katsuki says. Deku and I said the same thing. The blonde steps forward, eyes flicking across Deku's trembling form. Can you even move like that? He demands. I don't know. Deku slowly rolls out his shoulders, twitching from the effort of loosening out his limbs. He really does look like a thundercloud. Like he could illuminate the whole night sky with a leap and a sweep of his arm. He bends, rocks back and forth on his heels, springs from his knees, and flies about 5 feet straight up into the air. Whoa! The energy discharges and disappears, leaving Deku flailing uselessly for a moment before dropping back down and stumbling to his knees. There he stays, still breathing harshly, sweat sticking his hair to his forehead. Katsuki stares. I thought you weren't gonna use it, he snaps. What the hell, Deku? It's like you want to go back to the hospital. Deku rolls onto his back, shaking his head like a dog coming out of water. I didn't mean to do that. It was an accident. He giggles again and tips his head back to look at Katsuki upside down. Kaken, that was amazing. That blindsides Katsuki for a second. Hearing Deku say that about himself and not, well, Katsuki. He folds his arms and squints at the ecstatic boy. How much did you use? 0.1%. Is that all? That's tiny. That's like the size of Katsuki's pinky. Deku can jump nearly twice his height using Katsuki's pinky. It must have something to do with Deku being so small. If one for all is the faucet, Deku's barely a thimble. Do you have to do that? Deku mumbles, interrupting Katsuki's whirlwind of a thought process. He's still staring at Katsuki, grin fading, that animal glint returning to his face as he sits up and rubs his palms over his knees. That's definitely strange. You want to run that by me again? Katsuki asks. Deku worries at his lip. It's only when the quiet stretches on that Katsuki realizes the air is still tense, just with something different this time. Something Katsuki doesn't know how to name. You always do that. Why you always act like I'm doing something wrong? There are a lot of times when Deku doesn't make sense. When his words all run together into unintelligible, mumbled nonsense. Katsuki can sometimes follow along, but that's only by virtue of experience. It's worse with older Deku, because sometimes Deku's words will swerve, jump ahead 2 or 3 conclusions, and it's obvious he's cataloging input from his older self. This doesn't feel like that, though. He's too present. Focused on what's around him instead of locked up in his own head. What the hell are you talking about? Katsuki throws his arms up. You nearly hurt yourself, which was effing stupid. What kind of hero are you gonna be if the quirk you're using puts you out of the action before you've even done anything? I'm just starting out. This was my first time, I'm not gonna be perfect. Deku digs his fingers into his knees, unclenches them and shoves them into the dirt instead. Besides, I'm not just talking about today. You still act like you did before all of this happened. You look down on me all the time. There's something dry in his voice, a kind of humor Katsuki's still vaguely surprised he's capable of. Katsuki is standing while Deku's on the ground. It doesn't seem very funny. What am I supposed to think? Katsuki growls. Before all this you didn't have anything and now you have everything. Don't you remember how useless you were? Deku flinches and glares up at him. I don't have everything, Kaken. I have part of a quirk I can just barely use and a brother who's inside my head. He doesn't do things for me, he lets me work them out by myself. He doesn't want to be me. Besides, he's tired. Katsuki lets out an exasperated sigh. How am I supposed to know that when you never tell me anything? You're literally the only person other than my mom who knows about this. That doesn't mean you tell me anything. You clam up about shit all the time. Because it doesn't matter. Clearly it does, or older you wouldn't have had to come back in the first place, Katsuki snaps. Nitroglycerin soaks the lines of his palms. You think I look down on you? Why won't you tell me the truth? You don't have to protect me. I can take care of myself. I know you can, Deku says right back. You're the strongest person I know. Katsuki scoffs. You know All Might. The memory of All Might. Just because I've seen Deku and I's memories of him doesn't mean I actually know him. Memories aren't the same thing as actually being there. But you do have them, Katsuki spits. Handed right to you, just like everything else. What's that supposed to mean? Katsuki grimaces and looks away. He didn't mean to say that. He didn't mean to mean it either. That doesn't change the fact it's true. You heard me. You just wake up one night and know the FING future, Deku. You have one of the strongest quirks. No, you have multiple quirks, and they aren't even yours. They were given to you. And now you have all this extra time to make up for things when I've barely even started. Katsuki grits his teeth and flexes his fingers. You get that, right? You brush it all off, but it definitely matters. Deku's face has scrunched up, a little how it used to do, but his eyes are cold, and that's not at all like before. You think it's a good thing? You think I should be happy this happened? He makes an aborted movement, like he was going to stand up, then thought better of it. Who cares about my quirk? You have no idea what it took to get it. All this stuff in my head, it's there all the time, and I hate it. I hate knowing everyone Deku and I love died, and I hate that he thinks it's his fault. And sometimes the way you talk, it's like you think it was his fault too. It takes Katsuki's brain a couple seconds to catch up, and he stares at Deku, mouth open. What? I never thought. Don't lie. The shout is so unexpected that Katsuki falls silent, freezing stock still. Deku sounds angrier than Katsuki has ever heard him. His words are snarled, claws gouging 10 ragged holes through the earth, and Katsuki wonders again just how true the story about Dr. Tsubasa is, because little timid Deku would never do something like that to another person, but this Deku ferocious and furious and feral. Katsuki isn't afraid. Obviously he isn't. But he very easily could be. Don't, Deku hisses, the sound scraping against Katsuki's ears like sandpaper. Don't pretend like you never thought it. I can't even tell if we're friends half the time, Kaken, because all you ever want to know about is my quirk, or All Might, or the future, and it's none of it matters. I'd be a hero even without a quirk, and All Might isn't going to die, and none of the future is going to happen because we won't let it, but we need your help for that. And you still act half the time like nothing's changed. Like I'm still the useless, worthless Deku who won't be able to save anyone, and I don't understand why you keep hanging out with me when all you do is just act like a bully. There's a ringing silence that follows his words. Katsuki stares blankly at the trees. He doesn't know if it's Deku's words or the sheer intensity with which they're spoken, but his mind is a chaotic mess of confused noise, thoughts bursting like explosions, branding echoes of Deku's eruption into his skull. Shattered snippets of I can't even tell if we're friends and none of it matters and we need your help and useless, worthless Deku and All Might isn't going to die. In the end, that's all he can think to ask. All Might dies? Deku blinks, hunches over and looks away, guilt softening all the hard edges, recreating someone soft, pliable and kind. Which one is supposed to be real? I'm not telling you how, Deku mumbles. It doesn't matter, it doesn't. Because we're going to change things so none of it is ever going to happen. All Might can't die. That's panic bleeding into his voice. Everyone dies, Deku says, and he sounds so tired, so resigned. For a moment Katsuki thinks he and older Deku have switched places. That's what I see, Kaken. Every night. So don't tell me everything's been handed to me. I won't grow up with you constantly trying to shove me down like that. Katsuki snarls. Deku doesn't even turn his head. I'm not trying to shove you down. Of course we're friends. We've always been friends. Really? Because I'm pretty sure we haven't been friends since I was 4. He says it like a revelation. Like he only just thinks it in. That moment, Katsuki doesn't even what the hell happened when they were 4? It hits him all at once. Another chunk of debris slamming to the forefront. Deku's mumbled confession after a doctor's appointment. An extra toe joint. A stupid piece of bone that didn't really mean anything at all, and Deku kept going on and on about how he would be a hero anyway, but you always said you wanted to be a hero but never did anything about it, Katsuki says, desperately reaching for anything that will bring sanity back to this situation. Don't you get how annoying that was? At least now you have a quirk and are. See that? Deku interrupts, immediately cuts himself off, and his face is doing that think where it flickers between emotions even though he isn't saying anything. It's a surefire way to tell he's having a conversation with older Deku. Katsuki loses his mind, just a little. For the love of, if either of you want to say something to me, just say it. The older you was Dekuinai's bully. The words are spat like poison, and somehow that's worse than them being growled or snarled. They hit Katsuki like a falling building, crashing down and pinning him, helpless. What? The older you was Dekuinai's bully, Deku repeats, twitching and digging his claws into his hands. Ruby droplets trickle down his skin. The older you told him he may as well jump of a roof and hope he gets a quirk in his next life. He drops his head, voice wavering. I know you didn't do that. I'm not blaming you for that. But if you think the only reason to be my friend is my quirk and because I have Dekuinai in my head, then I don't think we're going to be friends very long. And he bursts into tears. Katsuki feels floaty. Strange. As if gravity somehow misaligned and the world has settled on an uneven keel. He doesn't know what to do say think. I didn't want to tell you that. Maybe I shouldn't have told you that. But the older you heard him, Kaken. If we're going to make things better, the first thing I'm gonna do is fix that. Deku scrubs at his eyes, stuttering his way through sobs. So you can think whatever you want. But I'm not gonna be friends with someone who thinks that's okay. Of course I don't think that's okay, Katsuki says. Colors snap back into their rightful confines, sounds fade in, but something is still unbalanced and wrong, and another, much more disturbing thought hits him. How the hell did we end up as friends? Deku wipes his sleeves across his nose. Because you're the strongest person we know. All Might was cool is cool, but you were always our idea of victory. Everyone tells you that your quirk is amazing, which it is, but you're the one who practices and trains all the time. You aren't afraid of anything. We always thought you were amazing. And that's why we wanted to be friends with you. Not because of your quirk or because we thought we could do better. Katsuki digs his toes into the dirt. The last thing he was expecting was blatant praise from both of them. The thing is, Katsuki always thought it was just obvious. Obviously they're friends. Sure, Deku can be annoying as shit and Katsuki could make a sport out of being set off at him, but that doesn't change the fact they're friends. I don't think you're weak, Deku, he says through gritted teeth. And I don't think older Deku is weak either. I just don't get it. If we were all so strong, why did he have to come back? Because we weren't ready. We could have been. We thought we had more time. Katsuki almost laughs. Deku's lip twitches. We only made it a year at UA before the villains burned it down. Everything got so confused. People lost their faith in heroes. They gave up on the ranking system by the time Dekuinai was 21 because people just didn't care anymore. Sparks pop against Katsuki's fingers. Are you kidding me? Didn't those idiots realize heroes would have been the people trying to fix things? They knew. They just didn't believe they ever could. Deku tucks his hands under his knees and folds his legs against his chest. Even when the heroes won, they always seemed to lose something else along the way. People just started thinking it would be better to protect themselves. No matter the cost. No matter who they had to hurt. So we have to get even stronger, Katsuki says, the realization sinking into his cells, into his heart, into his bones. A quiet shift in understanding that shakes him, jostles his foundations hard enough to loosen debris. Deku doesn't just want to get stronger than All Might. He wants even more. We have to make it so nobody can ever take their eyes off us. Yeah, Deku whispers. Sits up and grins, like he always should. Yeah. The older was always there for Dekuinai eventually, you know. Then right to the end of the line. And I want that with you. I'm not ever gonna stop trying to be better than you. So you better watch your back, because when you take the top spot, I'll still be right beside you. And Deku looks at him. Really looks at him, and everything unbalanced and wrong snaps back into place with alarming lucidity. Katsuki doesn't know how to explain it. It's not something physically detectable, but for a second, Deku's eyes aren't dulled or weighed by nightmares. They're sharp and brilliant and blazing, flashing emerald hues piercing right into him, and Katsuki knows all of Deku's attention is fixed on him. It's a little terrifying being looked at like that. It's sort of incredible too. "I'm sorry," Katsuki blurts, like it's been wrenched out of him. He immediately balls up his hands and looks away, heat simmering along his palms. "I'm not gonna blame you for something you haven't done yet, Kaken," Deku says. When Katsuki drags his gaze back, the intensity is gone, but there's no way he imagined it. Deku says it's okay too. He never blamed you, and he forgave the older you a long time ago. This sheet is too confusing. "No. You idiots," Katsuki groans and shoves his hands into his pockets. "I'm apologizing to you, Deku Izuku. You're my friend, okay? We're gonna be awesome heroes together." He curses under his breath and stares studiously at the sky. "Nenit, I didn't mean. I kept calling you Deku 'cause you told me it was your hero name. Not because I think you're useless. So you can stop thinking all that stupid shit." Deku is quiet in the wake of that, and Katsuki notices the silence isn't as heavy as it used to be. Just a bridge from one moment to the next rather than the oppressive weight of expectation and misinterpreted disdain. "So," Deku says at length, "you wanna try sparring?" Katsuki nearly blows up a tree. "Yes. It isn't as easy as that, of course." Katsuki spent most of his short life convinced he would be the best, that it's what everyone thinks when they see him, except none of them particularly care about him, just his quirk. Izuku wants to be indignant about that, but he's forced to admit that it is, in large part, disturbingly true, and he's never presented any strong reason before now for Katsuki to assume he's any different. Deku firmly puts his foot down and Izuku also admits that maybe they were being too hard on Katsuki. They were expecting more of him than a child was capable of giving, and Katsuki probably subconsciously responded to that the only way he knew how to. They need to be careful with that in future. Affection has never been the strong suit in their relationship, has never been Katsuki's strong suit PRD, so anything implicit would generally go over the other's head. So they talk a lot. They both know they need to clear the air. Exactly how much air needs to be cleared comes as a surprise to them both, but then again, neither of them have ever been capable of anything resembling casual. Katsuki doesn't say it in so many words, would probably cut his own tongue out rather than admit it, but Izuku's shocked to realize that the blonde has been jealous. From his point of view, his friend went away, and when he came back, he was a completely different person with All Might's quirk. Of course that's the thing Bokugu Katsuki would focus on before time travel. Izuku and Deku have since categorized therapy, or specifically Nami, as very important, because after that initial, fraught conversation, at least the two boys actually try to understand each other now. "Much better than punching your way to friendship," Deku comments idly. "I don't know. You punched Shudo into being friends with you. Do as I say, not as I do." "If you say so." "Oh, ha very ha." Deku tries to be more involved too. It's not that he didn't want to interact with Katsuki before, it's just Katsuki is a child. He isn't Deku's Katsuki and that hurts. Even if nobody means it to. But the more time he spends talking about Katsuki's quirk, his fighting form, ideas for hero costumes and support items not telling, only suggesting, guiding the easier he settles. Makes him happy, and Izuku knows his older brother is hardly ever happy, no matter how much he tries to hide it. It's good. It's better. It's a step in the right direction towards a future that should happen. So Izuku and Katsuki train. They fight, in class or in the woods, and they test out new moves and limitations and applications for their quirks, and it's to Izuku's apartment they retreat to lick their wounds. Hours spent poring over notes and katas, scrambling through homework, dutifully updating mom on what they've done and where they've been at all times. She definitely approves of the change, and while the acidic tang never quite evaporates from her skin, she's prouder than she's ever been. Izuku's life is so busy he barely has a moment to breathe before his birthday suddenly arrives. The day passes with little fanfare, for the most part. Mom gives him a new pair of running shoes, a bunch of sketchbooks, 3 decks of cards and an edge-shot keychain. For Deku, she has a book on quirk theory, and a green bunny wearing an outfit that bears a remarkable resemblance to his hero costume. "I know you're a little old for toys, but I thought it'd be nice to have something of you around the house," she explains, fingers twitching anxiously as she hands it over. I love it, Mom, Deku whispers, handling it the way you would a priceless jewel. I think it's my first piece of hero merch. Oh. Mom blinks rapidly. I'm glad you like it. Deku adds a tiny spark of one for all to the embrace he gives her. The book on quirk theory is far too difficult for Izuku, even with Deku explaining the terms, so he lets his brother settle in next to their mom and spends the morning dozing in his mindscape. When afternoon rolls around, he's woken by a gentle nudge. Katsuki's here. Izuku leaps up. Deku's on the balcony watching Katsuki approach. He gives the blonde a wave and snorts when Katsuki immediately tears off ahead of his parents, ignoring their demands for him to slow down. Are you going to go to sleep, Deku and I? Izuku asks as Deku hands over control. On your birthday? Kamihiro, I'm not gonna miss this. Izuku pouts. It's your birthday too. All the more reason not to sleep through it, right? There's an odd quality to Deku's tone, but Izuku doesn't have time to dissect it before Katsuki bursts through the front door like a miniature hurricane. Distracted, Izuku rushes over to meet him, beaming all the way. Kaken, I got you a present. Ah. He stops short, squinting at Izuku suspiciously. It's your birthday, idiot. Your head isn't that messed up, is it? Katsuki. Auntie Mitsuki snaps. Uncle Masaru is bent double in the doorway, waving his hand in a gesture that could either be a call for help or a very strange gesture of support for his wife. It's fine, Izuku says to them both before turning to Katsuki. I know it's my birthday, but I missed your birthday, so I still owe you. Oh, sweet. Katsuki doesn't hoard All Might merchandise the way Izuku used to, but his eyes light up like supernovas when Izuku hands over the Silver Age figurine. In return, he shoves a pack of wrist and ankle weights into Izuku's waiting palms. I got a set too, so you better not start slacking off. I'll be miles ahead before you can even blink. I'd still catch up to you, Izuku insists, lets out a delighted laugh when Katsuki tackles him and they roll across the floor, grappling and pinning, all grace and no substance. Boys, Mom calls, her smile sweet enough to rot teeth. Enough. They stop immediately. God, you need to tell me how you do that, Mitsuki groans as she helps Masaru into a chair. I can never get the brats to shut up. You tell me to shut up if I fart too loud, Katsuki says as he dusts himself off, ignoring Mitsuki's spluttered protests. When Auntie Inko tells you to stop, she always means it. I bet she could scold All Might into SBMsin. Deku sniggers. Oh my god, he has no idea how right he is. Do you ever think about anything other than heroes? Mitsuki asks. She turns to Mom. Whatever's got a hold of Izuku is infectious, I swear. Little brat wouldn't shut up about me signing him up for rock climbing classes. Rock climbing? Izuku echoes, bouncing on the ball of his feet. That sounds awesome, Kaken. Yeah, well, you've got your gymnastics crap. I want something with more challenge. Katsuki taps his head twice. You know how it is. The only difference between a normal hobby and a hero skill is how you apply it. A rush of shocked gratitude wells up in Izuku's chest, so intoxicating it actually knocks him in breathless for a second. He grins extra wide to make up for his older brother's gormless expression, even if Katsuki can't see it. Do you remember when we used to go hiking? Mom asks while she sets a glass of water in front of Masaru and gives the man a commiserating pat on the shoulder. Mitsuki laughs. I remember dragging this useless lug most of the way up Fuji-san, she says and ruffles her husband's hair affectionately. Masaru looks a little less dead when he's hydrated and indignant. There are cabins along the climb for a reason. You two never wanted to stop and enjoy the scenery, just charged up to the top as fast as you could. Hey, it came in handy. How else would I keep up with Katsuki? Deku. Katsuki snaps, the way he always does when he's excited. We need to do that. Can we, Mom? Izuku asks, eyes pleading. Mom raises an eyebrow. Not today. I don't think Masaru would manage an entire hike. Remind me to never run up 6 flights of stairs again, Masaru groans into hands. I think I saw my life flash before my eyes. I should have gotten you weights, Dad. Please. Do not. Katsuki pouts. But we can't we? Izuku interjects, hopping to see Mom properly over the table. He can't wait to grow as tall as Deku. Being short is so annoying. I want to go hiking with you. I want to see Fuji-san for myself, right from the top. Yeah. Right from the top, after I get there first, Katsuki grins. This time, it's Izuku who leaps for him. Mom sighs. Must be something in the water, Mitsuki mutters, then rolls her eyes when Masaru gingerly pushes his glass to the other side of the table. The rest of the day passes, so normally Izuku isn't quite sure what to do with himself. He keeps expecting the walls to collapse or the sky to fall down. Deku isn't much help, more interested in the taste of birthday cake than suggesting ideas for what to do. So Izuku flails like he's been shoved onto the pitch for a game he doesn't know the name of, handed a ball, then told to run without any direction of where to run to. Katsuki, thankfully, is all too happy to direct the proceedings, dragging Izuku around the apartment and ordering the adults into position with all the confidence of a tiny emperor. Mitsuki gives up scolding him when Izuku just keeps laughing at their antics, and it's just like it used to be. Katsuki marches onwards and Izuku follows. The simple, normal inanity of it all hits him full force when he's finally sitting in front of his cake, candles dwindling while his mom frets over the camera and Katsuki tutors him on the correct method of wish-making. It's gotta be something you can do yourself, Katsuki says wisely, waving off Masaru's attempts to stop him. There's no point wishing for something that'll never happen, ya hear? You gotta pick something you'll be able to do by next year so you can make a different wish. It's stupid to keep making the same wish over and over. What you think, Deku and I? Izuku asks nervously. He wants it to be a good wish. Don't stress over it too much, Izu, Deku assures, oddly giddy over the whole endeavor. You're supposed to keep wishes secret anyway, so you can make it really simple. Izuku taps his chin while Mom lines up the camera and the Bakugus crowd around him. Promise you won't peek? Promise. Mom gives him a thumbs up. Izuku takes a deep breath, fills his lungs with as much clean air as they can stand, and blows out the candles. I wish Deku and I would smile more and mean it. He doesn't hear what Deku wishes for. He hopes it's a good wish too. And for the first time since a year and a week ago, Izuku decides that normal is actually pretty okay after all. Which, of course, is exactly when the phone rings. Izuku, Mom says after speaking into it for a moment. Izuku's distracted trying to cut the cake to equal portions despite Deku egging him on in the back of his mind like a bored kitsune, so he hasn't been listening. It's for you. Oh, okay. He hands the knife over to Mom, and it's only when he's pressed the phone to his ear that he realizes he has no idea who could be calling. Hello, he says cautiously. Hello, Izuku-kun. Happy birthday. Rei-san. Izuku jumps in delight. Thank you very much. I've had the best day. Mom and Kaken got me amazing presents, and we've spent all day having fun, and I got a cake and made a wish, and now we're going to eat the cake. I'll save some to bring to you if you want. The hospital food gets so boring. He waves at Mom during the last part, sees her beam and nod. That's very thoughtful of you, Rei says fondly. It sounds like you've had a very exciting day. Yeah. I didn't think it was going to be, but birthdays are still a lot of fun. What about you? How are you? I'm sorry it's not your birthday today. I'm sure I'll manage until mine comes around. I'm doing very well besides that. She pauses a moment. Izuku can hear someone passing by in the background. Your tomato plant is getting along splendidly. I've planted it next to the others. Oh good. I couldn't have done it without your help. I was thinking of showing them to my children when they come to visit tomorrow. Izuku thinks of Fire and Mom and Ino, and this was not your fault, and Deku disappears. Izuku breathes. That's good, he manages, forcibly injecting cheer into his voice. Tell them I said hello, and I'm very happy to be home. I'm doing much better now. He can hear the smile in Rei's voice. They'll be very glad to hear that, Izuku-kun. She hesitates again. Lowers her voice. I was wondering if you remembered me mentioning one of my other sons? Oh yeah, I've been meaning to ask you about that. I'm not sure when the best time to visit would be. At the back of Izuku's mind, Deku's attention returns razor sharp. He lives in Mizudafu, right? It's only when the silence has gone on that Izuku realizes his mistake. I mean that's where you are. And that's where Endeavor works out of, right? Deku groans weakly. Just because he works here doesn't mean his family lives here. Izuku says. One day, Rei says very softly, you'll need to tell me how you know these things. Izuku cringes. I will, Rei-san. I promise. It's just, sort of complicated, but I'll keep it a secret. And I really would like to be friends with Shudo. If he's anything like you, he must be super nice. Her answer is short, filled with a million things left unsaid, hovering in the space between static. He is. They end the call with a date and time and a promise of confirmation the following night. Izuku sets the phone back in its cradle and wishes, just for a moment, time would slow down. We can do this, Deku says. You can do this. Izuku nods, gaze drifting over to meet Katsuki's. They can face Todoroki Tuya. And they don't have to do it alone. Deku is surprisingly calm the morning Izuku is due to visit the Todoroki household. Izuku is less so. What if he doesn't like me? He asks, staring up at the imposing walls enclosing the house. What if he thinks I'm weird? You'll be fine, Otudo, Deku soothes. Izuku might be imagining it, but the sludge doesn't seem as thick today. Deku's costume doesn't look as beaten up either. Trust yourself. And if you can't do that, trust me when I say it'll be okay. But he still might not like me. How do we help him if he doesn't want to see us? You're overthinking this. You already have more in common than you realize. Definitely more in common than Shudo or I ever did. Izuku frowns. What do you mean? Before Deku can answer, Katsuki pokes him impatiently. Oi, stop drifting off. Are we going in or not? Ah, right, sorry. We're going, Izuku says. He slips his hood off, squeezes the straps of his backpack and hops from foot to foot. Under the scent of wood and flowers, the creeping smog of smoke lingers. It makes something lurch inside him, trips an instinct that's part animal, part experience. You remember what we told you? Yeah, I got it. Katsuki rolls his eyes. He has a small basket of fruit slung over his shoulder. Masaru forced it on him before they left. Quit stalling. It isn't gonna get better until it's over with. Izuku nods. Squares his shoulders. Thank you for coming, Kaken, he says quietly. And he walks through the gate before his nerve can fail him. The Todoroki complex is built to traditional Japanese design, wooden walls and paper doors, 2 stories built in a square with a gap in the center for an interior garden. There's an outbuilding as well, presumably for storage, and despite the acrid tang, the garden is lush and verdant, grass neatly cut and foliage clinging to the walls. Izuku's keen ears can pick up the splash and eddy of a pond, the rhythmic tapping of a shurshuro-doshi deceptively loud in such a large environment. A device to scare off deer. Izuku sort of understands how the deer feels. He's just a boy, he thinks to himself. Tuya's just a boy. He isn't Dabi. He isn't a villain. He's a 14-year-old boy who's bigger than me. And stronger. And has a quirk that can burn through anything. Izuku, Deku interrupts firmly, do you need me to take over? He takes a shuddering breath. Realizes his claws have pierced his shoulder straps. Katsuki stops at his side and watches him closely. The pressure urging him away from the Todoroki household is unrelenting. A black hole shifted into reverse. But he made a promise. To himself and, more importantly, to Rei. He won't leave Shudo alone. He won't let Endeavor tear his family apart any more than he already has. But Izuku is scared. So scared. But Deku could never run away. He didn't have the luxury of handing over responsibility to someone else. There was no easy out, no simple fix. Only the courage to keep trying. And you can't have courage without being scared first. I'm okay, he whispers, rounds out the hard edges Feral carves and lifts his head up. I trust you. Both of you. Katsuki claps him on the back, making him stumble a few more steps forward. Diamond better. It helps that Katsuki isn't nervous at all. Curious and concerned, maybe a little cagey, but as ready to charge forward as always. Deku is a steady presence beside him, focused and unwavering. holding the bad thoughts at bay with memories of better things. Rei's smile as she takes in his drawings and listens to every rambling word out of his mouth. A frigid, mismatched gaze that warmed to resolve and kindness. A cool hand on his shoulder pulling him away from the edge when he's too close to tipping into the abyss with bloodied hands and nightmare eyes. Warmth on a cold winter's night, reprieve and safety from the roars that echoed all around them. Izuku's jaw tightens, his hands curl into fists, and a different emotion rises up to replace his fear. I've seen how the world ends. And it doesn't end with you. They make it to the door. Izuku reaches up and presses the doorbell. He hears footsteps as if someone was lying in wait. The door slides open. Todoroki Fuyumi peers down at them. Relief saturates through Izuku's pores. Hello, he says and folds into a bow, forces himself to hold it even as the back of his neck prickles from exposure. I'm Midoriya Izuku, and this is my friend, Bakugo Katsuki. Rei-san said she'd tell you he was coming along? Here, Katsuki grunts as he straightens and moves the fruit basket out. It's not much. Izuku laughs nervously. Don't mind him. What? It's what you're supposed to say. He's doing better than I thought he would, Deku comments, and he sounds casual, but Izuku knows he's straining to catalog the rest of the inhabitants and their whereabouts. Better get out the package Mom gave you too. Ah, alright. Izuku carefully extracts the gift his mother made up this morning. My mom made cookies for you. It's not much, but she hopes you enjoy them. Fuyumi blinks at them, wariness inclining to amusement as she takes the offerings. She smells like fresh snow. Like Rei when she's happy. That's very sweet of you. It's nice to meet you both. I'm Todoroki Fuyumi. She steps back from the doorway, gesturing for them to come in. Mom said to expect you both. You're here to see Shudo? Why yeah, sorry for intruding, Todoroki-san. Izuku's hand twitches to his pocket where his cards rest. Rei-san, she mentioned your brother didn't have any friends so she thought it would be good for us to meet. I hope we can get along. But it's okay if we don't. I don't want to force him or anything. He knows she's staring at him as he takes off his shoes. Twin icicles probing at his skin. She always was the most protective of Shudo. So where is he, anyway? Katsuki asks. Kaken. Come on, Deku, it's what we're here for. He glares at Izuku and Izuku can't even be indignant because it means he misses the way Fuyumi mouths Kaken with a look of utter delight. And then he can't be anything at all because he hears two sets of footsteps, smells brimstone and tongues of flame spear up his sides and dread curls in his stomach, heavy, noxious, filling his lungs like tar and a wash of warmth enfolds him, near overwhelming in its intensity, filling him up until there's no room for anything else. The warmest blanket ever made and a fresh dose of oxygen for his lungs and an easy beat for his heart to match. Here, the feeling tells him. He feels dizzy afterwards. As if he just stepped into a warm bath after hours of training and suddenly he can think again. Deku lets out a strained exhale. I wasn't sure that would work. Was that Conqueror's will? Izuku asks, awed. Can only do it when I'm calm and I can only affect you. Deku shakes himself and massages his temple with a grimace. Good to know I still get the feedback headache. Are you okay? Why? Thanks, Deku and I. He won't hurt you, Deku assures softly. I won't let him, goes unspoken, but Izuku hears it clearly anyway. The whole exchange takes less a couple seconds. Enough time for Izuku to loosen his grip on the cards biting into his joints and breathe in. Breathe out. He stands and turns blinks when he sees Katsuki has subtly moved to stand between him and the newcomers under the guise of putting on slippers. The corners of his lips twitch upwards. So you're the crazy kid who met our mom, huh? Izuku flinches. His smile disappears. And the first thing he ever hears Todoroki say is, Natsuo, I know it's hard, but can you not be an idiot for 5 minutes? He slaps a hand over his mouth to stop himself breaking into hysterical laughter. You're the one swearing around small children, Natsuo points out sullenly. Katsuki turns to Izuku, incredulous. And you thought I was being rude? Fuyumi tucks the bag of cookies under her arm for the sole reason of having a hand free to pinch the bridge of her nose. I knew this would happen. It's a valid question. Natsuo insists. Katsuki puffs himself up. Even his hair seems to get spikier. And it's none of your DMed business, is it? If Deku wants to explain things, then he will. Don't call him crazy. Only I get to do that. He does, Izuku confirms, mostly to assure himself he can still speak. Hello, my name is Midoriya Izuku. Tuya interrupts, cobalt eyes the same shade as his fire drifting over Izuku before moving to Katsuki. And Bakugu Katsuki. That's right. You got a problem with that. Am I supposed to? Tuya asks coolly. Yes, I know your mom. Izuku breaks in before things can devolve any further. The Todorokis all turn to look at him at once and he shuffles uncertainly, gaze flicking to the door and back. Yes, I was in the same hospital. I was attacked by a villain and it made my head go all wrong. But I'm better now. Mostly. And, Aya sort of met Rei-san by accident? But she's really nice and she taught me how to look after her plants and let me show her my drawings, and she said your brother is nice just like her, and he's my age, and said maybe we could be friends? That's all. She just wanted Shudo to have a friend. She talked to you about Shudo? Fuyumi asks, and there's a peculiar undertone to her words that spreads to her siblings. Sour like guilt, but more confused. As if they carved a space out specially for the guilt to stay, then forgot where, so now they're stuck holding on to it forever. Just what I said, Izuku replies and rubs at the back of his head. I think, since she can't really tell him much about me, she didn't want to say too much about him. Of course, Izuku already knows plenty about Shudo, but there's not much he can do about it. We're not here to wrangle anything out of you, Katsuki adds. We know who your dad is. We don't care. Auntie Inko likes your mom, and my parents don't know whose kid we're here to see. And this isn't some pity party either. If your brother isn't interested in us, we're not gonna stick around. Izuku nods emphatically. He's glad Deku took the time to explain to Katsuki how the Todorokis could get the wrong idea, and as always, the concept of being looked down on means Katsuki would rather blow up half the house than let anyone think he's trying to swindle them or something. What Katsuki doesn't add is that none of it matters anyway because endeavor isn't all might. He isn't interested in number 2. As hilarious as Deku would find it for Katsuki to say that straight to their faces, it probably isn't the greatest idea to bring up the bedrock the whole toxic family dynamic rests on. This coming from the man who permanently deformed his hand to befriend Shudo the first time, so there is a limit to reckless abandon, apparently. You're serious about this, Tuya murmurs. Izuku risks another look at his face. Tuya is more like his dad than his mom. The same spiky hair, the red fragmented by strands of white breaking through, the same eye shape and color, the same jaw line peeking through his youth. But there's a softness to him Izuku wasn't expecting. An absence of something harrowed and broken despite the familiar crescent-shaped bags resting under his eyes. Izuku finds himself rubbing at his own sleepless marks. He offers his biggest smile. I made a promise to Rei-san, he says simply. I keep my promises. The smell of brimstone still sends skitters down his spine, but if he tilts his head and takes half a step back, he can trick himself into believing it's his usual anxiety, and that's easy to ignore. Katsuki flicks his cheek. You're doing that weird thing with your eyes again. What weird thing? The blonde peers at him suspiciously. Fuyumi and Natsuo are staring at him too. Izuku stares back blankly, and Deku is similarly lost. Never mind, Katsuki mutters. Tuya lingers on him a moment longer, expression oddly indecipherable, before he turns and heads down the hallway. Better bring your shoes. He's out in the garden. What just happened? Izuku wonders as he hastens into a pair of slippers and darts after Tuya with Katsuki at his side. Behind them Natsuo is nosing into the bag of cookies and Fuyumi has scurried off to stash the fruit away. I don't know. It wasn't feral, Deku says bemusedly. Katsuki's never said anything about us doing weird stuff with our eyes before. I wasn't trying to do anything. I was just looking at. Guess we'll have to ask him about it later. The inside of the house is weighted despite the cool ventilation in the architecture. There's so much space with so little to fill it, sounds oddly muffled and darkness greedily clinging to the corners. Izuku doesn't miss the way Tuya gives one of the rooms a wide berth. When he sneaks a glance at the plaque hanging over the door, his shoulders droop. Training room. Everything is stringently neat and ordered. Other than the siblings, there's no hint of anyone else. Endeavor is out of town, out of the country, in fact, which is what prompted Rei to finally suggest this visit, but Izuku's surprised there isn't any sort of lingering adult presence. Only the chilly aftermath of a burnt-out wildfire and the empty memories of what was destroyed in the blaze. Izuku is well acquainted with ghosts. He knows the burn of a cauterized wound. He never learned what he was supposed to do with the ashes. Katsuki's hand closes around his wrist, a glancing touch of pressure guiding him onwards. The blonde doesn't say anything, but he doesn't need to, and Izuku quickens his step and anchors himself in the here and now. Without a word, Tuya eventually leads them to another door and slides it open, bringing them back out into the fresh air. Izuku sniffs the air reflexively, cataloging the scents of the inner garden, attention drawn to the click-tack of the Shiroshirodoshi, the pond and the boy hunched in front of it. Shuto, Deku whispers, fervent and fond. Izuku is aware that Fuyumi has caught up and snatched the bag of cookies away from Natsuo, scolding him for already eating half of them, and Tuya is looking at that instead of Shuto, the twitch of his lips exasperated if genuine, and Katsuki has let go of his wrist, for once waiting for Izuku to make the first move, ready to step in if things go wrong, but those things are very distant now. Inconsequential. He doesn't feel very afraid anymore. Without waiting for an invitation, he steps out onto the veranda, neatly places his slippers to the side, yanks his shoes on, and strides towards Shuto. Oi, Deku, wait up. Shuto doesn't turn around, but Izuku can see awareness pulling his shoulders and back taut. Intrigue and uncertainty and diffidence seep off where his fingers meet the water, send frost creeping under the surface. Izuku deliberately scuffs his shoes against the ground so he doesn't creep up on Shuto all at once and stops when they're a few feet apart so the other boy has space. Hello, my name is Midoriya Izuku, he greets softly. You can call me Izuku-kun, if you like. Shuto holds himself tight, ice splintering off his knuckles. He turns and Izuku can't check the instinctive recoil when he catches sight of Shuto's scar. Oh my god. It's not at all how Deku remembers it. It's far worse. Deku hadn't met Shuto until they were 13 years after Rei threw boiling water across the left side of his face. Over a decade of physical recovery. The difference between then and now is horrifying. His left eyelid has partially dipped, overwhelmed by thick, discolored scar tissue. Blotched skin covers the expanse from his hairline to the top ridge of his cheekbone, pink and red and purple, acid bright compared to the rest of his face. It's impossible to miss. Impossible to forget. Shuto's lips thin, angry, disgusted at Izuku's reaction. Do you want to see mine? Izuku blurts. And Shuto hesitates. Izuku glances back to see the siblings are hovering, but not approaching. Katsuki catches up and stares between them impatiently. He doesn't blink twice at Shuto's scar. Satisfied, Izuku curls his fingers under his hoodie and shirt, lifts the fabric to his neck and exposes his own scar. It's still raised and bumpy, still makes Izuku's chest tight when he thinks about it, still makes Deku go quiet. A final failure permanently emblazoned. Shuto's eyes widen. Does it hurt? Not anymore. Izuku lets his shirt drop, does his best to ignore the biting curiosity radiating off the siblings. I got it just before I turned 6 and I'm 7 now. It sort of itches when I think about it too much. It itches when I get too hot as well. Shuto's hand twitches upwards. It doesn't make it past his navel before falling back to his lap. Mine doesn't itch so much anymore, he admits. I couldn't sleep when it first happened. I never sleep much anymore, Izuku tells him cheerfully. Aren't you always tired? Shuto asks, peering at him closely. His eyes flick to Tuya and back to Izuku's face. Katsuki, clearly bored, decides to answer for Izuku. Yeah, but the idiot refuses to admit it. He sticks a thumb into his chest. I'm Bakugo Katsuki. I guess you can call me Katsuki-kun, if you want, but don't fang call me Kaken. Shudo eyes him cautiously. Todoroki Shudo. I suppose it's okay to call me Shudo-kun, he says, fiddles with the fabric of his shorts. Do you have a scar too? No, Katsuki snorts. I think they look cool, but I don't want one. You think they look cool, Shudo repeats dubiously. Katsuki shrugs. Means you're still here, right? Shudo clearly doesn't know how to respond to that, and Izuku jumps in to change the conversation. Do you know why we're here, Shudo-kun? Nei-sen called it a play date, Shudo says as he stands and brushes off his clothes. I don't really get it though. Why would you want to come here? Because we want to be your friends. Why? The question is spoken bluntly, harshly, and Izuku doesn't need Farrell to understand the emotion tangled up in that one little sound. It's second nature to him by now. As essential to his life as eating or sleeping. And suddenly it makes sense what Deku was talking about earlier, because maybe Deku could sympathize with Shudo's situation, but he came from a loving home and had a mother who would move the moon if it meant he would be happy. Izuku has the same home, the same mother, the same quirk, but he also knows what it is to have every choice stripped away until nothing means anything and all that's left is anger. Your mom smells like fresh snow, Izuku says. Absolute silence. Sweat trickles down Izuku's neck. That's part of my quirk, you see. It makes my senses a lot stronger, and what a person smells like tells me a lot about them. After I got hurt, my head was all wrong, and when we went to see the doctor about why, he smelled dangerous. And I was so scared and confused that I attacked him before he could hurt me or my mom. He swallows. Tears prick at his eyes. But your mom smells like fresh snow. I like something beautiful, even when she's hurting the way she is. Winter is not soft or pliable or kind, but it is brittle, and the cold of it burns just the same. When she asked me to meet you, I knew I wanted to be your friend, because if you were anything like her, especially if you were hurting too, that's the kind of person I want to be friends with. And now you don't have to be alone when you hurt. Be, but only if you want to. If you don't, we'll leave and you never have to worry about us again. He rubs clumsily at his eyes. Sorry, I didn't mean to cry. Deku's always a crybaby, Katsuki mutters. You get used to it. If you want to. He means what he's saying. We're not gonna waste our time with someone who isn't interested. We've got other things to do. We're gonna be heroes. He says the last part fiercely, daring the world to disagree. Shudo is simply staring between the two of them. The quiet impassivity Deku first encountered hasn't cemented itself yet, but even without the trembling lines around his mouth and eyes, Farrell fills in the gaps. Do I? Shudo cuts off, and his hand twitches up towards his face again. Curls into his shirt. Do I smell wrong? He whispers. Shudo always blamed Endeavor, never Rei, but Izuku wonders if Shudo ever thought anyone blamed him. Izuku shakes his head hard enough to make his curls bounce. No. You smell like... He hesitates, struggling to come up with a comparison that will make sense to someone else. You smell like a hearth on a snowy night. He's treated to twin blank stares. Quintuplet stares, if he counts the Todorokis still hovering in the background. He didn't. He completely forgot about them actually. Izuku resists the urge to pull his hood up to hide the red spreading over his ears. Like safety? Like a warm place to stay, but you smell a lot like fresh snow too. Like a mix of your brothers and sister and mom. It isn't a total lie. He's just neglecting to mention how much Tuya smells like brimstone. He fiddles with his hoodie string and adds, Katsuki smells like sweet fireworks. What the F does that mean? Katsuki snaps. Because nitroglycerin is sweet, but you also smell like fireworks when they're going off. How do I smell like fireworks going off? Like a bang. That doesn't make any sense, Deku. You smell how it feels. Kaken. How can a feeling smell like anything? Mom smells like home and warm hugs. Okay, now you're just messing with me, aren't you? Deku? Oi, Deku! Izuku isn't paying attention anymore. A nudge from Deku has drawn all his focus onto Shudo's face. It's minuscule, honestly, muscles hijacked by fear and anger for so long they don't know how to work on their own anymore, but it's definitely there, and every thought leaves Izuku's head to make room for the image in front of him so he can never, ever forget it. Because Shuto is smiling. And it feels like the first victory Izuku has ever made. "You're really good at drawing," Shuto says, gently touching the image of All Might. The hero is wearing a one-piece swimsuit and balancing a washing machine on his finger for a group of eager fans. Deku swears it actually happened on Dagobah Beach, but Izuku remains unconvinced. They're still in the garden, just the three of them. Shuto allowed Izuku to join him next to the pond, and Katsuki's lounging on the grass with his head pillowed on his arms. Fuyumi dragged Natsuo off by his ear some time ago, and while Tuya wandered off under the guise of leaving them to their child bonding, Izuku knows he's actually sitting behind the door to the garden, insistently hovering in case Shuto needs him. It's bizarre how protective the siblings seem to be of Shuto while simultaneously keeping their distance. Izuku hopes it's just his and Katsuki's presence inciting the behavior, but Deku's uneasy silence on the matter makes him think something else is going on. "Thanks," Izuku says warmly. He fingers the corner of the page. He's near the end of this sketchbook. It's the one he uses for random ideas and happy things, removing the chance of exposing Shuto to one of his nightmares by accident, but there's another reason he chose this one to bring specifically. "I did a drawing of your mom. Do you want to see it?" You can say no. Frost trickles through All Might's hair. Shuto hastily pulls his hand back. Izuku wipes it away without commenting. "I could show you more card tricks if you like." Izuku offers instead. "Wait." Shuto rubs at his right arm, breathes out a puff of cold air. "Wait, I want to see her." Izuku flips to the back page, hands it over and politely looks away. It's still just a sketch, messy and undefined apart from Rei's face. He's not entirely sure he captured the expression she has when she's gardening, when her fingers dip over petals and wind around stems, coaxing life back into the earth little by little. Not quite happy. Not quite happy. Not quite anything else either. "You met Mom in the hospital?" Shuto says quietly. "Yeah. She misses you," Izuku says. "Not that I mean, as she gets why you haven't come to visit? She's not, I mean, she told you what happened." Izuku swallows and glances at Katsuki. The blonde has cracked open an eye, recognizing the opportunity as it presents itself. As long as they speak quietly, Tuya shouldn't be able to hear, and if there's one thing that the siblings' distance has assured him, it's that Shuto will be willing to keep Izuku's secrets. If he believes them at all. "We don't have to tell him about me," Deku says. Izuku sets his jaw. I don't want to have to lie to my friends." I actually already knew," Izuku admits. But before I tell you, you have to promise you won't tell anyone. Katsuki and my mom know, but nobody else, okay?" "I promise," Shuto says with a shrug. "You have to swear it on your mom," Izuku whispers. Shuto recoils, eyes spreading wide. The air around them wavers, heat and cold clashing into an instant fever. Izuku resists the urge to be sick and smiles sadly. He knows he's being unfair cruel, but he's being even more unfair burdening Shuto in the first place. That's the thing about truth. Once it's been sent out into the world, there's no telling what kind of havoc it'll wreak. Even a tiny piece of it hidden between children. The truth is, Izuku doesn't want to fight a war. The truth is, Izuku wishes he could go home and sleep. The truth is, Izuku doesn't remember what it's like to be afraid. He takes these truths and tucks them deep, drowns them in the waters of his mindscape until they're weak and can't reach Deku ever. They writhe and flail and scream noiseless bubbles, but they are Izuku's and Izuku's alone. If his brother can keep secrets, so can he. Shuto carefully puts the sketchbook down and places his fingertips on his mother's face. Aching with grief. "I swear." "Okay," Izuku breathes. "Well, the scar on my chest? I got that when my older self traveled back in time to stop the end of the world." Shuto stares. Which isn't encouraging, but Izuku soldiers ahead anyway. "He lives in my head. He's paying attention right now, but he doesn't always, and he's sort of part of me? I mean, the scar is his, but he says we've merged, so I got his scar as well, and I see his memories. That's why I was in the hospital. We couldn't tell what was real and what was the nightmare. But, yeah, I call him Deku, 'cause that was his hero name before he came back, and I think of him as my older brother. Because he's me, but not me, you know? Katsuki snorts. Wow, you made the coolest thing that ever happened to you sound like the dumbest. Izuku pouts. It's hard to explain it to people. You and your older self share a body, some of his features have passed on to you, and he did it because he needs to stop the world from ending, Shudo surmises neatly. Okay, so maybe I'm not very good at explaining it. You're doing amazing, Otudo. And you knew about my mom because of that? Shudo asks slowly. Oh, right, the older you and Deku became friends after you got into you today, and you told him about. Izuku gestures awkwardly to Shudo's scar. So, technically you told us, just not yet. He picks at his cards. Everything was really confusing because I had all these memories in my head that weren't mine, but still happened. Deku didn't know where he was at all. But then your mom came across us and it sort of reminded us? It reminded us that there were people who needed help. It's really thanks to you and your mom that we're here. Shudo is quiet in the wake of that. Katsuki watches him out of the corner of his eye. Izuku nervously checks on Tia. The older boy hasn't moved, nor given any indication he's heard the contents of their conversation. Okay, Shudo says. Huh. That makes sense. Katsuki actually sits up to join in staring at Shudo. You believe me? Izuku asks stupidly. Shudo frowns. Why would you come here just to lie about that? I wouldn't. I'm not. I thought I'd have to convince you. With proof and stuff. Oh. Shudo blinks at him. You still can if you want? Deku breaks into a snorting laugh. Izuku just plain forgets how to speak for a moment. That's okay. I can't tell if you're smart or an absolute idiot, Katsuki announces. Why? Shudo asks, throwing Katsuki a perturbed glance. He didn't believe me at first, Izuku explains. I told him the outcome of an all-might fight in New York a week before it happened, and then he started listening. It took my mum a whole night of thinking about it to believe me too. Shudo tilts his head down, hands splayed across his knees. I've never had friends before. I don't really know how it's supposed to work, he says, and there's something hopeful and fearful trapped under his words. A desire for something more without knowing if you're strong enough to keep going when it inevitably falls apart. But I think, if we're going to be friends, then you shouldn't lie to me. Of course not. Katsuki folds his arms and glares at nothing in particular, red irises sparking. That's why I got so angry at Deku at the time. I thought he was lying. Izuku rubs the back of his head. That's also why I told you I knew you'd never forgive me for keeping something like this from you. And just so you know, I might have memories of an older version of you in my head, but I don't think of you as the same. Neither does Deku. You're your own person, Shudo-kun, and I look forward to getting to know you. Shudo nods, and he doesn't smile, he doesn't quite look happy, but his shoulders loosen and his fingers relax. So, he says at length, you know about my dad. That he's a complete a-hole? Yeah, we know, Katsuki snorts, leans back and wraps an arm around his knee. Izuku didn't know Shudo was even capable of spluttering. He's an idiot too, by the way. A dangerous idiot, but an idiot, Izuku agrees. We're your friends now, so we're gonna try and protect you. We can't be here all the time, but we'll come see you as often as we can. If you ever need help, all you have to do is ask. My dad wouldn't be happy if he knew you were coming round, Shudo says, winding himself tight again. Well, your dad can shove it up his butt. Izuku chokes as Deku's glee threatens to explode from his mouth. Oh. Shudo looks at them like he's seeing them properly for the first time, or like he's just worked out the reason behind the universe and how to eat an orange without ever getting your hands sticky in one fell swoop. So you really are crazy. Katsuki scoffs. Who cares if he's the number 2 hero? We're gonna get stronger than All Might. Because we want to, Izuku tacks on. We want to be the best heroes we can, not just to stop the end of the world, but because we want to save people. Kaken's gonna beat up all the villains so they can't hurt anyone, and I'm going to make sure nobody has to be hurt the way Deku was. It doesn't matter how far we have to go. A jolt of surprise goes through Izuku's chest. He runs a thumb over it and says nothing. Shudo watches the movement with disbelief written all over his face. Deku and I will punch Endeavor in the face if he tries anything, Izuku insists. Alright, Shudo allows, but I still don't get that part. I thought you were Deku. And doesn't it mean useless? Why would he make that his hero name? Katsuki sighs and lies back down again. This is gonna get so effing annoying every time we have to do this. This was not your fault. His phone is broken, crushed to useless circuitry and cracked glass in the shape of 5 fingers, the call lost forever, but his mother's words echo inside his head nonstop. They replay, ricochet until they've destroyed everything else in their path, mind uselessly breaking them apart and stitching them back together in the vain hope they'll make sense. They'll be wrong, it's all be some misunderstanding or practical joke, and he won't even be angry because his mother will be safe and Dobby won't. Dobby can't. What do you want? Want, little hero? I don't want anything. Your mother called you. I'm just being polite, letting you know I'm here, saying hello. If you hurt her, you're a little late on that one. She'd been crying, his mind informs him. She'd been smiling too, it whispers. She was trying to save you. Deku tears across Muzutafu, roof tiles breaking beneath his feet and the air shattering in his wake. He's left his friends and teachers behind. Not even Ida can match his speed when before him is only open sky, and he thinks that maybe if he jumped high enough he could reach anywhere in the world in a single bound, arrive as soon as his free fall ends and in time to save anyone. He runs. His knees ache and his ankles groan and his joints shudder, neatly picked apart by one for all in minuscule increments, but he runs. This isn't personal, by the way. Just luck of the draw. Leave my mom out of this. What's wrong with you? Plenty. Haven't I made that clear? I guess there's a kind of irony to it. You have All Might's quirk. All Might is the standard I was tortured for. Is that irony? Your mom's looking kind of confused there, little hero. There's smoke on the horizon. A pillar of black underlined by bright, boiling blue. It's the direction he'd headed, would be heading even if the smoke were billowing behind him. A tug in his chest. Recognition knitted into his bones. 18 years of his life neatly boxed and ordered among the rest, and he's drawn to it as any animal is. Leave her alone. Seriously? You never told her? Didn't think she might like to know she had a target on her back because of you? Don't you dare. Mom. He slips, careens towards the ground and lashes out blindly with black whip. Catches and rights himself and swings onwards through the ash and smoke, rebounds over huddled civilians and fire trucks and heroes telling everyone to stay back, it isn't safe. Wreaths of blue flame carve their color into every step of his childhood, dog his treaded paths and smother the familiar streets. He swipes his eyes as they stream. It doesn't make a difference. You're the monster here. My son has only ever done what he thought was right. That's the truth of it, Midoriya-san. Heroes only ever care about themselves. You should look in a mirror and say that again sometime, Todoroki-san. Stop. The apartment building is ablaze. The ground shudders and cracks, lines of magma peeking through crumbling foundations. His mouth guard filters most of the smoke, but there's nothing to stop the heat scorching his lungs with every ragged inhale. It's black and it's blue and it billows and it roars, greedily exigus up everything within range, tendrils of flame reaching out to consume him too. Somebody is calling his name. His hero name. As if that's ever meant anything at all. I'm not gonna say I'm sorry for this, because I don't really care. I'd be more frightened if you did. Mom, I'm coming, I'll be there. It's okay, Izuku. He doesn't hesitate. He just leaps. Lands on the crumbling balcony and ignores the flames determinately snagging at his body, held at bay by his costume and the furious storm of One for All. He walks through the molten slag that once constituted glass doors, soles burning above iron, hair catching, skin fusing to fabric. There's nothing recognizable left. The roof has caved in and the walls are crumbling, only a vague blueprint from his memories forming the shape of an apartment. Of a home. All his urgency is smothered under the weight of it. He feels nothing. He thinks he might be nothing. And he takes another step and a flash of something not blue catches his gaze, crushed beneath a glowing beam and splintered apart but still a recognizable shape because he's seen the way the human body can burn and bend and break, and this is his mother's apartment and tell Endeavors he's an a-hole for me, will you, little hero? I'll be coming to kill him very soon. I'll kill you, I swear I'll. No, Izuku. Please, please. Don't prove him right. This was not your fault. Do you hear me? Mom. The shockwave blasts him back, and it's only a lifetime of experience that breaches the understanding. An explosion. Something's exploded. He slams into a wall, shrapnel slicing him apart and fire burning his back. He collapses forward, drags himself towards the twisted remains beneath the beam. His vision sways, dips, flutters in and out. He touches numb fingers to the corner of his eye. They come away red. They come away tasting of metal. And then there are hands and he's being lifted, carried, rushed away, and there's air again but he can't breathe any of it and he fights against the hold, something pressing on his awareness, something important. Screaming. There's screaming and that means someone needs help and he's a hero. He's a hero. Is he? Isn't he? This was not your fault. Oh, he thinks, distant and unhinged. Oh, that's me screaming. And a hole opens up inside him so dark and so deep there isn't a quirk in existence that could pull him back out. Sometimes, in the weeks following, Izuku looks at the walls surrounding the Todoroki household and thinks of Yue. The sprawling campus has walls on every side. Lush woods, towering buildings and state-of-the-art simulated environments hoarded behind cameras, sensors, alarms and barriers. Students pinned by the watchful gaze of experienced pros and hidden from the eager public clamoring for a piece of their own to take from the halls of heroes. Yudata promises, beyond all else, those allowed onto its grounds would find no safer place. It never considered the world it forced outside its barriers would be the real vulnerability. Take a step back and whole concept seems obvious. Why attack a hero or student with experience, training, and the support of their agency and university when you could go after civilians not even lawfully allowed to use their quirk to defend themselves? Maybe it's all might, maybe something else, but somewhere along the line it's become a communal truth. Heroes, their families, their brothers and sisters, their partners and children, are untouchables. You have to be crazy to go after a hero, crazier still to take out their precious people. An assumption held to standard by heroes themselves. The belief that after a day spent patrolling and fighting and bleeding, capturing thieves and murderers and RPSS, immersing themselves in the worst humanity has to offer, they could return to their own lives knowing that their families would forever be apart, and through their loved ones, they could remain apart from it too. That belief system had been cracked by Stain, rattled further by the reveal of Todoroki Tuya and all the mess that came before and after with Hawks and Endeavor, until finally it had been shattered by the death of Midoriya Inko and the deaths of all the others. Hundreds of families murdered, maimed, injured, and no single cause to blame. Only a belated, horrified realization that PLF didn't respect the rules. It's laughable. It's obvious. It's so very simple. The PLF started a war and were going to see it through, but there was still a chance of a better tomorrow. The heroes had driven the villains away, locked most of them up, cut their forces into meaningless chunks that wouldn't know what to do with themselves. Of course, they wouldn't let such devastation happen a second time. So when another act of senseless violence occurred on the very thing society clung to as untouchable, when no easy answer presented itself, another reason had to be found. Heroes had somehow drawn it on themselves, and on those closest to them. Civilians looked at the carnage and saw not the grieving in need, but a source of infection, corruption. Hundreds of people dead in order to make a single point. Heroes only care about themselves. It's the worst kind of magic trick, Izuku has realized. The whole point of magic, of sleight of hand and fake shuffles and misleading words, is to put the audience's attention on one thing while the real trick is happening somewhere else. Shigaraki may not have been a performer, but he had plenty of underlings to make up the slack. All for one, well, he'd been a performer until his dying breath. right up to the last moment before his ghost was excised from Shigaraki's broken mind in a single act of faith gone wrong and an ideology too mired in preconception to look further than surface deep. Sometimes, in his worst moments, Deku looks at the world he left behind and thinks it feels more like a natural end than an aberration. Is All Might your favorite hero? Shudo asks one day as they sit with their backs pressed to one of the walls, soaking up the warmth in the stone. Fuyumi is watering the plants nearby. Natsuo is sitting with his summer homework spread over the veranda in front of him. Tuya isn't home. Izuku looks down at the All Might hoodie pooled around his waist, the sleeves frayed and ripped, listens to his brother's silence and says, "No. Is he yours?" Shudo twitches and draws his knees up to his chest. His left eye is hidden beneath a covering to protect it from the sun. "I don't know. I don't think I have a favorite hero. If there's a hero I wanted to be like, though, it'd be All Might." "Do you want to be a hero? Outside of, everything?" "Yes," Shudo says resolutely. Lowers his voice. "I wasn't sure before, but I am now. You don't have to be one because of that." Izuku fans his cards out in front of him and prompts Shudo to pick one. "Just because you know things are going to go wrong doesn't mean you have to fix them." Shudo picks a card, gaze fixed on Izuku. Even with all the outward empathy of a rubber duck, he's terrifyingly perceptive. "Isn't that what you think you have to do?" Deku winces and Izuku shrugs. "My therapist says it a lot." He offers a sharp grin. "I always wanted to be a hero. Nothing would have changed that. Nothing will. I'll always want to help people. I want to help people too." Shudo finally looks at the card, places it back in the deck and scrutinizes Izuku's hands as they begin to shuffle. "Besides, what sort of friend am I supposed to be if I leave you do it yourself?" "You're a good friend, Shudo-kun," Izuku says and means it. Shudo's card has already been slipped to the top of the deck. "You'll be an amazing hero." "Better than All Might?" Shudo asks, a touch of dryness of his tone. "That's up to you, isn't it? It's your quirk, you decide how to use it." Izuku sets the cards between them. He taps the deck twice, wiggles his hands above it in a vaguely mystifying way, and taps the deck again. Kaken's bad at communicating it, but I think he's right when he says you should decide what you want to be and stick to it. He just accepts nothing less than the best. He flips over the top card to reveal the King of Clubs. "Is this your card?" "Yes," Shudo replies, somewhat reproachfully. "Can't you give me a hint?" "A magician never reveals his secrets," Izuku sings, already shuffling again. "Why'd you want to know about All Might anyway?" Shudo's ire dissipates as his gaze flicks to his siblings. "I've been thinking about it a lot. Me and my mother, we used to watch All Might's interviews. I'd nearly forgotten. He always said your quirk is your own too. And Katsuki-kun is always talking about him and you wear his merchandise, so I wondered." He rubs the bandage over his knuckles. Purple skin edges around the bottom. "I don't really understand what being better than All Might means, though. Why is he the standard?" Izuku blinks, hands stilling over his cards. "I don't know," he replies, frowning. "He's always been the standard, I guess. He's the #1 hero. But why does that make him the best? I know what #1 means, it's just..." He glances at Fuyumi and Natsuo again. Takes a deep breath and shifts over so he and Izuku are pressed shoulder to shoulder. Izuku doesn't dare move. He's #2. He has been for years. I don't understand why ranking is a mark of how good a hero you are. You know how it's all decided, right? The HPC and everything? Obviously, Shudo huffs and pats at the eye covering in frustration. Izuku's scar itches in sympathy. "I'm not explaining it right. I don't know what kind of hero I want to be at all. It's fine to say it's up to me, but I don't know where to start." "You don't have to decide now," Izuku assures. "Me and Kaken have always sort of known. That doesn't mean everyone does." "I want to help people," Shudo repeats, this time like it's a secret. Something he was never really meant to think. "You're always giving up something of yourself when you help other people, aren't you?" I don't want to give up what he gave up. Not for All Might. Not for anyone. That's what I want to be better than. Not stronger. Better." Izuku knows what he wants to say to that. He doesn't. He just thinks of Rei staring out the window and Tuya's heavy gaze and the way Deku hides when the nightmares get so bad Izuku feels like he's going to suffocate before he gets another chance to breathe. You never have to give up anything you don't want to. It's always your choice. Even if other people want to make it seem like it isn't, Deku murmurs. Izuku echoes that instead. Shudo's lips twitch upwards. Isn't that what friends are for? It's said with a childish kind of protectiveness that borders on possessive. Izuku smiles back and tries not to count down the seconds until he inevitably has to leave again. Between Izuku and the Todorokis, a routine is formed. They're still trying to keep Izuku's presence a secret from Endeavor. It's nerve-wracking. Their one saving grace is that the man is a full-time hero with all the responsibilities that entails. Shudo's training is mostly relegated to evenings and early mornings, which means there's little chance Endeavor will be home other than then. After a month with no sign of being caught, Izuku is heading over at least twice a week, sometimes with Katsuki in tow, but more often not. They don't talk much about Endeavor. It seems something of a relief for Shudo that he doesn't have to explain, and on the rare occasion he's in the right mood, Izuku and Deku describe Rei as best they know her. It doesn't upset him, per se, but Shudo always ends up pensive afterwards, gaze distant and fixed on something only he can see. There's no taboo on the rest of the family, thankfully. Izuku learns that Fuyumi and Natsuo go to school, but Shudo and Tuya don't. He learns there are staff employed to tend to the gardens and clean the house and tutor the boys during term, but for the most part the children are left to themselves. He learns that Fuyumi and Natsuo can cook, but Tuya consistently makes ash and is banned from the kitchen unless he's grabbing a snack. He learns Tuya was away for a while, but Shudo isn't really supposed to say where or why. He learns that Natsuo has a secret stash of fluffy socks he slides around the hallways with, Fuyumi has a weakness for tangerines, Tuya is always cranky in the morning, and all three visit their mother 3 times a week without fail. If it weren't for Endeavor and Rei, Izuku would almost think they were normal. If he didn't know about Dabi, he might forgive himself for thinking that. Tuya is an anomaly. He's quiet, watchful, steadfastly protective without overtly showing it, and honestly, hilarious. Just as deadpan and sarcastic as Deku on a good day, and he's the one thing they can't predict at all. Deku knew Fuyumi and Natsuo, however tangentially, and young though they are, Izuku can see the outline of what they'll become. Images that haven't yet been colored and shaded right. When he looks at Tuya, all he sees is fire. Rei had been spared from the slaughter in Deku's time. Dabi might have hated his father and siblings, he might have known his mother would never forgive him for what he did. But that didn't stop him loving her. Izuku doesn't know where to begin trying to comprehend that. It goes against all his instincts to run towards smoke, and Tuya is a wildfire waiting to happen. Right up until he isn't. It goes like this. Izuku is teaching Shudo how to play. Katsuki isn't here because he's at his rock climbing class and Deku is napping, so it's Izuku and Shudo chasing each other around the inner garden. Izuku is faster than Shudo, but he makes sure to let the other boy catch him often enough he doesn't get upset. Fuyumi is making lunch. Izuku's been invited to stay. He isn't very hungry. He is tired, though, so hopefully the food will give him some energy back. Shudo has smiled a total of 12 times and laughed twice since they met. Izuku hopes one day it'll happen too many times to keep track of. It goes like this. There's an outcropping of rocks around the pond. They're smoothed flat, round and damp. Izuku is hopping across them, showing off for Shudo the way boys do, and he misjudges his step. He slips. He falls. He hits the ground before he's fully aware of what's happened. It isn't a bad fall. He manages to twist and roll after the initial impact so he doesn't go sliding across rock and dirt. His breath is knocked out of him and he hears Shudo crying out in surprise. He blinks up at the sky and sits up to smile and tell Shudo he's okay. That's when the pain hits him. A sudden surge of sensation that catches all his attention at once, makes him forget where he is and who he's with. His knee hurts. There's blood spilling down his shin at a rate that's uncomfortably alarming, if not particularly serious. Izuku has seen himself bleed. He's seen himself lose an eye. He hasn't yet seen himself lose an arm, but he can guess how bloody that will be. Izuku-kun, are you okay? It goes like this. Izuku is a 7-year-old boy, and when he looks up at his friend's fearful face, the same fear drips through his own veins. It hurts. The tears are brimming before he can stop them. His throat clogs up. He's bleeding. It hurts. He gulps out a helpless noise. Wait here, Shudo says shakily. I know where the first aid kit is, I'll be right back. Izuku can't muster up the urge to stop him. He curls his hands over the top of his knee and shivers. Deku would be here in an instant if Izuku called for him, but Izuku wants to be brave like him. He wants to be strong. It's just a little cut, not worth crying over at all, but he's still crying and it's stupid and weak, but the more frustrated he gets at himself the more he cries and he just can't make it stop. A curse jars his attention to where Shudo stands at the sliding door, first aid clutched in his hands and Tuya at his side. The older boy darts towards Izuku with surprising speed and Izuku swallows his wine, holds the barrier between himself and Deku tight so nothing of what he feels breaks through. Sorry, Izuku says, voice barely above a raspy whisper. It isn't a bad cut. I don't know why I'm crying. I'm okay. Tuya crouches in front of him. Izuku's knuckles are white where they grip his leg to stop himself flinching away. Shuto, Tuya says, just as quietly, hand held out for the first aid kit. Go help Fuyumi. She's almost done. Shuto hands over the box, throws a glance at Izuku's pleading expression. Tuya and I think. I wasn't asking. I'll see you inside, Izuku-kun, Shuto mutters with an apologetic shrug. Izuku watches him go until his eyes are too blurry to see more than a formless blob. I'm sorry, he repeats miserably, pawing uselessly at the blood sponged up by his sock. I should have been watching where I was going. I know how to patch myself up, you don't have to. Easy, Tuya cuts him off smoothly, almost gently, and isn't that a kick in the teeth, Tuya, of all people, comforting him. A hand closes around Izuku's wrist and pulls his fingers away from his ruined sock. This is gonna hurt, he warns and presses an antiseptic wipe to Izuku's knee. Izuku hisses, forces himself not to pull away. Tuya's touch is very warm and Izuku doesn't have to imagine the feel of his skin bubbling underneath it, nor the smell of burnt flesh that would accompany it, and he's tapping the ground in sets of 5 and he's still crying and every breath chases itself away from his lungs as his knee throbs and One for All threatens to spark and Feral turns his eyes and teeth and nails sharp and I am Midoriya Izuku, he thinks as hard as he can. I'm 7 years old. I'm at Shudo's house and Deku and I won't ever let anyone hurt me. It stems the growing terror just enough to find the smell of the garden beneath the blood and fire. The flowers and the water and the earth. Deeper. Like he could press his nose into it, inhale deeply and feel the turn of the world's axis and the magnetic pull of its poles, could reach down into the soil and find its hot, beating core, could sink into its depths and admit he's part of this world, not detached or alone clinging to its crust. He is inherent, meaningful and alive. I am Midoriya Izuku. He swallows a hiccuping sob and breathes, and after that he just has to go on breathing. You're afraid of me. Izuku freezes, scrubs a clawed hand across his eyes and risks a look at Tuya's face. The older boy is examining his mouth, the fangs poking out over his lips. Tuya's own lips are pale, his eyes narrowed. Not. Don't lie. I've seen the way you avoid me, the way you look at me. His attention to Izuku's knee is gentle but his voice is so bitter. Do I smell dangerous, Midoriya? Yes, Izuku wants to say. Wants to scream. If it were Dabi, he'd rip the hand off him and run until his legs gave out. If it were Dabi, he'd call Deku and close his eyes and let his brother do what he had to do. But it's not Dabi. It's Tuya. It's Shudo's brother, and how is Izuku supposed to explain that when he barely understands it himself? I'm not gonna hurt you, Izuku says in a small voice. It's as good as a yes and Tuya knows it, Izuku feels it, and the words keep spilling out after. You don't smell dangerous like you hurt people. Not like the doctor. You smell like you're so angry. All the time. The anger is hot. It feels like if I get too close I'll get burned. It's wrong. Not bad, I mean, it is bad, because even when you smile you're just angry behind it, And you shouldn't have to be angry when you smile. It feels wrong. Like a jigsaw piece squashed into the wrong place and now nothing fits after it. He's caught in brief instances now that he's coming into his senses. From his mother, from Katsuki, from the kids and teachers in his gymnastics and martial arts classes. Real anger, not just annoyance or frustration. Something that builds and builds until it has to be let out, no matter who gets hurt in the process. Everyone smells like fire sometimes, Izuku whispers to the taut hand on his leg. It's drifted down to his shin, spots of blood blooming to pink on the antiseptic wipe. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. Tuyajers hesitates, flicks the ruined wipe to the side and pulls out a length of gauze. You need to stop apologizing, he says and presses the bandage to the wound. Holds it tight. Izuku curls his claws into the dirt so he won't dig them into his palms. There they sit, Tuya unmoving, Izuku sniffling, until eventually, far too quietly, Tuya murmurs, "It's not you I'm angry at. You're a good kid." And Izuku realizes something. Something so obvious he has no idea how it didn't occur to him until now. He hurts you too. He already knew that. Dabi wasn't exactly quiet about it. Why should he have been? Why should any of them have to live like this? Why is it fair that Izuku saves Shudo, but not Tuya? Tuya pokes Izuku between the eyes, breaking him out of his thoughts. I know you're looking to be a hero and all, but don't start thinking I'm in need of saving. You're just a kid. You're supposed to cry when you fall and hurt yourself, and not much more besides. A strange compulsion drifts through Izuku's head then. A spark cooler than One for All's brand of lightning, yet just as bright. Subconscious instinct transmuted from quirk to thought before Izuku can really grasp what it means, and the words simply speak themselves. Can I tell you a secret, Todoroki-san? Tuya peels off the gauze and wipes the remaining traces of blood away. Call me Tuya, he mutters. I can't stand being called Todoroki. Oh, okay, Tuya-san, Izuku says uncertainly. You can tell me the secret. Doesn't mean I'll keep it. You don't have to. I don't think I'll be able to keep it forever anyway. Izuku scratches at the crust around his ankle. Watches the flakes scatter and thinks about half his vision gone forever and his mother lying dead. I want to be a hero, but I don't think I'm going to be a very good one. I don't really care about rankings or being famous or... I just want to help people, however I can. I don't want them to have to hurt or be afraid. I don't want them to die. But I don't really know what the name for that is. Hero is the closest I know, so that's what I say. Tuya unwraps a fresh bandage and binds it neatly to Izuku's knee, movements practiced and efficient. He's silent again, this time for so long Izuku is certain he isn't going to answer at all and that strange instinct was wrong. He waits. Tuya moves back and Izuku tests the bandage, relaxing when he finds he still has full range of movement. Maybe Tuya was the one who bandaged Shudo the other day. The thought makes him queasy again. And Tuya says softly, I think that's called trying to be a good person. The tears stop and Izuku sees Tuya probably for the first time ever. The older boy looks tired and sad, so different from what Izuku is accustomed to both in dreams and reality that the shift alone makes Izuku readjust his view. The proximity, the clarity in his thoughts, the bandage on his knee, the unmarred skin or red hair dipped white. He might never know what truly sets it off, but Izuku stops and thinks and listens. Tuya's hurting too. He's going to be hurt worse if they can't figure out how to stop it. And Izuku knows all too well how that hurt and sadness and anger can become all that hate. How monsters can thrive and multiply and rule. It happened to Katsuki. It happened to Shudo. It happened to Deku even if Izuku isn't supposed to know it. But he also knows that if the right people are given the right tools at the right time, the world will be there again in the morning, the sun shining all the brighter. We can save everyone. You're pretty smart, Tuya-san, he says, finally wiping away the last of the tears, nails blunt again. There's a horrid ache behind his eyes and his face is a mess, but he doesn't feel like he's suffocating anymore. I'm glad Shudo-kun has a brother like you. Tuya's eyes go wide in surprise, then soften in resignation. You know, I'm actually kind of glad you met my mom. Even if you had to maim a doctor to do it. Try not to make a habit of it, Izuku offers, a jolt of elation rushing through his chest when Tuya snorts. This close, it's impossible to remove himself from the stink of brimstone, but it's strange because it's only surface level. As if it's been dumped all over Tuya and he can't wash it away. And if Izuku goes deeper, if he pays attention, Tuya doesn't smell much like fire at all. Not really. More like wood smoke. More like Shudo. Thank you for helping me. You can call me Izuku, if you like. Tuya studies him for a moment. What he finds seems to be good, because his answering smile is breathtaking. Look where you're going next time, brat. Izuku really seems to be coming along, Mitsuki comments. Inko nods over her tea, tracing her son's movements as he chases after Katsuki. The city park is bustling with families enjoying the summer sunshine now that the work week is over. Her shopping is nestled safely between her legs, her quirk humming in the back of her mind just in case anyone tries to grab the bags and run. It won't stop them, but if she keeps practicing, someday it will. It's nice to see him acting like a boy, she admits. He's so serious about so many things. It's wonderful that he's working so hard, but I'm starting to understand why you want Katsuki to slow down. Mitsuki snorts. They're little terrors, the both of them, she agrees. I got called into the rock climbing center the other day. Katsuki had made it halfway up an intermediate wall before anyone spotted him. Apparently, the kid stuff is too boring and useless. She air quotes, angling her fingers awkwardly around her paper cup and swearing when tea splashes onto her jeans. Inko hands over a tissue. He knows he needs a partner, doesn't he? That's the worst part. He roped one of the other kids into being his belayer. Mitsuki pauses mid-dab and snickers. Get it? Roped. Hilarious, Inko replies dryly. A moment later, they're both giggling. I told the brat if he wasn't careful he'd end up seriously injured, Mitsuki continues, sobering. I think he was more worried about the time he'd lose training than his physical health. Katsuki's a smart boy. I'm sure he understands. Children always think they're invincible. Right up to the moment they find out they aren't. Inko purses her lips, gaze drifting back to her son. He's the one being chased now, fluidly dodging around legs and tearing across the grass with easy grace while Katsuki struggles behind. Speed is the one thing Izuku excels at beyond his friend, and it's obvious in the wide spread of his grin that he knows it too. Come on, Kakin, he calls. You can run faster than that. Shut up and get back here. Mitsuki is smiling. You know, I was worried for a while, before Izuku's quirk came in. Some of the things I caught Katsuki saying, she shakes her head. I hate it took a quirk to do it, but I'm glad they're friends. They're good for each other. It took a lot more than a quirk. Mitsuki is well aware of that, even if she doesn't know the whole truth. He needs his friends, Inko agrees softly. Her son is happier than he's ever been. His friendship with Katsuki aside, visiting Shudo has brought a measure of resolve to her son's eyes, something concrete to offset the brittle, manic drive that used to grip his words and thoughts. Rei has quietly confided that her children have noticed a definite uptick in Shudo's mood, and they seem to be fond of Izuku and Katsuki as well. As much as Inko wishes she could march up to Endeavor and smack him after Deku explained what he's done to his family, she understands the process to these things. Not that she likes it. She can't accuse the number 2 hero of being a child abuser unless the rest of his family are willing to come forward though. She's sure they will be one day especially. Rei, but until she's out of the hospital, there isn't really anyone who could look after her children. Until then, the best they can do is be there for them so they know they aren't alone. But she worries about Deku. Izuku seems to take everything in his stride most days, and Deku enjoys talking to her about the books he reads and the shows he watches and her job, but, well, Izuku certainly isn't alone, and technically neither is Deku, but her oldest son doesn't really have friends. All the ones he had are gone. She's sure the time in the metal ward helped, and Nami is continuing to be a smashing success in her son's eyes, but from what he's described to her in stuttering increments, that kind of trauma doesn't just go away, and she has a nasty feeling that Deku is hiding a lot more than he's telling. Even from Izuku. She does her best, but she's a single, overworked mother against the weight of an apocalyptic event, and she's terrified it isn't enough. Mom. There's a puppy. Inko automatically turns in the direction of her son, only to feel a soft brush of fur against her ankle. She peers below the bench to find a giant ball of red fluff eagerly sniffing at her shopping. "Come here, Aki." A silver-haired man comes rushing up and hastily bows. "I'm so sorry for bothering you." "It's no problem," Inko says kindly. Mitsuki scoffs. "Should keep your dog on a lead if you can't control her." The man hesitates, looking between them, and Izuku and Katsuki come barreling through in the interim. "He's huge. Where'd you get a puppy that big?" Katsuki demands. "She, Kaken," Izuku corrects. He leans down into the dog's face and giggles when its wet nose meets his. "Hello. You're very big and fluffy. We don't have any food for you, though. You should listen to your person when he calls for you." "Person?" The man mouths perplexed. Inko hides her smile behind her hand. "Mom," Katsuki says. "No. But if you won't look after yourself, how am I supposed to trust you with a dog?" Katsuki deflates and glares at the dog. It rushes past Izuku and paws happily at his legs, wiggling and barking. "You're a good dog," Katsuki admits grudgingly. "But Deku's right. You should listen to your owner." The dog barks and jumps on him. "Aki!" Mitsuki raises her gaze to the sky as if she might find the meaning of life written in the clouds. "Please remove your dog from my son." Inko decides she's being a little harsh. Katsuki is laughing as the dog presses little snuffling kisses to his face and Izuku is practically vibrating at the seams. "She likes you too, Kaken. We're definitely not stealing someone else's dog." "I wasn't going to, you old hag. What did you call me, you little brat?" Utterly bemused, the man eventually drags his dog away. Izuku waves furiously as the dog pulls on her lead in an effort to return to her new playmates. Katsuki's gaze is wistful. "I'd be great at looking after a dog," he says insistently. "I'd train it and it'd go on runs with me and I wouldn't make it climb up any walls." Mitsuki pinches the bridge of her nose. "That's not what I meant and you know it. Do you think if I train really hard, I'll be able to pick up all the dogs one day?" Izuku asks. They stare at him. "Yeah, maybe," Katsuki says. Inko finally allows herself to laugh. Katsuki keeps up his running commentary on dog-sitting as they make their way out of the park towards the train station. A lot of the tension has dissolved since Izuku's remark, which, Inko suspects, was entirely the point, and Mitsuki endures the persistence with the stubbornness of a seawall. She's less patient with the woman who crashes into her. "Oi, watch it." She scowls, yanking Katsuki to her side as the flow of people thickens around them. Some people, honestly. "Mom." Inko's heart sinks. The cheery gleam has disappeared from her son's face, his grip tight when he reaches up and grabs her hand. With a single step he presses all four of them together, ensuring there's no chance of them getting swept up in the crowd as Inko finally registers the nervous glances and frantic whispers. "Deku JRKS." His head whips round. "Somebody's screaming," he whispers. "Is there a hero fight?" Katsuki asks, craning his neck to try and see around the people. "I want to go see Katsuki." But the boy has already run off, darting out from under his mother's grip and speeding forwards. Mitsuki and Inko share a look, then hasten after him, Deku trailing from his mother's hand. She glances back. "Are you okay? We can meet them at the train station." Deku hesitates, shakes his head. "I think I'll be okay. It just caught me off guard." He stumbles half a step, and when he regains his footing, Izuku is looking up at her with wide eyes. "I want to see too." "All right, stay close then." They only have to travel a couple blocks before they happen upon the scene. In the middle of the street is a single man, mud lashing around him, the road reduced to a viscous mess. Cars have sunk, people are wading and fighting against the mire, and mud-streaked police officers are being escorted away by sidekicks. Katsuki has pushed his way to the front of the makeshift barrier, red eyes tracking the movements of mud the way a gunsight's laser would, brow furrowing as he takes in the heroes dancing out of range. "Katsuki, I swear to God," Mitsuki pants as she cuffs the boy over the back of the head. "Why aren't the heroes doing anything?" Katsuki asks, rubbing his head and glaring. They're just leaping about. They probably don't have the right quirks, Izuku says, hand tapping his chin as his gaze flicks about. It looks like it's based partially on touch, some sort of area of effect quirk. His feet are bare, so he needs bare skin contact, and that transforms it within a short range, and after he can manipulate it. Make it harder or softer. Right, yeah, he isn't sinking into it the way everything else is. As if on cue, an arc of mud lashes out at a hero, forcing them to dodge wildly as it hardens and crashes into the ground with enough impact to send muck spraying everywhere. Nobody's fast enough to get close, Izuku continues, voice faint. Nobody's got a decent enough long-range quirk either. They'd have used it by now. Don't want to hurt anyone in the crossfire either? Oh, they're all sinking when they get too near too. They should be helping the civilians then, shouldn't they? Inko knows who the question is directed at. Not her, not Katsuki, and certainly not Mitsuki. Her friend is eyeing Izuku with an arched eyebrow. Inko touches her arm and shakes her head. This is, Katsuki mutters. All Might'd be able to blow it all away in an instant. They'll just have to wait until someone with the right quirk arrives. Mitsuki sighs and places her hands on Katsuki's shoulders, steering him out of the crowd. I don't even want to guess how much it's gonna cost to repair all this after he's messed with it. A commotion nearby splits their attention. A woman is fighting against the mire, waist deep and still sinking with no indication of stopping. She's screaming, losing herself to panic, desperately reaching out for somebody to help. Inko turns to Izuku to tell him they should leave. Izuku isn't there. She turns the other way. Mitsuki and Katsuki are staring open-mouthed at the spectacle, surprise rapidly slackening to horror as they take in the scene. Dread curling in her stomach, Inko looks over. Just in time to see her son, hood pulled up and green sparks erupting off his tiny frame, launch himself towards the villain. Deku knows memory is a fickle thing, as murky and elusive as wandering through the woods at night. Peer past shadowed boughs to spot the fragments and dislocated footprints of where you once tread, tracking flashes of scent and sensation while whispers in the leaves and shapes in the undergrowth form the foundation of your life and everything you miss along the way. As long as there's enough pieces to fill in the gaps, you know what should belong there, and you take that and mix it with starlight and mold it together and call it a person. Deku's Katsuki brought up a day in their childhood once. They were trapped on the east side of Kyoto, rain slicing against the shattered window of the apartment they'd chosen to hide, exhausted to the very core of their quirks. Katsuki started talking out of nowhere. Deku didn't listen, so Katsuki had to go back and say it again. He told the story of when he was 5, or maybe 6, and he'd slipped off a log into a stream. The rest of their group laughed and carried on, but Deku hurried down to make sure he was okay. It was like Deku thought Katsuki couldn't handle it. Like Deku thought he was weak. That's what started it, Katsuki said. A single moment of misplaced kindness that spiraled into 13 years of abuse. Deku hadn't the slightest recollection of what he was talking about. He still doesn't. Nobody chooses what they keep and what they get to throw away, especially at that age. Not ever. The only reason he remembered the incident in New York to convince Izuku's Katsuki of the truth was because he'd researched the incident later for a project. He always followed All Might, but he didn't memorize the man's every move, if not for lack of trying. So when he learns that All Might took a sudden break immediately after Deku arrived into his younger self, well, he has no idea if it means anything at all. He's kept vigil over his mentor's exploits to such a fanatical degree that it quite possibly supersedes his childhood idolatry. With 0 results. All Might hasn't flown into a frenzy over his quirk. There aren't any rumors of him or his team making strange inquiries. As far as Deku can tell, All Might doesn't deviate from his original path, and Deku has been forced to accept his first conclusion. One for all isn't draining from All Might. Which raises more than one headache beyond the fact there's 2 possible iterations of One for All running around right now. Are they truly separate? What would happen if they met? Would the quirks recognize each other? Would All for One recognize them both? What about the past users? Deku, frankly, would be delighted to ask them, but no matter how far he reaches into the core, gently crackling inside his little brother's shell. Nobody answers. Did they go back to All Might then? Did they disappear entirely? Or does Izuku have to be able to channel more of one for all first? That's how it worked the first time around, except the users always appeared to explain their quirk when it manifested. So why isn't the second user banging around directing Izuku on how feral is supposed to work? The consequences of his mistakes are pulling too many separate strands for Deku to compile them all. There's nobody to ask, nobody he can yet trust, and he's already drawn too much attention to himself by attacking Garaki Kyudai stupid, and if All for One gets curious and starts noticing Izuku doesn't act like a regular child, if he can see One for All. Deku doesn't know what to do. Time may have sped up in Izuku's eyes, but for Deku it's slowed to a crawl. Seconds pass like minutes, minutes like hours, the tangled web of events that had to happen that way at exactly that moment to necessitate his return stretching out for a millennium in liminal space. All he can do is wait it out, and it's because taking control isn't right. The pieces of himself don't fit together inside his skin anymore. Too much for a child's body to hold, more and less in equal measure. He doesn't know how he would have coped if he were anything more than a specter at the back of Izuku's head. If he'd solidified into flesh and bone, erased all the innocent parts and created something born of ash and war and blood. A child that's become an adult is time sped up, but an adult that's become a child again is an amputation, cut down to something too small to remain himself for very much longer. The worst part is the way they look at him. Like he's something small and fragile, something to be disregarded and ignored. The problem is, hero or not, young or old, there's one thing Midoriya Izuku is hardwired to respond to. It's saturated into his every cell, burnt into his bones, knitted into carbon. A visceral reaction that moves his body without permission, sends him rushing forward regardless of the danger waiting for him on the other side. He has never, not once, been able to ignore someone asking for help. So when he sees the villain through Izuku's eyes, sees the innocent woman reaching out, when he feels that intense, unstoppable urge to do something, he isn't really all that surprised when Izuku runs. He is, however, terrified. But there's no time to do anything about it as One for All sputters into existence, drawn by Izuku's clumsy reach, and Deku surges forward, not enough to take control, enough to wrest the quirk into order before the storm can truly shatter. That's different from what he remembers too. Instead of wild, ancient energy tearing through his system, One for All flows, Izuku's body a conduit to bring its lightning to the surface. Deku rises up with it, as much a part of the torrent as Izuku's beating heart. His resolve is Izuku's resolve, their strength one and the same. We need to do this fast, Deku warns, feels the words more than says them. We've got the element of surprise and we can't waste it. He has a limited sphere of influence. Get the civilians out of range and he loses any leverage he has. We can reach them. A burst of One for All should get rid of the worst of the mud, right? Then we can pull them free. Deku grins, all fangs and no humor. Let's do it. The conversation passes in the space between breaths. Izuku's foot hits the edge of the mire, shoe briefly sinking before he launches himself forwards. He's small, he's light, and with Deku watching every detail, he can give himself over to the strange sixth sense Feral instills and just move. They reach the woman and grab her hand, twist so their face is hidden and sweep their leg out in time, an instantaneous jump from 0.1 to a full 1% at the moment of impact, enough to pull her free and fling mud in every direction. They aren't strong enough to carry her the whole, not yet, but they can move behind her, can fit their arms under hers and pull all the way to the edge of the mire. The second she's on solid ground, they're off towards the next person, hood pulled low, mouth clamped shut, trapping the reassurances they want to let fly, because Deku knows they shouldn't be doing this and nobody can know it's a child, but they were asking for help, and 4 more people are saved in quick succession, 2 more to go, and it's then that the villain focuses on them, a billow of rage breaking free and a solid mass of mud erupting beneath their feet. Izuku yelps as they're tossed into the air, reflex more than genuine panic, and Deku rolls them into an easy flip, dodges the row of blunted spikes that rush up towards them and ducks down behind them to catch their breath. Half a second and they lash their foot out at one of the spikes, clods of earth speeding towards the villain, blocking his eyesight as they duck under the reaching hands of a hero and dive for the next civilian. Air pressure is curling around the inside of their hood, whistling in their ears, tearing at their skin, and there's an ache in their lungs and thunderclouds under their breath. They can taste the tension, sense the eyes of the crowd, the frantic relief of the civilians they saved, and a constant thrumming beat unique to movement, to fighting, to doing. Deku doesn't remember the last time he felt this alive. They drag the last civilian to the nearest safe spot and hunch down, claws curled on the concrete, attention narrowing to the villain. He's yelling something. So are the heroes. Deku ignores it, flexes Izuku's muscles from toes to hips, lets the animal override the human being and waits. The villain sweeps out his arm, telegraphs his intentions as clearly as he could have shouted them, and they leap to the side to avoid the next wave of spikes, rebound off a half-sunk car, mental bending beneath their feet, heart pumping adrenaline to their limbs, body moving in perfect harmony. Everything exactly where it should be. They flip round a light pole, ricochet again off the nearest building, replace the power Izuku can't endure with speed, and right as the villain prepares another attack, the world turns gray, the only color left surges vividly in the center of their target, and they pounce. A wall rises up around the villain fast, but with One for All and Deku's guidance, Izuku is faster still, and when they shoot out their leg, they make contact. Their strike hits the man's lower chest, right under his sternum, their speed and another instantaneous jump in power enough to fling the man backwards right into the reach of a gawping hero. The hero just barely gets his quirk on the man, some sort of rope-based projection from his hand, and they land on the patch of road untouched by the mire, panting, vibrating, triumphant. A jolt of pain, racing from ankle to knee to hip, breaks through the glow of victory. Deku thuds out of Izuku's thoughts. Joy bursts to alarm. A bead of sweat drips off Izuku's nose to the ground and Deku watches it fall in slow motion, a similar trickle dripping down his spine in tandem. Oh no. Oh god, what did they just do? Izuku, Deku hisses through gritted teeth. Move. Now. To his credit, Izuku doesn't hesitate. He races off, tugging his hood down as low as possible as he launches over the spectators and keeps running. Escapes the yells behind him by ducking down a side street, charges across the next, then ducks into an alleyway. The moment he's out of sight, Deku cuts off One for All completely. Izuku stumbles, gasps, steadies himself against the wall and limps forward, and that should worry Deku, that his little brother is already used to pushing past pain, that he sees only an inconvenience, not a warning, but the leg isn't broken and if they're caught. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Take off your hoodie. Shove it in that dumpster. But do it, then find somewhere to sit down. Catch your breath. Make it look like you're supposed to be there. The fear is coming back full force and it's sharpening his words until he barely recognizes them. He knows this feeling. He doesn't mean it. He isn't angry at Izuku at all. But that isn't an excuse and he wrestles against his emotions as sludge scks up his calves. Izuku does as he's told with a forlorn look at the bright yellow hoodie and continues on, instinctively seeking the scent of nature. They end up back at the park. Izuku sits under the shade of a tree, gaze flicking everywhere as he rubs at his arms and tries not to feel exposed. Deku and I? He asks quietly when Deku has breathed enough to fill up a hot air balloon. What's wrong? Deku releases it all in one harsh sigh. We shouldn't have done that. You shouldn't. I shouldn't. Oh my god, that was so stupid, why did I do that? Why do I always? What do you mean? Izuku interrupts, baffled. We saved them. We helped. Izuku, you are a child. Izuku flinches, his throat tightening and a squirm starting under his skin. He takes out his cards automatically, clenches them between his fingers and stares at the tessellated pattern on the back. Sludge bubbles and curls over Deku's knees. Deku impatiently climbs out, flicks the muck away, ignores the lingering sensation of fingers wrapped around his ankles. You're a child, he repeats, softer. This isn't your responsibility right now. I should have stopped you, and not just because you're a kid. We broke about 10 different laws with that little stunt. We can't keep drawing attention to ourselves like this. We can't let the wrong people find us until we're ready. He lowers his head and touches the ridged scar around his empty eye socket. Swallows. I got carried away. Sorry, Izuku. His own regret is starting to mix with the unease bubbling in Izuku's stomach. Heavy and uncomfortable and as unrelenting as Sisyphus' boulder. How long has it been since he let loose? Since he stepped forward and saved someone just because they needed help, and he was there? How can he just keep ignoring that? Every moment is vibrant, entrenched, shining bright amongst his distant memories, and the rest he forces himself to forget. He still doesn't know how he's going to be able to wait to start really changing things, but he has to think about Izuku too. Izuku sniffs. I didn't mean to put us in danger. My body just moved on its own. Top heroes always have stories from their school days. Most of their stories have one thing in common. Deku swallows. Yeah. It's all right. I should have known this would happen. I mean, I threw myself at a villain before I even had one for all, and broke my arms multiple times, and just generally smashed my way into every life-threatening situation available. Izuku giggles nervously and wipes his face. You're a terrible influence. Best Genist is gonna hate me if he ever meets me. He sobers, voice turning soft. It isn't wrong to want to save someone. It isn't ever wrong to try. But let's not get into any more villain fights until you're older, okay? Now, let's go find Mom and find out how badly she's going to kill us. Izuku pales. Mom, channeling a spectacular amount of restraint, doesn't actually kill them. A brief, stilted phone call leads Izuku to the train station where she's waiting outside, hands twisting over in a bizarre imitation of Izuku when he's restlessly sorting through his cards. Katsuki and Mitsuki are on the platform, she says, trying to hide the tremble in her voice as she pulls him close and lets him lean against her to take the weight off his leg. Do we need to go to the hospital? And no, Izuku says. It isn't broken or anything. We think we pulled the muscles, maybe strained the joints a little. It should be fine as long as I rest it. She nods and doesn't say anything more. In fact, she's utterly silent as they ride the train, arm closed around his shoulders like he might disappear if she lets go. Mitsuki holds Mom's other hand. Katsuki glares at the floor. Izuku glances up at his mom every so often and opens his mouth before closing it and looking away. He recognizes the weight of her grip, the way you have to hold onto anything to keep yourself from breaking apart and floating away. At least she doesn't draw blood. Mercifully, the other passengers in their car don't seem to know about the incident or notice anything strange otherwise. Nobody looks at their little group twice when they get off and head out into the open air. The silence finally breaks at a crossroads. Mitsuki, Mom says, pulls up short, her attention flicking between the two blondes, over her shoulder towards home, then the other way to the Bakugu's house. Mitsuki reaches out and squeezes her shoulder. Nobody's gonna hear it from me, she says and nudges Katsuki. The boy kicks at the ground, jaw clenched. Yeah, I'll keep it a secret. Just don't do anything else that's stupid, Deku. Katsuki shrugs, spins on his heel and strides off without looking at Izuku once. Mitsuki sighs. I'll call you later, Inko. She does spare Izuku a glance, but only shakes her head before chasing after her son. Izuku isn't sure what he feels as his mom supports him and Deku fidgets and his leg threatens to buckle beneath him. The tender pain is stark in its simplicity, bright in his mind against the conflicted maelstrom his thoughts are tumbling through, and even though One for All is no longer active, he can still feel the echoes of the storm shivering through his bones. Pulsing right at the heart of him. Eager to be used again. As if the quirk itself wants to reach out and save as many people as Izuku does. Everyone's angry with him. He knows that. But he helped. He knew he could do something about it, so he did. Deku said it wasn't wrong, but the way he said it made it seem as if it wasn't entirely right either, and Izuku. He doesn't know if he can accept that. The thought buoys him all the way to their apartment, past the nervous looks over their shoulders and the slow climb up the stairs, until finally they're in the privacy of their home and Mom locks and the door and Izuku blurts, I don't regret it. Deku smacks his hand into his face. Inko delicately puts the keys on the hook, sets her bags of shopping down, and leads him to the couch. Izuku chews on his lip as she scratches at a stain on the coffee table, the flecks disintegrating under the motions of her telekinesis. Was it you or Deku? She asks, gaze still fixed on the wood. Izuku can't tell what she's thinking at all. I'm the one who started running, but Deku and I came to help after that, so both of us, I suppose, he admits uncertainly. I didn't really mean to do it. By the time I realized, I couldn't stop. Not when I could reach them. Not when I could help. His hand is pressed to his chest. He quickly puts it down. Deku and I's already talked to me. Explained that we shouldn't have done it. I won't do it again. You shouldn't have done it at all, Mom snaps, and oh, there's the anger. There's the disbelief and fear and relief and pride and disappointment. There's everything she feels but can't admit she does, and Izuku blanches under the weight of it. Neither of you. Regardless of the fact you broke the law and attacked someone. He was hurting people. Izuku interrupts, shoulders hunching up around his ears and fingers digging into the fabric of his shorts. He didn't care at all. He was hurting people because he could, and I wasn't going to sit by and let him. A sudden pinch in his leg makes him jump. He uncurls his hands and stares at his claws. Easy, Izuku. I know you're feeling defensive, but there's no need to puff yourself up, Deku says soothingly, but it just twists Izuku up even more to know his brother feels so guilty and acts like that doesn't matter at all. Mom watches him struggle for control, expression pulled wide. He doesn't know if she means it, he'll never know, but his anger disappears as quickly as it pitched when he sees her hands drift to her forearms. She's still wearing her work clothes, a smart pencil skirt, low-heeled shoes, and a long-sleeved blouse. She always wears long sleeves now. Even to bed. Ever since their first fit of madness when their fury tore through their own mother. Izuku leans back into the couch. Sits forward immediately as the cushions mold around his arms and coils into a ball instead. He has to let his sore leg hang loose when the taut position pulls at his muscles wrong. His eyes burn. He's tired. He suddenly feels far too tired. He was hurting people. Agrees. He would have hurt you. What would you have done then? I know your leg is injured because of your quirk. What would you have done if you had to stay there any longer? I didn't think about it. I just moved. I didn't even realize I was moving until it was already happening. Izuku strokes the bandage Tuya wrapped a couple days earlier and forces his exhausted tongue to keep working. I know I'm too young. I know it was stupid and I'm sorry for scaring you. But I can't say I'm sorry for doing it, because then I'd be lying and you'd be even more unhappy. If I'd just stood there, or walked away. I never would have forgiven myself. Not when I knew I could still reach them. Mom takes this in with a renewed tremble. How am I supposed to trust you then? She whispers. How am I supposed to believe you won't do it again? Do you know how much trouble you'd be in if anyone found out? Izuku flounders, a thin shred of ice gouging down his spine. He knows Mom is talking about the police. It's just such a nebulous, far-away concept his nightmares are what rush in to fill the blanks. All for one, Garaki, anyone else who might be searching. Deku presses forward before they can drown him completely. You can't trust us. We need to earn it, he says with his little brother's mouth. Believe me on this, at least. We understand the consequences. It's my fault as much as his. When we share emotions, it wasn't just Izuku who wanted to save those people, and it's been so long since I could save anyone. He scrubs at his hair, frustrated. No, ignore that. I don't want to guilt you into accepting this. I know it wasn't okay. Like Izuku said, we didn't think before. Well, you need to start, Mom bites out. She turns away from his flinch to stare resolutely out the window. Deku keeps quiet. He can smell the salt. Oh God, you must know. You must know if something happened to either of you I would. She chokes, words crumbling away. Deku reaches out and takes her hand. She squeezes his hard enough to hurt, but that's okay. It already happened, he says softly. He hates it, but Izuku isn't a normal boy and he isn't a normal anything. I don't want to excuse what we did. All we can do is explain. There was someone asking for help and nobody else was answering. We're sorry for making you cry. We won't risk ourselves like that again. Mom inhales a shuddering breath and draws him into a hug. It isn't your responsibility to fix the world, she whispers into his hair. There's no truth Deku can conjure for something like that. He simply lets her hold him a moment longer before handing control back to Izuku. I'm sorry, Mom, Izuku repeats. I'm sorry for throwing away my hoodie too. It's an awful thing to know a parent is crying. The shining bastion of childhood broken down into something fallible and ordinary. As much as it gnaws at his heart, as scary as it is to know she can't ever make the world kinder or safer for him, he knows how lucky he's to have a mom that cares so much. I think I'm starting to understand why you kept so much from her before. Good reasons don't make it right. Not being right doesn't mean that it's wrong. Deku pauses, flicking sludge off himself. We aren't going to start lying to her. That isn't what I mean, Izuku says right back. He doesn't explain what he actually means though, because he isn't entirely sure himself. Eventually, slowly, Mom pulls away. Izuku ducks his head as she composes herself, his fingertips brushing over the bandage on his knee once more. Thinks about the brief spark of light that resonated with his lightning and wonders. You're grounded, Mom says abruptly. Izuku's head snaps up. Even red-eyed and makeup smeared, Mom can still be terrifying when she wants to. No leaving the apartment. No seeing Katsuki or Shuto or Rei. I'll let you have your phone, but nothing else. She stands and curls her fist to her chest. I'll get you some ice for your leg. You'll need to rest it for a few days, which means you won't be attending your classes next week. I'll call in to let them know. After that we'll see. Grounded for how long? Izuku hedges. Until I decide you're not. Or until I'm certain you understand why you're being punished. But, no, Mom shakes her head. No, you need to understand. I need to know you understand. She takes a deep, fortifying breath. I'll bring your shoes so you can clean them, then you can take a bath and have dinner. You're going straight to your room afterwards. We're never gonna leave home ever again, Izuku despairs as she walks away. Deku offers a tired smile. If only it were that easy, Otudo. Izuku 1919, I'm grounded. Katsuki 1920, what a FNG surprise. Izuku 1920, sad face. Katsuki 1922, what the hell did you think would happen? If anyone finds out you did this, they're never gonna let you be a hero. Izuku 1923, my body just moved on its own. Katsuki 1923, hold on to it better next time. Katsuki 1930, useless idiot. Izuku 1931, sad face, sad face. Katsuki 1931, shut up. Izuku 1931, sad face, sad face, sad face. Katsuki 1932, sad faces don't fix anything. Izuku 1934, sorry. Izuku 1935, I only wanted to help. Katsuki 1938, you're lucky you didn't just get in the way. Sake, you're smarter than that. Thought Deku would be smarter than that. Izuku 1940, he's flattered you think of him that way. Katsuki 1941, I'm gonna kill both of you. Katsuki 2052, is your leg okay? Can you train? Izuku 2110, I'll need to keep off it for a couple days, but nothing too drastic. I'll focus on my arms for now, then follow our usual training regime as much as I can when I'm stuck inside. Katsuki 2111, it's flexibility on Wednesday, right? Izuku 2113, Tuesday. That way it's between strength and endurance and we won't die, maybe. Katsuki 2115, you need to stop listening to older Deku and the Blue Fire BSD. Your sense of humor esigus. Izuku 2116, so do your nicknames. Katsuki 2116, it's your hero. Name, Stupid De. Izuku 2118. Good point. Izuku 2132, thanks for asking if I'm okay. Katsuki 2138, you tell anyone I did I really will kill you. Izuku 2138, smiley face. Ito Daichi at Spirai Teprit, 2H. Anyone in Mizudafu Central see that tiny hero jump kick that villain today? Hashtag hero news, hashtag wish that wareem, hashtag harakomes the jump kick. Matsuo hero at Herois the game, 2H. My time to shine, hashtag hero news, hashtag Musudafure watch. Video link. Nakahara Kikuko at Therium Blues, 2H. WTF, that straight up looks like a child. Weta Haruki at Weta Haruki, 1H. Udate's really churning them out young nowadays, huh? Hashtag joke, hashtag no way that socket. Q's at Chicken Wiggle, 58M. Obviously it's not a kid, but who the hell is it? No hero is that short. Oshiro Ryoma at Oshirunderskroma, 56M. Don't be effing rude. Q's at Chicken Wiggle, 50M. Literally, what hero is that short? Even if he wasn't wearing a costume, his height would be a dead giveaway. Takagi-tama at Fluff and Puff, 44M. Maybe it's something to do with his quirk? Small for aerodynamic purposes, large for hero purposes, hashtag quirk analysis. Thoki at Aoki Speaks, 39M. At Fluff and Puff, thank you for trying, hashtag not at all helpful. Ito Daichi at Spyrai Teprit, 35M. Villains better be running when tiny hero is on the prowl. Nishimiya Sakura at Nishimiya 21. They've released a news report about it. Nobody knows who it was. Just some person who yeeted in, kicked the villain to next Sunday, then yeeted out again, hashtag what the hell is happening. Article link. Kinoshita Michi at Quinodoster, 19M. Tiny hero is real, hashtag I believe, hashtag Iwasher. Shudo catches the news the following morning. It's Saturday, which means Fuyumi generally lets him lie in as long as father isn't home. Or, more accurately, takes longer to come and retrieve him from his room for breakfast. He rarely wakes up before 7, no matter what day it is, and even when he knows Endeavor has left the house, there's still that kick in the gut panic when he sees the clock before remembering he's safe. For a short time at least. He lays in the dim light of morning, stares up at the ceiling and counts his heartbeats in sets of 4. Little by little, every repetition, the anxiety curdling in his gut dissipates until he can release the tension from his limbs and settle into his pillow. An ache in his jaw signals he's grinding his teeth. He stops. He isn't calm, not quite, not ever, but there's no spiraling urgency breaking through his blood anymore, and he listens to the distant taps of the Shurshuro-doshi and the trilling of cicadas and the chirping of birds, cradles his thoughts amongst the sound and basks in the stillness beyond. As the morning progresses, the presence of his siblings touches at the edges of his awareness. Fuyumi's light steps towards the kitchen. Natsuo's morning trip to the bathroom. Tuya's low grumbles at the prospect of being awake. All distant. All separate. Their greetings muffled by the 4 walls on all sides. Shudo remains still. It's better this way. Part they can joke and tease and laugh with each other instead of tiptoeing around and constantly glancing at him out of the corner of their eyes. He was taught very early on that he'll never be the same as his brothers or sister. The scar on the side of his face just finally made him learn it. His father likes to call his quirk a blessing. Shudo knows that's a lie. Blessings don't make your oldest brother cry when he thinks you can't hear him, or make your other brother go coldly silent whenever you walk into a room, or force your sister to run herself rag trying to maintain some semblance of family. Blessings don't drive your mother mad. Some days, Shudo hates his ice as much as his fire. Never the woman who gave it to him, but the constant sensation of coolness under his skin offsetting the burn in his throat and lungs. He'd rather freeze. He'd rather immolate. He'd rather not have a quirk at all. He pushes those thoughts away and counts his heartbeats again. It's an old wish, and Shudo has long since learned there's no point in wishing for things that won't come true. Hoping, though, well, recent events have caused him to reconsider his opinion on that entirely. When he hears the distant clatter of bowls and the soft buzz of the television being turned on, Shudo finally slips out of his blankets and pads across the room to get dressed. He tidies away his futon, neatly folds his pajamas on top, and uses the vacant space to run through his morning stretches. Once he's limber and loose, satisfied with his routine, he PPS an ear to make sure his siblings are still occupied, and tiptoes back to his dresser. Tucked at the bottom of his shirt drawer are 2 pieces of paper. He retrieves them and sits cross-legged beside his futon, angling the papers on the floor so they both catch the light. In front of him are 2 drawings. One is of Izuku and Katsuki. They're both grinning, Izuku's uncontrollably wide and happy, Katsuki's sharp and daring. One of the blonde's arms is thrown around Izuku's shoulders, and they each have a fist raised in front of them, an askance and expectation of reciprocation. There's a scribble in the top corner too. A spiky-haired blob with explosions puffing around it. Underneath is written, "Take care of this, ya hear? So we're with you, even when we can't be there for real," Izuku had whispered when he pressed it into Shudo's hands. The other is of his mother. It's the same one Izuku showed him the first day they met, now fully inked and colored in soft purples, blues and greens. Stems wind around her wrists and hands, flowers blooming along her fingers. Her silver eyes are bright, if a little tired, and touches of frost glint against her eyelashes. Her smile is a tender thing, barely there at all, but not quite anything else. It's fantastical and real all at once. An artist's interpretation and a genuine representation of the woman Izuku met. The woman Shudo isn't sure he knows anymore. Shudo curls his hand into his shirt, sits straight and closes his eyes. Keeps the images in his head as he sinks into himself, down past the minute movements of his muscles, the whisper of his lungs, the thumping of his heart, right to the center of everything where his quirks lie in wait. Every breath in, the heat stirs. Every breath out, the cold seeps. Whenever he feels either surge one way or the other, he holds his friends, and his mother close, and the irregularity recedes. Meditation is something his father has been hounding him about for a while now. Generally, anything his father can't force him to do, Shudo doesn't do. It's different now. He's going to be a hero. Even if he doesn't quite know what that means for him yet, Izuku is willing to wait for him, and Katsuki's okay as long as he does his best. He can do that for them. He can do it for his mother. It's okay for you to be who you want to be. He isn't sure if that's still true, but he hopes he might be ready to find out. He's startled out of his task by a knock on his door. "Shudo? I've put out breakfast for you. I'll be there in a second, Fuyum." He calls and listens to her footsteps recede. He takes one last look at the drawings, nods to himself, hides them back in the drawer, and heads out. When he reaches the kitchen, he isn't surprised to find Tuya and Natsuo have already made themselves scarce. Fuyumi is clearing away their bowls. "I thought it was Natsuo's turn to do dishes," Shudo comments as he sits and picks up his chopsticks. "As if he listens to me when I tell him that," Fuyumi sighs. "You know how it is. Once Tuya's off, Natsuo is never far behind. I'm surprised he can get dressed all by himself in the mornings." Shudo hums a non-committal sound around a mouthful of shrimp, which seems to satisfy his sister. The TV is still on, scrolling through the end of the national news headlines and switching over to regional. He doesn't pay too much attention. Adults are always doing something weird with their time. "Do you have any plans for today?" Fuyumi asks, her gaze fixed on the screen while the sink fills up behind her, hip-ped to lean against the counter. "Probably sit out into the garden, if that's okay." "Is your eye covering clean and dry?" "Yes." "Then I don't see why not." She puts the pots in the sink to steep and grabs the bowls to start drying them. After a moment, she turns to him and asks quietly, "Has father mentioned anything about seeing another specialist?" Shudo lays down his chopsticks. If he squints his left eye almost all the way close, he can see kind of clearly. It pulls at the skin though, and it's hard to get the angle right under pressure. He hasn't said anything, but I know he's looking. He knows Fuyumi's looking too. He can see her fingers tightening around the hand towel. It's an automatic reaction to duck his head and turn away, hiding the scar from sight. The movement lines up his gaze with the TV and he stares at it as hard as he can, willing his sister to leave it at. That is, he watches the latest villain report. The villain, Quirk, Mud Sport, robbed a bank and took off with the money. 2 officers gave chase, but they and an entire street were soon caught in a mire of the villain's design. Shudo frowns. Villain attacks like this happen all the time. Why are they specifically talking about this one? Oh, a vigilante took care of it. That's interesting enough, he supposes. He chews on another mouthful as the news plays a video of the event, caught on a hero watcher's camera phone, and nearly spits out his rice. There's no clear shot of his face and the video quality leaves plenty to be desired, but Shudo sees the bandage on his knee, recognizes the lurid yellow hoodie and the green sparks jumping off his body. Dense and charged with power and flickering against Shudo's chest like thunder snow brewing between 2 people. There's nothing in the world like Izuku's quirk. Shudo doesn't want there to be. But it means Izuku is the vigilante. Izuku threw himself at a villain. Izuku saved those people. Izuku is actually insane. Shudo really needs to stop feeling so surprised about that. A clatter makes him jump and twist round. Tuya has appeared from somewhere and is fumbling with the milk carton he dropped, eyes also fixed on the TV. They briefly flick to Shudo, and that's all it takes for Shudo to know that Tuya recognizes Izuku too. Alarm surges through him. Tuya wouldn't tell anyone, right? Izuku would get in so much trouble, which he must know. Why did he do that? And if Shudo couldn't see him anymore? How do you manage to be a disaster just by existing in the kitchen? Fuyumi asks in a long-suffering tone. It's a gift, Tuya replies distractedly. Just try not to set the milk on fire. And don't drink it straight out of the carton. Tuya lowers the carton from his mouth and glares at Fuyumi. One time I set the kitchen on fire. When I was 10. She gives him her sweetest smile. All the more reason not to do it a second time. Shudo watches the exchange frozen in place literally. He has to yank his chopsticks free of the table before he can use them again, tinctures of ice scattering across the wood. A dull roar is building inside his eardrums. There's an itch behind his eye. It feels hot. It feels like father when he's angry. Fuyumi turns back to the dishes. Tuya grabs a glass from the cupboard and, as he sets it on the counter, catches Shudo's eye. Silently shakes his head. Raises a finger to his lips. And grins. All of Shudo's breath leaves him at once in a puff of cold air. Sound filters in the way it's supposed to, the feverish mix of hot and cold lingering loosely on his skin. He nods and concentrates on thawing out the rest of his breakfast. Tuya leaves without a word. Once he's crunched his way through as much thawed rice as he can manage, he slips out into the garden and crouches down on the rocks beside the pond, draws his fingers across the sun-warmed stone and thinks of Izuku falling, bleeding, crying. He'd looked so fragile, small and weightless. Every other time Shudo has seen Izuku, the other boy holds himself like there's a constant weight filling him up. It makes him tired, but it also makes him solid. Immovable. Like he could hold up a crumbling building by staring at it hard enough. Izuku stares at Shudo a lot. It's strange because it should feel strange, but it doesn't. Izuku knows him, on some level, or knows a version of him, but it never feels like Izuku is using that to cater to his wants and needs. Izuku smiles and he questions and he refutes and he rambles about the strangest things, and Izuku is never anything less than himself. Even with another voice in his head. Izuku is Izuku. Deku is quiet and sad and looks at Shudo's siblings with a strange expression Shudo doesn't like very much, and when he's gone, if it weren't for Izuku's occasional lapses in attention, it'd be like he was never there at all. Shudo leans forward and dips his fingers into the water. Wiggles them and watches the ripples spread before freezing them in place. The sun glints against the ice, casts bright patterns up Shudo's arms. He takes a deep breath. Holds it. Fills his veins with fire and blinks away steam as the ridges wobble and collapse in on themselves. He doesn't know how Izuku and Deku stand it. Maybe they did what they did because they don't know either. The call comes later that day. Tuya is the one who answers. He finds Shudo still in the garden. Izuku-kun's been grounded, Tuya tells him. Shudo isn't sure where the weird nickname came from. Izuku only shrugged and said they came to an understanding. He's glad his siblings are okay with his friends, so he leaves it be. Midoriya-san wasn't specific, so I really can't imagine why. He isn't coming then? Nope. Doubt the little blonde brat will make an appearance either. Shudo pokes at the snowflake he's building between his fingers. Katsuki-kun focuses on himself. Izuku-kun focuses on everyone else. Ain't that the truth? Tuya mutters as he rolls out his shoulder. The action prompts a wince and a soft swear and an aborted movement like Tuya was going to seize his arm but stopped himself. Shudo's right hand twitches and the snowflake crumbles. He looks away. He knows better than to offer. What he doesn't expect is for Tuya to say anything more to him, let alone ask, "You all right out here?" Shudo peers at his brother. Tuya looks as tired as he always does, but not pale or shaking like when he overuses his quirk or burns himself so badly it takes days for the blisters to dissipate. So he probably isn't sick. Maybe he banged his head on something earlier? Yes, I'm okay, he replies slowly. Good. Tuya clears his throat, mutters something under his breath and turns away. Remember to come inside and take that covering off so the skin can breathe. Can't sit out in the sun all day. I know, Shudo replies bemusedly. I was going to head inside soon. Tuya waves a hand over his shoulder and disappears into the house, leaving Shudo staring after him, utterly baffled. Izuku knows the worst thing about being in hospital isn't the doctors. It isn't the stench of antiseptic or the locked doors or even the questions like, the villain, do you remember what they looked like? Did they come into your room? Can you tell us the face of the person who tried to murder you? Can you tell us anything about their quirk? Why did they attack you? Do you know of anyone who would want to hurt you? Which people? You said your mom works. When is she home? Has she ever hurt you? Where is your father? How often do you talk to him? Is anyone else in your family mad? And how is school? What are your friends like? And how often do you draw? Every week? Every day? And who taught you magic tricks? Who taught you sign language? And how are you feeling in yourself right now, on a scale of 1 to 10? And what about on a scale of 1 day to 27 years and 51 weeks? And why do you always wake up screaming? In your own words, do you remember? Can you remember? It isn't any of that at all. It's the existing. Being trapped in his apartment for a week is a lot like it. More than he'd ever have guessed if he stopped to think about it. There's a rhythm to monotony, to day after day after day after day after day after day after day. Oddly melodic when you listen closely enough. If melody is shuttered and bound, if cadences are only allowed the dullest vibrations through unused extremities, if resonance is flung into a box and kept there, no matter how hard the sound waves throw themselves at the walls, trying to shove right through or break themselves because being kept and stifled is no option. I don't know how I stood it before, Izuku mutters into his phone. I was there for months and I'm stuck inside for a week and it feels like I'm being suffocated. The structure would have helped when you were here, Ray replies. You've caught up with all your schoolwork, haven't you? There's only so much you can do inside before you start to need fresh air. It's why I go for walks with my children so often. Her voice lilts into a smile. You weren't being punished then either. Izuku thumps his head back onto his pillow and chews on his tongue. Mom will be home from work soon. The apartment's too empty without her. I guess. Sorry, you've just been listening to me complain. You probably don't want to hear about it. How have you been? This week has been rather long for the both of us, I think, Ray says, then pauses. Deku waits. Izuku follows his lead. In fact, if you don't mind me asking, Izun, how has Tuya been when you visited? His gut tightens. Deku shrinks back, but smoke and ash and burnt flesh creep along Izuku's tongue, force him to take several breaths before answering. He's okay. I like him. I fell and he bandaged my leg. He draws up his leg and runs a finger over the flaking remains of scab on his knee. He asked me to call him Tuyasune, although he said it's because he doesn't like being called Todoroki, so I don't know if it's because he really likes me or not. Oh, but he said he was glad I met you. He did, she asks, surprised. I don't see him much because they're weird about being around Shudo. Not weird, but nervous. Izuku hedges, wishing he could see Rei's face and gauge from her scent how she's reacting. The static burrowing into his ears feels like eyes staring through his brain. Watching, analyzing, judging. He shakes his head to clear the image away. I suppose they don't really know how to act around Shudo-kun. Tuyasune, it's like he cares, but he doesn't want to show it. Does that make sense? More than you know, Rei murmurs. She clears her throat, words clip tight. But I know you haven't been over this week, but I was wondering if you'd ever noticed him injured? Maybe burned somewhere? Slowly, Izuku sits up. I don't think so. I don't always see him though. Sometimes he's out. And he smells like smoke a lot, so, that might cover up other things. The admission is met with more static and Izuku tightens his grip on the phone. He hurts you too. That's what he'd said. And Tuya hadn't denied it. Except Endeavor doesn't train Tuya. Izuku knows Endeavor has hurt them all in different ways, but does he really? It isn't Endeavor. It's Tuya's quirk, Deku mutters. It burns him when he uses it. He's using it now? Before Izuku asks, But he only gets silence from there too. An odd sensation sparks in his chest, just below his heart. A little like One for All. A little more like when he saw those people asking for help and knew he had to answer. Deku and I. Tuya-san is all burned up in the future, right? How did that happen? Deku rubs his eye and sighs. The weight of his gaze pushes Izuku's stomach all the way to the floor. He did it to himself. I don't know exactly when, or why, if I'm being honest, but at some point, his quirk will spiral out of control and it'll burn him practically beyond recognition. It's why his family thought he was dead. Thus, Izuku-kun. Sorry, Rei-san, I got distracted. What were you saying? Izuku fumbles out, heart hammering. I was just thanking you for telling me, Rei repeats with a resigned sort of amusement. Please don't worry too much about it. I was just wondering. I'm glad you and Shudo are getting on so well. Why, right, words? He needs to speak. Say something. I wish I could do more for him, though. I wish I could save them. I don't know. Just something to make them smile more. You're a very sweet boy, Izuku-kun. But remember to focus on yourself too. You should as well, Rei-san, he says without really thinking about it. Then he stops. Replays it in his mind. I know they're your children, I just meant, I don't like seeing you so stressed all the time, so. I know what you meant, Rei interrupts softly. I appreciate it. But I'll always worry about my children. The same way your mother will always worry about you. Whatever you did, she's only punishing you because she wants you to be safe. She doesn't have to, Izuku mutters. I can take care of myself. Of course you can, but that won't stop us worrying. You'll understand one day, when you become a parent. Izuku twists his face up. I don't know about that. Rei chuckles. It's a long way off yet, don't panic. I'm sure you'll, she pauses. Izuku can hear a muffled voice in the background, followed by a sigh from Rei. Sorry, Izuku-kun, I have to go. It's time for my one-on-one. Oh, thank you for talking to me. And, sorry for making you listen to all my problems. Next time we'll talk about anything you want to talk about. Anything at all. Well, then perhaps it can wait until you visit again. Yeah, I'd like to see how your garden is coming along. Mom will have to unground me someday. I hope. There's another small laugh. Take care, Izuku-kun. Stay out of trouble. I'll try. Izuku listens as the line goes dead, then stands and begins pacing the length of his room, chewing on his lip, picking at his cuticles. A routine that's become far too familiar after a week of isolation and not enough sleep. She's going to ask. What? How we know the things we do. Deku is restless too. Izuku can hear the sludge bubbling at night. He thinks he hears whispers sometimes too. The way she said it. Perhaps it can wait, she's going to ask. We can just tell her then, Izuku replies wearily. I don't know, Otudo. Telling mom is one thing. Telling your friends is another. Katsuki and Shudo don't really understand the extent of it. We want Rei to get better, not have another mental breakdown. That's mean, Deku and I. You should have more faith in people. I have plenty of faith in people, Deku says right back, affronted. I'm not saying she won't ever be able to handle it. Just that right now, knowing the world could end might be more of a shock than she needs. What are we supposed to tell her about Tuya? What he becomes? What he could become, Izuku corrects. You don't know. You hate Tuya-san for something he hasn't even done. You think I'm being stupid when I'm nice to him. Not stupid. Naive maybe. I'm not naive. You're 7. It sort of comes with the territory. Izuku clenches his jaw and scrapes a hand through his hair. The fluttery thing inside his ribcage beats harder. Then maybe you should be more naive. How are you supposed to save people if you're too busy being angry at them? Izuku, I'm not trying to stop you, Deku says. I'm just saying you should be careful. I don't want you to be hurt the way I was. I don't care about being hurt. Izuku snaps, words exploding from his mouth with little care for who might hear them. His head spinning. His throat hurts. Alarm tingles in the tips of his fingers and toes, but he's too angry to care. Anything better than what's already happened. You said it yourself, you said it. I'm not normal. I'm never going to be normal, and I don't want to be, because if I was normal then people would die and I would be able to stop it. So I don't care if I'm wrong, because if I don't try, if I just stand there and let people drown in all the muck then I don't want to be anything. He storms out of his room, breath hot and fangs nipping at his lip and blood on his palms, but there's nowhere to go. Just the same four walls on every side, and he wants but what it is he doesn't know, just that something's wrong and he needs it to stop. Izuku, calm down. No, he snarls. He's so tired. He's so angry. He's so sick of being caged. No, you want Tuya-san to burn. I know what Dabi did was horrible, unforgivable. But Tuya isn't Dabi and that's not fair. Izuku. He freezes. The warmth cascading across him, so comforting before, now clogs his throat and nose and ears. Traps him motionless like a fly in amber. Distantly, he hears his brother swear. Come down here. Let me talk to you. Reluctantly, Izuku obeys. He doesn't like going into his head as much when all that's waiting outside is the boring monotony of his quiet apartment. When his feet hit sludge, it's to find it undulating like an amorphous beast waking up from sleep. Deku looks tiny in comparison. Lips thin and eye-shadowed and skin pale and scars silver amongst all the dark. Deku steps towards him. Izuku steps back. Something gurgles and pops and Izuku makes himself ignore the hurt that crosses his brother's face. You're not being fair, Izuku says again, but quieter, because he's not so angry he can yell straight at his brother's face. Izuku, Deku says. Stops. Scrapes his hand through his hair and tightens it into a fist. Slowly relaxes and fixes his gaze on Izuku. Tell me what you need right now. What? Izuku asks, confused. I told you what I want. No. What do you need? I need days spent soaking up sun in the Todoroki garden and out in the woods with Katsuki, the air, the sky, the earth, the wildness of it all beating inside of him. He clutches his hand to his chest. Shivers as the fury dissipates and all he wants to do is cry. I don't like being inside, he whispers. Deku eyes him sadly and far too knowingly. No, I imagine you don't. He crouches down, eye level with Izuku, and holds his hand out. I'll talk with Mom when she's home, but right now, I need you to listen to me. I do want to save Tuya. You're right. It isn't fair I blame him for something he hasn't even done yet. Izuku doesn't move. Deku swallows. But I can't forget what Dabi did. I can't just stop hating him for what he did. But me feeling that way doesn't change what I'll do. Do you understand? Izuku shakes his head. Me hating Dabi and wanting to save Tuya, those two things aren't mutually exclusive. I can feel both. What really matters is how I choose to act. And if we can do anything to help him, then that's what we'll do. No matter what I feel about him. Teach, then why didn't you tell me before? Izuku asks tremulously. Deku lowers his head, rocks on the ball of his feet and rests his arm across his knees. Izuku looks down at the sludge too. Sometimes, if he looks long enough, sometimes he thinks he can see something moving underneath. Because I don't know how, Deku admits. I know he burned himself, and I know it happened at Sokoto Peak, but like I said, I don't know exactly when or why. If I knew why, we could stop it at the source. But Shudo never told me everything. It was his business. The family matter, he always said. And as for when, he touches the tips of his fingers to the sludge. Peers back up at Izuku through his fringe. I don't remember. All I know is that it's sometime this year. You've been trying to remember, Izuku realizes, the enormity of it finally coming to rest at his feet. It's midway through August already. This year means, oh, that's really soon. Yeah, I didn't want to scare you. Or scare me, I suppose. He shrugs, awkward in the confines of his ruined hero costume. If I can't remember this, what else am I forgetting? Izuku shuffles forward and crouches in front of his brother. We'll work it out, Deku and I. We'll tell Shudo-kun or Rei-san, or we'll work something else out. We won't let him hurt himself, or Mom, or anyone else. We'll save all of them, just like we promised Rei-san. And the rest we'll deal with when the time comes. It's okay if you don't remember. We know it happens, so we'll stop it when we have to. Deku snorts, bitter and dry. You realize all of them includes endeavor, right? Well, why not? He tried to become better. Why not make him start earlier? His brother sighs, curls his arm around his knees and rests his chin on top. I've made a bit of a mess of this, haven't I? He asks wryly. Because you're trying to do it all by yourself, Izuku admonishes. Blinks. Wait, that's why everyone's so angry at me, isn't it? I did tell you that. No, you didn't. Well, Mom definitely did. She did. Oh my God. Deku drops his face into his legs. Go tell her you finally realized it so she'll let you out and you can stop losing your little feral mind. She's been staring at us for like 2 minutes. Izuku thumps back into his body so fast he flails on arrival, squeaks at the sight of his worried mother standing right in front of him, still in her work clothes, her bag sitting beside her feet. Mom, you're home. Yes, I have been for a while, Mom say perturbed. Are you okay? You were just standing there looking like, well, like you were arguing with yourself. I was, or we were not arguing. Well, we did, but it's all fine now. Izuku assures, waving his arms frantically. We just needed to clear something up and it's fine now. That was being stupid. I'm Yuo Tuto. We were both being stupid, Izuku corrects with a pout. Mom arches an eyebrow. I'm glad you have some self-awareness at least. Oh, about that. I worked out what I did wrong. Before he can explain, however, there's a knock on the door. Both of them look towards it, then back at each other. Seeing his confused expression, Mom frowns and heads back through the apartment. Who could that be? Izuku follows her, desperate enough for outside estimulation, and he's practically vibrating at the seams. What were you going to talk to Mom about? He asks as he hovers at the door to his bedroom, unabashedly prepared to eavesdrop. About why you're so uptight. It's partly to do with feral, Deku admits. You know what happens if you try to lock up a wild animal, right? Yeah, they get sick and it's happening much faster than I thought, but Rei-san is probably right about us not having much to do. His voice lowers suddenly, more like he's speaking to himself, and Izuku strains to make anything out at all. It's probably also to do with, and he cuts off so abruptly it takes Izuku a moment to realize Deku hasn't just stopped talking, he's disappeared completely. Mom opens the door. Hello, can I help you? Deku and I? Izuku calls, but no matter how deep he reaches, he can't feel his brother at all. A breeze curls through the apartment from the open door. The hair on the back of his neck prickles. Dread rising like bile, emptiness clawing at the back of his head, Izuku turns to the door. Midoriya Inko? I'm from the Hero Public Safety Commission. It's a woman. She's dressed in an expensive suit, pressed, proper and unfairly perfect compared to his rumpled mom after a full day working hard in a stuffy office. Her hair is reddish-brown, her green eyes a few shades lighter than Izuku's, and when she turns to look at him, there's a strange sheen that flickers in and out of view as the irises catch the light. She peers at him over Mom's shoulder and smiles. She doesn't mean it at all. I'm here to talk to you about your son.